Hear ye, the mandate of Max Nitro. This stream will not start until there is enough hype in the chat. Howling Minds in the booth. Gabe, how you doing? Welcome back for day 2 of the Calling Rotterdam. I'm honestly pretty excited to see where this thing goes.
Yeah, I think we had some very exciting heroes up at the top at the end of yesterday, and I'm excited to see whether those heroes are able to continue their run today or whether this is going to consolidate towards the sort of top 8 that we saw at Pro Tour Yokohama a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I think I saw more engagement on social media than normal yesterday, to the vein of this might be the best format we've ever had. And that's always reassuring for me. I'm glad that people are having fun, but I have to agree somewhat in the sense of at least deck diversity. We kind of saw it on camera yesterday that if you want to play one of the kind of kingpins, the top 3, the gold, silver, bronze, it makes a lot of sense. You can get rewarded for doing that by playing your Marios, your Victors, your Oscilios. But if you're an enjoyer of something like Vincent, Cindra, Dash.io, these are all decks that are defendable in the current metagame, even your Jarls and the like. We saw Maxx finding success yesterday, but Fatigue Lyeth, numerous other decks out there in the room. if you're a believer and you've put in the repetitions, you will be rewarded for it.
Yeah, that's the upside of this meta, is that you're able to sort of commit to learning a deck and learning how it plays across the meta into all those top 3 decks, but also everything else. And that's you can really be rewarded for that. In that there's not necessarily an oppressive deck. Maybe Oscilio is the question mark. It's oppressive-ish. And everything else is able to hold its own. So you get good enough at a good enough deck, and you can make a deep run in a calling like this.
So what should you be expecting today for day 2 of action? Let's walk through the schedule. Well, the goddess here, and also for what you should be expecting today. It's a big day for Flesh and Blood, not just because of our players in the room who have 5 rounds of Swiss today and a top 8 to explore, but during our semi-finals today, well, after, not during, that would be kind of rude, frankly, to our players. We'll be showcasing a legendary card from Omens of the Third Age for the very first time.
Of course, stick around in the chat to see what that card is after the semifinals. So watch all of it today because it'll be just great games throughout, as we just hinted. And don't forget that also at the end of the final, or if you're chatting during the final, we'll be giving away a young Marvel hero that you can win just by chatting and engaging during the final game of today in just a couple short hours. Of course, these young Marvel heroes, very playable in Silver Age, the new young hero format. Always excited. We always ask each other, what's your fave? I think we've asked each other that question enough. What's the one you don't think you'll ever get,
okay,
but you'll be wanting?
So, that's not how I
not
work.
Like I guess you could just go dump on buying anyone.
The problem is that I like shiny cardboard, Gabe. So I'm going to be upfront with you. There are 15 young Marvels on this page, and I currently own 11 of them.
Okay, so then it's really not how it works, because I was meaning, like, is there a Riptide where you think that card looks cool, but you're never going to find a reason to buy it? But
no, I will think that card looks cool and rationalize spending the money LSS pay me to cast on it why I'm at an event. That tends to be how this works. So if you're not me and you haven't acquired all these Marvels already at this point, you should probably come and chat with us during the finals today. Have a chance of winning one of your choice. Is your choice. You can get ready for the return of Chain in the near future if you'd like. If you're an Illusionist fanatic, you can do that, or you can make the objectively correct choice and you can pick Kano because it's gorgeous and you should really own that card.
I think Riptide's got giving Kano a run for his money.
Wrong. Okay. Young Marvels all around. Love to see it. Fantastic stuff. But you won't find the rest of today's prizing in the giveaway. Would be rather problematic to give away $20,000, actually, I imagine.
I mean, we are giving away $20,000, but it's to players in the room, players who are still in the calling today. Prize money from 1st to 32nd with that grand prize of $5,000 US for the winner. Of course, the grand prize in TCGs is making that top 8 cut at the end of the 5 rounds of Swiss today, 5 additional rounds of Swiss. So that gets you a gold foil legendary in that beautiful black envelope, and of course a PTI that can be spent to qualify for any Tier 4 event in the future, and those high coveted World Tour points. 10 points goes to the winner. That has a big impact on the Player of the Year leaderboard whenever you're able to take down the top place in one of these events, as those World Tour points are quite top heavy.
Yeah, we're kind of entering that phase of the World Tour race now in month 4 that we're starting to figure out what names we have to watch. The race is definitely nowhere close to over, but you're starting to understand who the contenders are, and another calling win in this exact spot is exactly what you want to be one of those. All of our players, of course, receiving a brand new shiny tournament pack yesterday. Lots of new Marvels making their way into the mainstream for the first time out of those. What new Marvel impressed you the most? What do you want to get your hands on there?
There were several that I wanted out of this pack. I'm going to go with Surging Strike, maybe Blade Runner, and then, of course, Cindering Foresight, because I'm looking forward to Blaze making her entry into the Silver Age format later this year.
Yeah, I very much agree on Cindering Foresight. I'm a Blaze enjoyer as well. I think Cut to the Chase is one I'm going to go and chase down. I'm not funny. But I did play Arakni Huntsman at the Pro Tour, and I have a soft spot for the deck now, so I want to maybe add a little bit more juice to that one. So seems like a great choice for me on a personal level. But you know what will not be in my Huntsman deck? A Marvel copy of Quick Dodge Flexes.
Yeah. Well, for a couple reasons, but
yeah. Well, what are you insinuating, Gabe?
Well, you might just not run it in that deck. You might just not want Quick Dodge Flexes, of course.
Nice save.
The winner of today at the end of 5 rounds of Swiss and then 3 rounds of top 8, of course, will take down that beautiful Calling Champion Quick Dodge Flexers Marvel, this new treatment for these Calling Champion prizes. But of course, in the middle, that's where all of the glory is. That is the trophy that you can display forever, for the rest of your life, at your home or out of your windowsill, whatever you may like. And of course, PTI along with the top 8, $5,000, and and those 10 World Tour points.
You know, that little golden ticket graphic we have there for the Pro Tour invitation? I've debated like trying to cut one of those out of just like cardboard or paper and just like hand it to the production team when I arrive at a Pro Tour and just assume it's good as a PTI.
Just go to the registration table and say, I have this. And
Yeah,
they say, no, you need to, that was 3 weeks ago that you needed to tell us.
Oh, I hadn't thought about the timeline thing. Oh, damn. Yeah, I might mail it straight to James.
Oh, right to New Zealand.
Surely that works.
That'll
right?
work.
Okay. I'm glad
from Scott in red crayon.
you understand me so well. I am very, very lucky to be here. And if you are not here, for better or worse, I want to make sure that you are at another event sometime soon because I miss your face. And it was pretty great. $2 million of USD going out to various winners across the year. Most of that is still available to be won. And wherever you may be in the world or wherever you want to go, you can play the game and see it.
Upcoming events starting in 2 weeks from now. We've got Jakarta on May 8th to 10th weekend. Of course, that's a CC format, CC calling just like today. And a week after that, Sao Paulo, the end of the Compendium of Wraith constructed season. Very exciting to reach both of those regions. I think Indonesia, this will be their first calling there. But of course, Brazil had that calling last year that had a lot of hype. And so people are very much looking forward to returning to Sao Paulo to play some high-level Flesh and Blood. After that, that's where all of our eyes are going, though. World Premier Prague. You and I will be there. You'll be in the booth. I'll be playing and trying to take that down. But the return to Limited as a format at the top level of Flesh and Blood, and of course the exciting premiere and launch of all of those new cards from Omens of the Third Age.
You want to swap? Because I'm like so jealous. I really want to play with Omens of the Third Age, and I'm going to have to wait a whole extra week because I'm being responsible and doing my job.
I'll play you on Friday night if you want.
We can make that work. That sounds good to me. Auckland shortly afterwards, another fantastic location. Obviously the home of Flesh and Blood. If you never had the chance of doing the trip, it will be that first taste of Omens sealed and draft before the big showdown at the US National Championship shortly afterwards. So happy to see Limited back on the main event stage.
Of course, U.S. National Champions being a split format CC and Limited at the top stage, like you were saying, and it kicks off a run of national championships that go throughout the month of June, not pictured on your screen, but if you play Flesh and Blood in a sanctioned region, you do have a national championship and a national festival to make it to during the month of June. Of course, after that, we return to the calling circuit in July with a stop in at Shinjuku just before the Pro Tour in Las Vegas in the middle of July. Classic constructed and Omens draft on display at the top level of a Tier 4 competitive professional level event, Flesh and Blood.
Plenty of rewards for getting good at that limited format. I know I will be buying too many boxes and definitely trying my best to shoot out over there. It'll be Edinburgh shortly afterwards. Big up for the Scottish fans who are finally getting a home country calling there. Quickly followed by Bangkok, Hamburg, and Kansas City, all of which will be phenomenal. Wherever you may be, whichever format may catch your fancy, make sure that you are coming to join us at one of those events sometime soon.
Of course, after that, once we've had a very busy summer of Flesh and Blood, don't forget about the world premiere for the following set that we're already talking about over in Seoul, Korea, getting their first major event in Flesh and Blood after joining us a couple years ago. September 11th to 13th, the launch of the set that comes after Omens of the Third Age. So mark your books half a year in advance and get excited for this sure to be very exciting tournament in a very beautiful city.
I said it yesterday, it's my cold shot. We're not in Seoul for no reason. I know nothing, but it's such an apt name for a very popular light mechanic. And we're making a big deal out of set 20 already. Surely we wouldn't be hyping it up if it was just nothing. Surely Monarch 3 is on the horizon, no?
I still think the pun is too far a stretch, although I might buy Monarch 3 for some other reasons, like the fact that we've been waiting for it for so long. But Seoul, a beautiful city, and Monarch, possibly, or I should say, Solana and the Demonastery,
yes,
possibly very fun regions to return to in the Flesh and Blood world.
I'll be there one way or the other. I'll also hopefully be at the World Championship in Paris. It's going to be a pretty spectacular event this year. Haven't missed a World Championship yet. Don't intend on starting now. It's a fantastic place to visit, a fantastic country in general. You know, James is very excited to go that way. And of course, it's a World Championship. It is the best of the best, the pinnacle of the Flesh and Blood competitive calendar. Where else would you rather be?
Yeah, I will not be skipping this World Championships. I've only missed one, but this one's just a 2-hour train ride away from where I am here in Rotterdam. So there's no way I'm missing this. World Championship is the top of a Flesh and Blood year, and it's always the most exciting event to prepare for, to be at, to play, to see people, etc.
If you would rather attend any of these events as someone else, it's time to get signing up. Cosplay competitions. If you want to be a featured cosplayer with the team at Legend Story Studios for the world premiere in Prague, the US National Championship, or the Pro Tour in Las Vegas, go and find that form. Come and join us. Cut some fabric, make some friends, play great games. Exactly everything you're hoping to be. Most importantly, though, even if you apply and you're unsuccessful and you're rejected, we want to be clear. Cosplayers of all ilk are welcome at these events. We encourage you to turn up in costume if it's something you're passionate about, and just make the most of playing Flesh and Blood in person in your chosen character's attire.
Yeah, it's very fun to walk around these events and just see some people, even see people playing the main event and sitting there in cosplay, even like a more casual cosplay, however you might approach it. But cosplay can help bring these events together in terms of feeling like we're in the energy of a high-level Flesh and Blood event, or even just like the excitement of a Flesh and Blood weekend.
If you want to get more bang for your buck at any of these events, you know what to do. The early bird weekends, or as I'm always going to refer to them, the early bird weekends are the packages as far as I'm concerned. Pick you up some extra free side event vouchers when you buy your package during these weekends. Regardless of the event, there'll be a time-locked window for you to score a bonus bronze voucher.
Of course, even if you're playing the main event, these can be worth it. You can get this normal calling premium package, which comes with a couple of side event packages, side event vouchers, I should say, that 1 silver and 2 bronze. If you're early bird, you'll get an additional bronze, and you can fill out your Friday and maybe Saturday and Sunday evenings with some side events as well as the main event. If you're not playing the main event, this makes it even better. If you get that Go Again package, you get all the goodies, all of those promos, but of course you get so many vouchers that you can play all of the side events that your heart desires.
Couldn't really ask for much more there. If you're looking for dates, Las Vegas, it's on sale now. Hop on over to the website, grab yourself some tickets, and make sure to grab some extra goodies in the process. Edinburgh, Bangkok, Hamburg, and Kansas City on the horizon. It'll be May 2nd to 3rd for the first one, and 9th to 10th for the latter 3.
Of course, Las Vegas is this weekend. When Scott says on sale now, he means on sale right now and only until the end of today. So if you are going to the Pro Tour in Las Vegas and you want to get that early bird package, you want to make the most of your Friday and your Saturday and Sunday evenings, then definitely go ahead and purchase your package now. April 26th, the last day you'll get that early bird package for the Pro Tour in Las Vegas, which has some real exciting promos available.
I knew I forgot something before I went live. I have somewhere to be. Is that all right? Can I go buy an early bird package? No one's going to miss me, right?
Yeah, just go. No. Stick around. We can do it in the break.
You have no idea how committed to that bit I was about to be. we were about to full send that one way or the other. Pretty phenomenal stuff on the horizon. Pretty phenomenal stuff today, frankly. We had some great games on camera yesterday for a variety of reasons. Some very high-level players, some unique decks. What really stood out to you for anyone who needs to play catch-up later on in the week?
I think the Maxx game was very fun, just to show that that deck is kind of real, even though it was an early in the day kind of game. That deck really showed its potency, and I think a lot of people have been sleeping on it. And I think my other answer is sort of the same thing. The game Aaron Boyan, the UK National Champion, showed off Marlin to the strengths of that deck as well. I think it's also one of those sort of slept on or maybe underrated decks that we saw played at a very high level in that game, and that's one of those things that I would go back and watch if you're watching yesterday's stream. Not now, though. Now you're here for today.
As you should be. I personally was a huge fan of Michael Feng's Oscilio play. I think we had the pleasure of seeing it twice, which is even better. But just masters of their craft, playing decks at a level that I'm not at on those respective heroes is just always an incredible time to me. So speaking of players who are much better than me, let's go take a look at the current Player of the Year leaderboard and show you how that is shaping up as players try and stake their claim to a crown and several $1,000s much later towards the World Championship this year.
Of course, taking a look at the Americas region first and foremost, Brody Spurlock standing atop, as he often is, there in the first place with 48 points. But let's take note, he's got a lot of competition right now. There are 3 people following right behind him, just 4 points off. That's 1 calling top 8, and you can skip to first place in this America's leaderboard. Lots of huge names here. Of course, Yuki Lee Bender and Evan Herndon making the finals together of the most recent Pro Tour in Yokohama.
Just stone cold killers all the way down the CS list. Our current world champion, Pro Tour champion, Jeremy Chen there, who kicked my ass in Yokohama, which was always a lovely experience. Shout out to Damian Riggins, of course, but on a pretty clinical showing at Yokohama as well with that Icelander deck, turned up with fatigue in CC, and happy to see that name finally making an appearance on the Americas leaderboard as well. Over in Europe, it is the Jacob Clements show right now. 67 World Tour points is impressive stuff, and quite the gap opening up over there. But the Pro Tour does mean that Bartosz Dabrowski is also in the running. Paul van Heysel been sitting firm there since the back-to-back calling wins earlier this year. But again, it's Tommaso Vecino, it's Pablo Pintor, it's names that you expect to see at top tables at any event with 8 months left to run at this if they choose to make a gambit.
And it's the rewards for being very consistent. Of course, Bartosz with also a calling top 8 before his Pro Tour top 8. Paul, as you said, 2 calling championships. Tommaso, always 9th place, sometimes that there in the top 8. And those kinds of consistent performances can get you into the top ends of this leaderboard. And it's not just Jacob up there at number 1. Number 1, 2, and 3 in every region are rewarded in the Player of the Year race.
100%. Shout out to 14th here in the form of Martin Hollick. I'm really hoping it's more than 11 points at the end of this weekend. Or Martin will find himself living in Rotterdam forever. Asia Pacific, Gordon Coco just about stealing a lead here right now, but this is the narrowest region by so much. Justin Koo only recently usurped, is our previous winner of the APAC region last year, currently playing underdog in 2nd place there. But Sam Sutherland, Eugene C, the people's favorites, Nova-chan, Channon Puttery, who also put up a top 8 finish there in Yokohama, making a claim to this crown. It's just a handful of points between them.
We've just seen so many tier 4 top 8s in the top 8 of each region as we've looked through these tabs. All 3 regions are dominated by absolute killers at the top end of the Player of the Year race. And I don't think you can predict who's going to win any region right now, except for maybe Jacob in the EU. But even that, you could see a run from some other player with great performances at the Pro Tour this summer and the World Championships later this year.
Look, remember this time last year, people were saying that Brody Spurlock's lead was unattainable. And then we got the race of the decade down to the wire at the World Championship with Jacob Clements last year. It is those two that are tangling for our top spots again, but this is far from done. If you want to see your name on this leaderboard, get to these events, come and make a claim for it. $25,000 to the person who secures Player of the Year at the end of the World Championship. I'm hopeful somebody can chase it down, I should say, Jacob Clements.
Well, of course, Jacob Clements doing his best to make sure that doesn't happen. He is still live here today, and he's trying to continue to make these top 8s at these events. He ended 5-2 at the end of yesterday. I think there's a lot of different possible hero players who could win this. I think we had 80-ish players break into day 2.
Of that ilk, yeah. Slightly more than the 64 you might expect normally, because in this case it's always going to be X2 records or better. In this case there are more than 64 of those, and it would suck to not make day 2 based on tiebreakers alone. So a couple extra people bleeding into the day one way or the other. I want to see what that metagame looked like going in and how those heroes converted. So let's take a closer look at how things are going in this one. First of all, our meta game from yesterday. We've alluded to it a few times, but the expected status quo at the very top here. Arakni, Marionette, Oscilio, Stellar Intelligence, and Victor Goldmain, high and mighty. The heroes that were being talked about the most heading into this event, but all of them kind of floating around that 10% mark before we hit the brick of viable contenders underneath.
Yeah, a veritable wall of viable contenders for sure. I wonder whether there's a conversion rate difference between that sort of 2nd tier and that 1st tier. I imagine, and I think in my memory from just looking at the standings yesterday, those top 3 decks converted quite well, but the other 10 or 12 next decks, you could say, those are sort of vying for who actually is the best among them. And it's hard to say just on metagame representation whether Cindra was the best pick among them, for example. So looking at conversion, on the other hand, is a good way to understand who actually was the best sort of 2nd tier pick. Of course, no surprise, Arakni, Victor, and Oscilio at the top end there. Victor making the best conversion in terms of percent of the 3 of them with the lowest representation in the first place. But Gravy, Rhinar, probably the 2 standouts amongst that next class of heroes.
You're looking at the wrong standouts here. There's only a single 100% on this slide, and it is in the form of Maxx, the Hype Nitro, who we had the pleasure of seeing on camera yesterday. Still sitting at XM1 right now at the end of first day of competition. Very much alive to chase this one down. And I'm not seeing enough hype in the chat, so do make sure you speed things up, or we're going to be waiting for this first round for a while. Things that stand out to me, only 2 copies of Vincent in the 2nd day of competition here. A lowly 8%, rather a depressing showing for our Shadow Runeblade. The 1 copy of Lyeth there, Liam Holden on that fatigue list, still rocking strong. Rhinar, 43%, also pretty impressive. This deck very much showing it's the real deal right now. It has a Pro Tour top, a calling finalist position, and players trying to chase down another one of those this weekend.
Of course, both a strong deck and getting stronger with time, and also a good meta call for this weekend, given how many of those victors showed up and were also able to convert as well. One thing I want to point out, the last thing on the screen I want to point out, is Teklo converting at a similar rate to that Vincent. Vincent was sort of at the top end of that tier 2 of the metagame, and Teklo at the bottom end, and both of them seem to be the standouts in terms of not converting very well. Maybe that's because it requires a lot of expertise to pilot those heroes very well, maybe they just got unlucky, or maybe they are actually the weaker of the bunch in terms of that second tier of hero representation.
So let's tie some names to these faces and see the standings before we go through our next day of competition. 2 undefeated players remaining. They will be our first feature match for the day. It's Michael Feng's Oscilio against Angelo Zaccardi, Cindra Drakai of Retribution.
Yeah, that's going to be a match that sort of defines the last couple metas. I mean, Oscilio having just won a Pro Tour, and Cindra, of course, winning the World Championships at the end of last year. So those heroes are very familiar for people, but there are still standouts down the line. Of course, we talked about Vincent, and they maybe not converting very well, but James was able to make it to 6-0 before losing just the final round yesterday. So a very good performance from the top end of the Vincents there. Other heroes that stand out, of course, we've talked about Jack with Maxx over in 6-1, 10th place. There's Jarls still on this page. Gravy's showing up. We see 2 of the Rhinars that converted very well. Ira may be the exception to the rule on this page.
Yeah, I believe there's only 1 copy of Ira in the top, the day 2 competition as well, so sitting at 6-1 there. Master of Assassin Kashi in 5th, finding themselves live still on Arakni Marionette. Filippo Barbani still rocking that Victor deck. Sammy Weggs, Tommaso Vicido, all names we've known to come to know and love, still very much in competition as we make our way into the second day. Fi in 22nd here in the hands of Vincent Sin at 6-1, a deck that I feel like not enough people are talking about.
Yeah, not a lot of people discussing Fi as an alternative to Cindra. I think it matters a little bit what you pick depending on what you expect to face up against, but generally I'm going to loop those together as the Draconic Ninja side of things. Maybe that whole corner of the meta got ignored a little bit as everyone thought Oscilio was the good fast deck, but those Draconic Ninjas are also able to punish Oscilio in a powerful way. Of course, beyond those top 6-1 players from the top 24, we still have plenty of players competing for the rest of the tournament today. We see a Slippy still available in 5-2. Of course, we discussed Aaron in 28th, also on Marlin in 5-2. There are some Huntsmans. I know you love that deck. Available on this page or representing on this page. And Katsu down in 39th, also making an appearance in day 2 of this event.
Shout out Thomas Minsel there, doing a fantastic job with the OG Ninja. A little further down the page, we see a lot of what we come to expect, but we do find that singleton copy of Teklo that managed to sneak into the second day of competition. Also a big shout out to number 53 here in Timo Bolton. Edict of Steel doing some serious work in that list. Happy to see some cards from Hala making an appearance in one way or the other.
Of course, that holodeck will be buffing up the warriors that are going to be getting buffs generally throughout this year, and Bolton currently, apparently, the best benefactor from the conversion this weekend, but lots of heroes trying to fight it out, and Bolton will have a whole crowd to fight through of matchups to get to the top 8 at the end of today. Good names still available on this page. Of course, Bino Nolting, a German national champ. We have Jasper, which is maybe just someone I know from the Netherlands. A very good player, but maybe the audience maybe not so familiar. Conrad Neva in 50th. He's a battle-hardened champion on Arakni Marionette.
Yeah, Yorgos Samaras here, Daniel Correas as well, the Sunflower Samurai, also doing a wonderful job here in Rotterdam. Players who are still alive here all the way through down to 80th place. You see Jacob Clements in 75th, hanging in there, trying to chase down more World Tour points. Andrea Mengucci in 66th, rocking that Cindra pick as well. Couple more Rhinars here. We see Tim on Prism. The dream is still alive that she disappears into the abyss, hopefully never to be seen again.
Of course, RKO also being represented on this page. Kaloyan in 74th, and another Jarl we see here in 78th from Noah, Bagel TCG, and in 68th from James Gray. So I think that hero I talked about at the beginning of yesterday still has quite a few representatives in today, and it maybe will be able to sneak into top 8.
Couple more competitors who are still alive on this page here. Some of my favorite stories of the weekend. Johnny Chapman rocking that Jarl deck as well. Martin Holick still has a chance to go home. Still alive for top 8 here to make money and return on that trip one way or the other. It was indeed 88 players who joined us, and congratulations to number 87, Gregory. You also have my hopes and dreams on your shoulders to send the Light Illusionist somewhere else.
I guess to send them somewhere else and to send Martin somewhere else, to send him back home, they have to make it all of the way today. So it's not really sending them somewhere else. They're here all of the day today, ideally, so that they can get somewhere else at the end of the day. Prism, I'm not very hopeful for her chances. No knock to those players, but knock to the hero in the meta and having seen what we know from the rest of the meta available at the top end.
No, I think that's a fair assumption. I kind of agree. I don't think Prism would have been my pick for this weekend as well. But a boy can dream.
A boy can dream. The whole Flesh and Blood community can dream.
They can. And what I want you dreaming of before we head into our first round of today is that semi-finals, where we will be revealing the first legendary card from Omens of the Third Age. To be clear, we haven't seen it, but we have been told it's not a reprint. It's a brand new shiny card to enjoy. So we're looking forward to it just as much as you. So make sure you're staying tuned in for that one a little later on today. But I'm done waiting. I want some high-level gameplay. How does that sound to you?
That sounds great to me, and we've seen Michael Feng twice already, but let's take a look at his third game on camera this week.
Third time is the charm as we make our way down to meet our players. Michael Feng, the Pro Tour champion, on one side of the table on Oscilio Constellar Intelligence, against Angelo Zaccardi, the Italian champion, on Cindra, Drakai of Retribution. A deck I feel like, as you alluded to just moments ago, not talked about enough heading into Yokohama, at least.
Yeah, I think part of the reason that Oscilio has this meteoric rise is that Cindra caught those bans at the end of last year, or going into the PT, at the end of last year. And so Oscilio was this deck that everyone talked about as being a very powerful deck, but then it had a bit of a struggle into the Draconic Ninjas. So maybe now that Oscilio is the mainstay, we flip the other way and Cindra can come back and fight her way through the crowd, and is going to be trying to do that here in round 8 of the Calling.
Let's see how our players got here into this round. It's W's all the way down for both of them, but an interesting journey here for Michael Feng, who did take down Cindra in round 1 of competition. But I do have to note, not a single repeat hero on the journey here for our Pro Tour champion.
Of course, very familiar with a bunch of heroes, having played for so long and having had so much success. But let's look at the other side of the table and take a look at who Angelo has played against. He has had a couple, actually not too many repeats, just 2 Rhinars and 2 Arakni Huntsmans, but only 3 classes pictured here. 3 Assassins, 3 Brutes, and a Guardian taken down by the Cindra player on this side of the table.
That does sound like a sad Saturday to me. Congratulations to both of these players on their journey so far, but only one of them can remain undefeated. So let's find out exactly which one it's going to be. Let's take a look at these heroes, just in case you're unfamiliar with either side of the equation. Oscilio Constellar Intelligence, that kind of combo deck we've known to come and know and love here. Gone in a flash, very much the central point alongside a deck like a card like Lightning Greaves to kind of chain those together. In the meantime, you'll be discarding plenty of instants to filter through those draws, find your combo pieces, and hopefully to make the average turn a little bit better.
Of course, on the other side, an equally familiar deck, the bad woman of the previous format, Cindra Drakai of Retribution, taking down the World Championships in Philadelphia from Michael Yasher. Also knocking on the death's door of Living Legend is Cindra, although she's a bit further away, but trying to add some points today is Angelo in this game.
Lightning or daggers, which one will it be? Make our way down to the feature match area. Both players setting up their equipment here. I feel like I've said this numerous times as we've joined Michael Feng's games in action. Old knocker, no big surprise, but I do want to talk about Cap of Quick Thinking, typically reserved for those Arakni Marionette games where you really want to not get marked on the first turn of the game. Happens to have some pretty potent splash damage against exactly Kunai of Retribution.
Yeah, it's actually one of the reasons that Oscilio started to pop up. Is originally Oscilio had a tough time into Cindra, and Cindra was such a dominant force in those metas at the end of last year, but Oscilio started to play this Cap of Quick Thinking, and you just basically on one turn you prevent a lot of things with that Cap, and you're able to just delay some of the early damage and one of those Mask of Momentum draws, and Cap can just buy you some of the time you need to get, you know, a 3-turn 40 damage kind of combo kill as Oscilio against Cindra, which is what you're looking for.
No big surprises here for Angelo, who is looking at Arcane Barrier 0, but does have access to Spell Void 1, thanks to that Claw of Inserakai, which will be flicked around, coming back, jumping into hand of Cindra as required. For now, it will be Fire Tenant Strike first, is the first play of the game for our Cindra aficionado here. 3 go again is a phrase you're going to hear plenty in this matchup. It is the bread and butter of the Draconic Ninja.
Of course, Angelo deciding to go first and still presenting damage. The reason here being that Oscilio has so many of those hands that don't really block very well, and we're already looking at one from Michael. There's a Sigil at the back end of his hands. That's a 0 block, of course. blast and I think a second blast there. Those are both 2 blocks. So not a lot of block available. And Angelo just saying, well, since you don't block very well, I can just throw my hand on turn 0, which is not the most common approach to turn 0. But given I have this massive momentum, so first of all, I can just deal damage because you don't block well. But second of all, given that I have this massive momentum, I might get that free draw, and then I'm able to deal 5 cards or deal 4 cards worth of damage and arsenal 1 still, even though it is turn 0.
So new activation will discard that sigil away, finds Comet Storm Shock as a replacement. Much better at blocking. Does mean we are giving up the free value of that sigil in exchange, but more than happy to make that trade-off to make sure we're not bleeding too much in the face of Cindra here. Comet Storm immediately playing defense.
Yeah, that's the upgrade I think Michael was looking for, is any sort of 3 block. Of course, it's not the best, or it's not the happiest to give away Sigil of Conductivity, given that it's basically free Volzar for the rest of the game, but in this spot he definitely wants to do so.
On the other side of things, we're looking at Burning Blade Dance, Embrace the Firebrand, and the Dragon Fire, I believe, at the back of the hand there as well. No Draconic stapled onto that one yet, but cards like Embrace the Firebrand can do that later on if we want to work for it.
You would need to work in some kind of kunai on this turn. Not a huge amount of Draconic damage coming in this hand, of course. The Burning Blade Dance also needs a Draconic Chain Link to come before it. So the effect from this Fire Tenant First Strike will apply to a Draconic attack, but it's not a Draconic attack itself, meaning all of those effects that need to have 2 Draconic Chain Links in order to have Go Again won't be active on this turn unless he pitches for a kunai.
We will see Flick Knives activated here to chuck Claw of Inserakai in Michael Feng's general direction. Point of damage will bleed on through as Angelo considers how to navigate the turn best. I want to be clear. Blood Splattered Vest here seems to be activated as well. Michael Feng very locked in to try and convert on this calling. He was at a Hot Wheels show last night just across from the venue. Everyone else was enjoying the monster trucks and the action. Michael Feng had his earbuds in, sunglasses on, and was watching back his stream games despite the monster trucks in front of him, which that's dedication.
You don't get to be 7-0 at a calling very often. You have to make it count. And if that means sacrificing a little bit of watching some monster Hot Wheel trucks, then I think Michael Feng was okay with that decision.
I respect it. I think it definitely shows the kind of character you can expect from a Pro Tour champion. For now, it is Kunai of Retribution, funded by that Blood Splattered Vest, met by Blast to Oblivion. Will enable a Draconic Chain Link for our Burning Blade Dance, which is now 3 Go Again. Threatens to flick a dagger across if it does manage to connect. There is, of course, 1 of those left, given that we haven't currently rebought. Does mean there is 2 Draconic Chain Links so far.
Angelo had to flick on that first link just to get the resource for the kunai in order to turn on the Go Again on the rest of his attacks. That means this 2 block on the kunai that cleanly covered it sort of makes Mask Momentum quite hard to enable on this turn. Of course, if he happens to get this, the next attack, and then Art of Dragon Fire with a second Blood Splatter Vest resource, he'll be able to end the turn with 3 attacks and maybe threatening a mask, but that's face up, and then Michael can find a way to block the 3rd link. So Angelo having to sequence a little bit awkwardly, I would say. Maybe not the most awkwardly, but just not the slam dunk you could get on turn 0 against an Oscilio.
Yeah, I would argue this is still pretty good, but not ideal, it's fair to say.
Yeah.
I think one way or the other. We do know, of course, there is that Embrace the Firebrand still down the pipeline. The hand for Michael is going to be forced on defense here. Blast to Oblivion, Flittering Charge, forced to cover up this Blade Dance. Does mean that anything that follows will connect directly, well, with his face.
But it does also say that you're not going to get masked no matter what, because this attack won't hit, save for maybe double Ancestral Empowerment or something like that. And then we have 2 attacks left. So if he's saying to Angelo, I think you want an Arsenal, then I'm only getting hit 1 more time, and I'm happy with that. Otherwise, I'm happy to take 8, but then you don't have an Arsenal, and now I'm going second, and I have the tempo.
Flame the Firebrand here does have that Go Again mode activated, but is just ever so shy of anything else. So it's just 2 Go Again, which is good enough, leaking some amount of damage on turn 0, great. Perhaps more importantly here, 3rd Draconic Chain Link, which does mean that Claw of Inserakai can come back at the very least, even if the kunai is still kind of stuck midway on the combat chain.
Michael rewarded for blocking the Burning Blade Dance, realizing that one of the ways he gets punished is an additional resource being created off of the flick hit from Burning Blade Dance, because had that happened, this Art of Dragon Fire could have been played with a resource, from the Flick and the Blood Spatter Vest, but of course it would have been Draconic thanks to the Inflame the Firebrand. So that would have been another 7 damage that Michael avoided by blocking out that 3rd chain link with the Burning Blade Dance. A little bit of a heads up, not certain he was playing around that, but that is one of the highest punish scenarios that he was able to avoid.
Fresh hand coming for Oscilio, Constellar Intelligence. We're looking at Sigil of Lightning, Sigil of Solace, Flittering Charge, and Etchings of Arcana as the first volley here for the Wizard.
Very powerful turn for Michael here.
On the other side of things, Angelo. Tag the target in the hand there. Ignite, Blaze Headlong, and Ronin Renegade. Various spicy head jabs available to Cindra.
All of them 2 blocks, though. So Michael, forcing Angelo to do that Arsenal, of course, maybe is a hint that that Arsenal is a 1 cost indeed, because Michael was, so to speak, pants down, so that damage would have just been true damage to the face. Sometimes you would still Arsenal a starter if you want to just guarantee consistency on your following turn, try to get Mask on your following turn as well. But Michael may be now a little bit comfortable that he was able to stare down that 4-card starting hand and only take 3 damage. That is one of the downsides of this matchup, is you can take quite a lot on turn 0.
Oscilio activation would like to turn Sigil of Solace into something else. It is Blast to Oblivion, found off the top here for Michael. Not quite as easy to sequence into this turn in general, but worth damage and potentially very impactful later on. If we find a way to leak Sigils into play, find a good way to bounce something around.
Yeah, he traded sort of true value in that Sigil, getting 3 more life back, for a potent Arsenal is what it seems like. Blast sort of setting up towards that huge combo turn that he's hoping to get in the next couple of turns. So Flittering here, we can get Go again if you've played an instant this chain link, which he will do in just a second. Doing sort of it's weird to call it this, but a mid-range turn with this 1 attack, 1 Sigil into Etchings of Arcana.
Good, clean flesh and blood, if you will. Sigil of Lightning jumping on in to charge Volzar just a bit. Does mean it is now free to activate as well. So Etchings of Arcana coming in for 5 is in fact active and online thanks to spinning away that Sigil of Conductivity on the first turn of the game. Means some incidental value being represented here as well. Unsurprisingly, no Arcane Barrier for Angelo, but we will see that Claw of Vincerikai cashed in to bring this 5 down to 4.
Important for Michael to hit that 2 on Volzar on turns like this so that he can get around the Vincerikai stopping a surge effect like this surge effect on Etchings of Arcana or on Mind Warp. Here he's able to set up that conductivity with that lightning, and that's a good combo to have with that Blast to Oblivion going into his arsenal.
Back over to Angelo here. 4 cards to work with in hand. That Art of the Dragon Fire in the arsenal, ready and waiting for a way to become Draconic. Ignite looking pretty reasonable in general, but it will be Tag the Target to start things off here. If you're unfamiliar with this draft all-star, 3 Go again. On hit mark does give us an avenue to creating a fealty token at some point, but definitely Temu brand with Cinderclaw.
Yeah, I think that the card sometimes made its way into decks even before Brand was gone, but definitely in decks. Sorry, definitely, as in now it is in decks for the reason of being Brand with Cinderclaw, as you said.
By
and
now.
It has the ability to sequence itself actually very well this turn if he's able to get some damage through. He has enough chain links to get that mark and then get that fealty creation, and then he does have that payoff card in his arsenal, of course, in that Art of Dragon Fire. Right now, not a lot to pay for without Ignite, so it might be that gets discounted if he's able to create a fealty this turn.
Michael again with the aggressive Oscilio activations turns Null Shock into a fresh card. Hand here, Channel Lightning Valley, Consign to Cosmos, 2 unknowns. Lurking in the middle. Some decisions to be had either way. Looks like Blink and Sigil of Aether, so this hand blocks poorly.
This hand
very
would
poorly.
Really love a Gun and a Flash.
Which hand doesn't?
That's true. It's a 3-block hand from Michael, so looks like the mark and fealty creation will go through, but maybe Michael deciding if I can stop the mark, specifically this 1 link, then I'll just take vanilla damage the rest of the way, turn off that fealty.
Of course, Mask of Momentum, a difficult part of that equation. If you would like to deny that at some point this turn, you are kind of staring at a difficult spot, and this is exactly where Cap of Quick Thinking can come on in for some value. So we will see that headpiece being activated here. Sigil of Aether cashed in for a new card being drawn, looking for either a God in a Flash or perhaps a little bit more defensive value. Does find a second copy of Channel Lightning Valley, which is, let me check, neither of those things.
So if you're unfamiliar with Cap of Quick Thinking, once you've destroyed it for the rest of this turn, if you would ever be dealt damage, instead you can discard an instant to prevent one of that damage and draw a card. And Scott told you exactly the 2 reasons you want to do this. Every time you trade an instant for an instant, that's fine because you can stitch it away again the next time. If you find a 3-block, then you can use that just to keep your life total a little bit higher and delay the game until you find your combo piece. Or, of course, digging can find you the combo piece in that Gun and a Flash, and that is one of the ways you can get through your deck as fast as possible against Cindra.
This is one that I'm watching heading into Omens of the Third Age. I think a lot of people kind of forgot this is just a lightning equipment in the headpiece slot. I need one for Marionette anyway. I ain't getting flicked. Stay away from me.
Yeah, I think in the general case, outside of these Gun and a Flash combo decks, of course we don't know how those Omens decks are going to work so far, but probably denying things like Flick is going to be the most powerful use of these to turn off that Graphene Chalisaur creation for one more turn against a Marionette.
Spinning the wheel again results in Lightning Press. So the hand has gone from blocking 3 to 3.
Yep. Ditch the blink with that, which I think is fair. He didn't really need that action point this turn, given that he's going to have an embodiment being created by the Sigil of Lightning. I would guess the Lightning Press is the next one to go.
Blazing headlong down the highway for go again alongside these head jabs. And now this one is threatening to do some nasty things. So we are on chain link number 3. And we've successfully dealt damage all the way down so far. So a Mask of Momentum up and online and very scary. We're going to see these Channel Lightning Valleys fired here. And I love this from Michael. Consigned to Cosmos Shock will rip on through. If Cap of Quick Thinking won't do it, hopefully I can draw some better cards this way.
Yeah. Looking for some defense here. Of course, this is trading 3 cards for 2 cards defensively, but it is also buying yourself 4 damage. And so, in a way, it is an equivalent card trade. You're trading one of these cards for 4, and then those channels will carry through to the next turn. Draw twice here.
2 fresh cards coming. Hopefully a little more impactful than the ones before them. Blast to Oblivion, Comet Storm Shock. That is a much better blocking hand. Blast to Oblivion, not exactly a card you want to be deploying on defense given the choice.
Now he's in a bit of a funny spot. In that he also wants to hold instants for his turn. Because he has the Blast in hand and he has the Blast in arsenal. And he has those channels and he's going to get the Sigil of Lightning go again. And that'll bounce the Conductivity, which will give him another go again. And you're reaching the point where you kind of want to be precious with this hand and turn on a big Blast turn, bouncing those embodiments of lightning, continuing to get go again, drawing 2 cards with the channel. There's a lot available to Michael here that might mean maybe now I'm just saying gimme with the rest of the damage. It's a lot of damage coming to his face, though.
It's a hard decision. Definitely one of the more important ones to make in this matchup. You can't just deny Cindra forever. You aren't capable of blocking her out indefinitely. So you're going to have to pick a lane eventually as to when to go, all right, this is fine. We can trade some damage. And that might be now, as you alluded to. This hand has some potential if Michael wants to keep it all together. But staring down Blaze headlong with 2 cards remaining and another one potentially coming off the top of the deck is a terrifying place to be.
Remember that those Channel Lightning Valleys came out of his hand this turn and will carry forward to the next turn. So Michael, even though he's in the situation of looking at a 4-card hand, given he looks like he's down 1 card functionally, this is still like a send it turn. You don't necessarily need to think of this as, oh, well, it's already not a 5-card hand because, and therefore I shouldn't go off with it. This is a 6-card hand as it stands.
There is some decision-making to be done here. Even if you want to, quote-unquote, keep this hand, you can continue to Cap of Quick Thinking while it's available. So turning Lightning Press into something else still might be appealing, even if you intend on letting the rest of Blaze Headlong do its damage. But again, we've alluded to this a few times, but the decision trees available here for both Michael and Oscilio in these spots are literally game-winning and game-losing choices, and they look so menial.
Yeah.
Such small decisions, and yet picking the wrong one is going to leave you in an early grave.
And for the audience, the reason we're focusing on Oscilio as the driver of this game, even though this is Angelo's turn, is that the Cindra game plan here is a little bit linear. You know, you're dealing damage, and given that you know your opponent is unlikely to deal a huge amount of damage, then your Mask of Momentum is usually on. There's some sequencing decisions for Angelo, but Angelo is basically asking the question to Michael, and Michael has to work very hard to find his answer.
The answer is Cap of Quick Thinking. Lightning Press turned into another card here. Will be Sigil of Solace found instead. 3 damage coming across from Blaze Headlong. Mask of Momentum will do its damage. Bonus card coming. It's another copy of Tag the Target for Angelo. At the very worst, it's 3 bonus damage. At the very best, it might very well enable another Mask draw somewhere down the line after this Art of the Dragon Fire gets to work this turn.
Only 2 Draconic Chain Links right now, so would need a 3rd in order to buy back daggers. Benefit of buying back daggers is you can then flick a dagger to generate a resource to try to pay for that Art of Dragon Fire. Downside of that, Cap of Quick Thinking can deny the resource if Michael's aware that that's what Angelo is going for.
Well, there is that copy of Ignite, and if you can sequence your triggers correctly and not accidentally reduce the cost of your fealty with Ignite, which I have never done.
Never.
You can, in fact, turn your Art of the Dragon Fire Draconic and then make it cost significantly less thanks to that powerful little Majestic, and that's kind of what Angelo's debating now. Sequencing suddenly becomes more difficult when you wouldn't mind flicking for the resource, you wouldn't mind playing the 3rd Draconic Chain Link, but Cap of Quick Thinking kind of muddles the math. But it's also kind of evident here that Michael doesn't want to give you more cards. It's been trying to sculpt towards something, try and make the most of these Channel Lightning Valleys. Let your Mask of Momentum hit. And so how much damage do you think he's really going to stop?
This turn was so long that I had forgotten the Ignite was in hand. A controversial opinion maybe, but these like fast deck games where both players are taking their time and really thinking through these decisions and being careful are one of my favorite types of games. We're 20 or 18 minutes in, and it's not just like Oscilio is taking a lot of time. Of course, Michael having to think a lot, taking more time, I'd say, but Angelo also being very careful with the decisions like, am I playing this Tag the Target here? Am I going to throw that into Arsenal? Do I want to pitch that for something?
That's the joy of these matchups, though. They are less turns, but arguably more decisions in some cases. They're very decision-dense turns. We see 20 minutes of the clock expended as these players have navigated this because they know they have the luxury of having the time to think. We're going to see Ignite doing its thing. Cindra will activate, and the fealty token will be broken, so as to not do the thing we alluded to moments ago. Michael did indeed cash in Cap of Quick Thinking, turns Sigil of Solace into a fresh card, found Seduce Secrets, which is worse.
Definitely continuing to search with the Cap of Quick Thinking off the Seduce. And I think this tells that Michael is really going for the combo piece, going for something like a Gone in a Flash, because he's given away a Lightning Press and he's given away a Sigil of Solace. Those are 3 value cards just for 1 value off the cap. He's just continuing to search his deck to make the hand as good as possible.
Ending the chain with some super hot fire as Art of the Dragon takes care of business. 2 extra damage, 5 physical. Leaves Michael with another question to think about.
So to be clear, Michael has prevented 1 damage on every chain link, meaning he has basically that all you gotted. No, that's not. This round's on me this turn.
That is a different card.
Yeah. And still, he's down to 23 already through this onslaught. So Angelo having a very comfortable draw and making sure that he was sequencing everything carefully to be able to fire off this Art of Dragon Fire at the end of the turn, starting with this innocuous Tag the Targets that it looked like that was just a starter, but being able to create that fealty down the line as well.
I just need to double check with Cap of Quick Thinking. I'm not entirely sure if you can Cap of Quick Thinking the damage from
definitely can.
Oh, the Dragon twice. You can. Okay, so you can cap the 2 damage and cap the physical. And so Michael has just another decision to make as to, do I want to spin the wheel once? Do I want to spin the wheel twice?
So it's instances of damage that are getting prevented. And Art of Dragon Fire is the source, and that source is opponent controlled. So both instances of damage are coming from the source of Art of Dragon Fire, and with that wording, Cap of Quick Thinking is able to protect against both of them. Of course, debating whether he wants to do that or is the hand good enough already.
That artwork is me right now, with you informing me of that information.
Yes.
I have learned things today.
One thing to note is that Michael still has access to the cap. Of course, there's 2 blasts in hand? He's just blast full, but that Comet Storm Shock does count as an instant when it's still in hand. It is both an instant and an action card, so it can be thrown away to Cap of Quick Thinking.
2 damage being taken here from the effect of Art of the Dragon Fire, and then we will see what the situation is on the physical. Seems like it's being taken as well. Michael deems the hand is good enough. I think Michael's graveyard might be 20 cards on turn 1. That was some impressive cap usage.
There's one thing that concerns me a little bit about this turn, and that's the Comet Storm. If this first blast, this is why I didn't love giving away the Lightning Press, except for the fact that he wanted to continue digging, so it was the right decision. But the Lightning Press was a good way to make sure that these channels will trigger on the first link. Leading with this blast with Go again here, of course, he's got these further blasts, but he kind of wants to be able to do the bounce on this blast to create another embodiment and also get the draw to continue to expand his hand here. And if Angelo just throws a defensive card in front of this, then he's not going to be able to do that.
I wonder if one of those Blast to Oblivion... No, they are both red. I was hopeful maybe one of them was yellow and you could maybe get a little tricksy, play the shock in a pinch to kind of tie it all together, but it would require both blasts to do that, which sucks.
That's quite frank.
No point sugarcoating it.
Yeah.
It's not a good way to go.
I would have liked to see one more wheel turn with that cap and throw away the Comet Storm on the 2 instance from the Art of Dragon Fire, see what you get next.
For now, it is 3 Go again, alongside that embodiment of Lightning on the other side of the table.
I mean, these channels are face up, right? We know the existence of these channels, and so... okay, wait, hold on. There's a line. Pitch both blasts to the Comet Storm Shock. That shock is going to deal some damage because of the amp from Volzar being applied to the shock, and so you can get above that Spell Void 1. You get the draw from both channels. You continue to have a turn because you get 2 cards back. More importantly, you've got 2 lightning cards in your pitch zone. Suddenly, those channels are sticking around. So you're not necessarily continuing to blast this turn, but that doesn't matter. You're bouncing the Sigil of Conductivity. You're getting an embodiment of lightning. You still have 2 cards to play with. You've dealt 3 physical and 3 arcane. The physical probably getting blocked. And you keep double channel, which means if you draw a shock next turn, you turn that 1 shock into 2 cards. If you draw a shock, if you deal damage on your turn, his action phase next turn, he's presenting Angelo with a big question and a very big hand.
Well, luckily for Michael, might not have to explore that avenue, as these Lightning Valleys will be drawing cards from the physical damage connecting. Electromagnetic Somersault found, which is quite good. Gone in a flash. The second card to come off the top. And as that 5-card hand is fanned out, Michael Feng is reassessing. And I really like your line, frankly. I think, as much as I joked about the line sucking, it goes to show there is way more to Flesh and Blood than something just like math. As much as it feels unelegant to spend that many cards to do 3 damage ultimately in the way. There is always a time and a place for these lines that give you value somewhere down the line. And it would have, I think that's what Michael intended to do under the assumption that this Blast to Oblivion was getting blocked at some point. But Angelo very happy with the grip and says, actually, I think I probably can't stop this. I don't know that your hand is so awkward afterwards. It could be any number of instances and more attacks. You're going to draw these cards. I'm just going to let you do it now.
That's precisely it. There's signals going both ways. So Michael signaling by holding onto that hand and not using those last couple cap of quick thinking triggers that he wanted to hold this hand, which maybe then makes Angelo think, well, he probably is going to lightning press me again, or he's going to 0-cost shock me or something, and he'll be able to deal the damage through this turn anyway. So those channels are going to come through, and I can just take this damage because 3 block he could have afforded. He has 1 block on boots, and of course every card in his hand either blocks for 2 or 3. So he definitely would have been able to get around it, and he just said, you know, just like you said last turn, I'll foot the bill, ship it. He's doing the same. Angelo is doing the same to Michael in response. Now Michael has this real open question of, okay, how do I actually make these cards work? Now it's quite action heavy.
So we see here Lightning Greaves being broken here to tie this together. Electromagnetic Somersault fired in response. So Michael wants to keep this turn spinning. Besides, Lightning Greaves is the way to do it alongside that Gone in a Flash Sigil of Conductivity. Jumping back, thinking about the Aether Bindings of the Third Age for some additional juice in the process. And Michael's head hits his hands. It feels somewhat comfortable here, but you've got to remember, Michael is 9 life behind at this point, and Cindra evidently wants to keep the grip. This is the turn. You have to make the most of this right now, because if you fluff it, the game probably ends.
16 is definitely a number that Cindra can do. Even if she doesn't kill immediately in one turn, then she'll get Michael low enough that Michael will just die to flicks and have to start blocking. Michael a little bit sad to not have blocked with the Lightning Greaves and the Aether Bindings of the Third Age before doing this, but of course, Michael didn't have knowledge of what this hand would be when he decided to not block with them. One thing to say is that this hand looks like a weird Greaves turn in that you have all these actions and not actually a lot of instants, but thanks to it being specifically like Somersault and all these attack action cards, is you can actually use the excess action points from Greaves to play out some of these actions and then end with the Comet Storm Shock. We do have that Yellow Blast being bounced to hand, so that's probably going to be the one that pays for the Comet Storm. We have that Sigil, which counts as an instant to bounce the Gone, or to bounce something with these Blast to Oblivions, and of course, the action point generation throughout the chain.
Jumping all around is the name of the game. It's Gone in a Flash. Joins us on the combat chain, and we will see those Dragon Scaler Flight Path reach for here. Blunts a point of damage. 3 more comes through. Angelo falling down to 22. Sigil of Conductivity. Charging Volzard is a little more, boinking back. The Gone in a Flash. Extra action point will be made as the Blast to Oblivion is the next part of the equation. 1 action point left, 5 lightning cards played, and
wow,
just still 4 cards in hand here for Michael Feng, which makes me feel uneasy.
So he could, the only instant in hand I believe is that Comet Storm Shock. He could choose to pitch one of the yellows for the Shock side, cash in this Volzar a bit earlier on the turn, just for 5. Of course, he'll be continuing to play more lightning cards, but what that gets you is it buys you back one of those channels or that Sigil, and then you're able to continue to Gone in a Flash this turn with like weaving those blasts in between where you play the channel, bounce another one.
So we will see that Yellow Blast to Oblivion being pitched away here to fire the Shock from Michael Feng. No doubt looking to pick up that Sigil and keep the turn going.
I think there's this thing with Oscilio where the first level up is recognizing the normal version of the combo turn and maximizing that, making sure you don't miss any points of value on a Gone and 3 instants, or playing towards making sure you sculpt that kind of hand. I think the top level of Oscilio players are able to find these what you might call funky combo turns, where you can't immediately look at a hand of actions and think that's a combo turn. You have to actually make sure that you have the exact correct number of instants, and you're not going to run one short with all of these blast bounces or anything like that. The funky combo turns, I think, are what separate Oscilio, top end Oscilios from the normies like us, like me.
Don't you dare throw me in with that. Michael here debating the Sigil, which makes a lot of sense to me. Again, there's just options here too. You can pick up the Sigil, replay it before you Volzar, get another lightning card into the equation for an extra point of damage. Maybe you want the Sigil for another blast somewhere down the line in the turn for another action point to do a thing to maybe make 4 and 8 add up to 28. It's really difficult to understand the permutations here. It will be a Volzar activation before the Sigil leaves, but we're not interested in playing the Sigil again. So Volzar charging for 6 means this Shock is dealing 7.
Now still left with a Blast, a Gone in a Flash, and that Sigil in hand, and of course those extra action points that have been created from the Greaves, but also an additional one that's going to be coming in from this embodiment means it's going to be quite easy to clear out this hand. His Blast, Sigil, that's going to bounce a channel, which lets him play that Gone in a Flash twice as well.
Pretty impressive stuff from the Lightning Wizard from Rosetta. Has been a short, punchy game, but very decision-dense for both of our players. Angelo here debating whether or not the Claw of Inserakai is being cashed in to suck up a point of arcane damage.
Michael a little bit
here.
head in hands. I think the reason is he might have excess action points. And he feels like maybe picking up the channel would have been better. Or does he think that he shouldn't have gone for the Comet Storm line this early?
Sher is so hard.
Difficult spot all around. I think my best guess is probably the Sigil of Conductivity. We kind of said it a few minutes ago. Like, there's an extra point of damage to be had there if you want to run it out before you Volzar. And I get the feeling Michael may have preferred to just guarantee that damage here. it's tough. Again, there's so many permutations to that turn. I can't be entirely sure.
Maybe there would have been a sequencing with bouncing later.
Yeah,
bouncing the channel now, and then you bounce the conductivity as the second bounce, and maybe you can hold on to an embodiment. No, because of course, Gone in a Flash is probably the last play.
I think I like this line. Like, I think from what we've seen, this is probably what I would have taken myself. I think holding the sigil is the better way to navigate this turn, but the fact that we have to ask that question again just doubles down on how difficult this deck can be to navigate on occasion. It's time to count the shocks, is the name from Angelo.
Can I afford to go to 3?
It's the
two, really.
The sideways head gesture on every single copy, just
Yeah.
as we're slowly counting how many remain, and yeah, definitely a real question. No blocks declared. Gone in a Flash will connect, brings Angelo down to 7. The sigil comes in. The Gone in a Flash jumps back. Action points generated as a result. It will be Blast to Oblivion, eating the embodiment of Lightning token, and we can see that there will indeed be a spare action point at the end of all of this. So maybe there was a better way to sequence this when all is said and done.
I think most of the things we're debating. No, again,
I know.
this is us, not him. But most of the things we're debating, in my head, I'm mathing them out, and they feel like they're all within 1 or 2 points of each other. Of course, that is 1 or 2 points that you definitely want to maximize. This is a game of inches in flesh and blood, but
I messed up. I lost like a few points of arcane damage.
Yeah,
you said it from Michael. I lost a few points of arcane damage there. I could have sequenced this better, so the Comet Storm came later in the combat chain. I'd played more blasts. I'd played more Gotten in the Flashes.
So a little bit more arcane, but it is what it is. I need to get better at the game, but this was a compliment.
I need to get better at the get. Michael, stop.
I think he's also indicating, right after he said I need to get better at the game, which we all disagree with, of course, about him. Well, actually, no. Let's say, first of all, everyone can always get better at the game. So even a Pro Tour champion, even a guy like Michael Feng can continue to get better at the game, and this turn is showing that off. I think what he's saying is this was like a hard combo turn. This is a confusing combo turn that he maybe hasn't encountered this specific combination of cards before, and he played it to the best of his ability. There were probably lines that we're seeing now, given the excess of action points, where this remaining blast could have been played earlier in the turn that would have led to one more aura bounce earlier, which leads to the ability to amp. Probably 2 more before the Comet Storm has to be the one that gets committed.
Just look at that, though. I have so much admiration for the fact that as this turn played out, you saw Michael kind of look to the sky. The eyes are flickering back and forth, sideways, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not even like after the game that we're reevaluating how that went. While the information is fresh, it's like, okay, hang on. So wait, what was better for me to do here while my opponent contemplates their immediate death? I have time to think things through while my opponent decides not to die. So the brain processing power is impressive. No wonder he was so tired at the end of yesterday.
He doesn't need to be at the Hot Wheels show to be able to be rewinding his turns and thinking about how he could optimize. That's just the ideal environment, of course. Of course, let's just call out. We're talking about how Michael feels like he could have improved that turn. Michael also got his opponent to 2, and Angelo had to give up a card, meaning Angelo is probably not necessarily threatening 16. So even though Michael doesn't have access to the shock on this turn, he can find a way to win either on his action phase or blocking down and drawing up a shock soon.
Yeah, I think part of that equation as well, the Aether Bindings just kind of sitting there. Having not blocked is definitely, you want to hang on to it, try and blunt the Mask of Momentum, something similar, but I think there's a good chance that Aether Bindings gave you the extra 2 points of arcane damage last turn between that Sigil of Conductivity to just do the job and force the issue. Of course, lightning being popped there as well makes a big deal, so I think it's always good to reevaluate these things.
Points of damage.
Yeah, I think so. I think a decent bit that would have done the job, and I think that's why Michael reassessed at the end there. And when actually, no, I think I was supposed to break this somewhere in the middle, and then when I don't commit to it on the first one, maybe it's now incorrect, and I should hold on to the 1 point of block first, which is, again, such an interesting dilemma. Fire Tenant Strike first, met by an Oscilio activation, finds a Lightning Press. After Electrostatic Discharge is discarded, turning 1+3 into another. 3 damage comes through, brings Michael Feng to 13, a fealty token. Being cashed in immediately afterwards to make the most of this Fire Tenant as Angelo looks to find a way back into this game. Will be pain in the backside of the Draconic variety here. 4 go again with the extra damage. Just trying to flick a dagger in the process if it connects.
Michael probably doing the math. Can I live through this all if I just let this mask come what's the maximum punish that's happening here. He has a potent turn. Of course, I think that's a spell, which spell represents game winning. But the problem with the spell is that holding on to that, he also has all these instants, and those instants don't block. So if he wants to just try to win with the arcane damage, then he would be wanting to block and try to stay alive with those other cards, but they're not really lending themselves to that. Of course, it is smartest to block on Chain Link 3 here against a 3-card hand, because blocking early just meets a flick, and then Mask is still alive, but blocking Chain Link 3 means Mask is always offline.
Blood Splattered Vest funds this kunai swing, which is met by that Aether Bindings to keep that in check. Flick Knives will mean the Mask chain remains. Michael falling down to 7 here. We do see the hand contains a Sigil of Solace, which does give you some amount of get-out-of-jail-free equity, but not specifically in the face of Mask of Momentum. Depends on exactly what that last chain link is going to be. Denying that Blood Splattered Vest for the 3rd time might be surprisingly important.
There was a flick here, so he can still choose to Blood Splattered Vest, of course.
Yeah.
He says, yeah, why not?
I would like to strip. Makes sense. Goodbye, Blood Splattered Vest. Resource gained as a result, as it cashes in its last activation. Blazing headlong down the highway as the follow-up. 4 points of go-again damage. No Cindra activation yet. Means we can grab back that claw and stab Michael with it. 5 is not 7 here, somewhat unfortunately.
No blocks. Yeah.
No blocks declared. 4 damage coming through brings Feng down to 3. Mask will draw. What do we find? Cut through is the follow-up. That is a pretty good one.
4 is exactly the number Michael didn't want there, of course, because a 3 would have been blockable. Would have given up the arcane, but he still would have been blockable. But could have given both of those blocking cards to get around this blaze, shut down the turn, but choosing not to do that because he wanted to hold on to a hand that does something and not just rely on the Oscilio fish on his own action phase.
Cindra activation here. We'll grab back the Claw of Inserakai. I expect us to see this cut through coming along for the ride, but Angelo debating it, it would seem. Will be cut through for 4, go again, thanks to that Mask of Momentum draw. Now poses a real question.
So
Will discard Sigil of Solace.
No, played it.
He did say discard.
Yeah, okay.
So I won't take the fault on that one.
That's
the wording
fair,
was discard Sigil of Solace, and my heart hit my mouth.
That was me having my own panic of, did he just discard that? No, he played that. And then
it takes some gusto to be, I'm on 1, Oscilio activation.
Yeah.
Discard my Sigil of Solace. But in this case, Sigil good enough means Michael fades the turn on 1 health, and the hand is Flittering Charge, Lightning Press, Etchings of Arcana, which should, in theory, be good enough.
That is a very potent turn as it is. So just managing to live on 1 is exactly what Michael needed. That 16 damage was heartily threatened by that 3-card hand from Angelo. So well piloted to find all of the lines with sequencing wherever the daggers go. Of course, using a maximum amount of Blood Splattered Vest activations, thanks to knowing this is his last turn and he has to kill here.
Was there a Dragon Scalar Flight Path line that turn? I
think he would be 1 resource short. There was the kunai, but that 1 resource still went towards the claw, so he would have needed 2 resources to both
Lightning
kunai
Press.
and claw.
Good enough. No need to rely on Etchings of Arcana as the zap comes on through for Michael Feng, who is now our final undefeated player here in Rotterdam and intends to make a charge at yet another calling title.
Yeah, that was a very good showing of what this matchup can come down to. It is winnable on both sides. Of course, I think traditionally favored for Cindra, maybe now a little bit harder given that you don't have some of those consistency pieces like Brand and that these Oscilio lists have gotten so refined and these Oscilio players have gotten so good. But definitely a showing that both of those heroes can win that game, and Michael able to take it down just by a hair with some very good sequencing on that very funky combo turn. I think identifying that even if it wasn't the best combo turn, he had to find a way to make it work, and it made it work very well. Like it worked out very sublimely for him. Of course, he thinks he lost a couple points of value that could have won in the game a turn or two earlier, but he'll have to go back at Hot Wheels tonight and watch the tape and find out.
Yeah, I think the sequencing very impressive there. Cap of quick thinking looked just astounding. Like between the amount of damage prevented, but also just the filtering. Like if we're in a world where that cap doesn't do its thing, you never find Gone in a Flash.
Yeah,
that game ends far before you find that card, and it's an entirely different ballpark. So a huge piece of tech. I want to say tech, but it's a known piece of tech in the matchup for Michael there. Very, very impressive stuff. If you want to get your hands dirty at a Fab event near you sometime soon, it is Skirmish Season you want to be checking out this time around. Season 14 started yesterday, so hopefully some of you have already secured your goodies, but we'll run all the way through until May 10th.
Lots of goodies on display available, as you just hinted. There are winners prizes in that cold foil Bolton Marvel and that Flurry playmat. Also a spot prize, Bolton, going to be raffled off at every skirmish. But of course, if you don't manage to make it out to the final table and win the whole day, you can get those top 4 and top 2 promos in the Cut and Carve and Swordmaster Shine extended art to beef up your warrior deck in 2026, the year of the warrior. And of course, Gem Pack 4 for participation and an entry into a spot prize raffle Swordmaster Shine playmat.
Yeah, pretty incredible stuff. I'm very excited about that Bolton myself. I think the deck has some legs after we released that new Silver Age Chapter 3 deck in that format too. Plenty of goodies from the holodeck there. Raiden becoming a rare. It seems like a card that is well worth owning. Now, Gabe, if you had the choice of what we were going to see next round, what would you be interested in seeing?
I want to see one of these on the...
Maxx the Hype Nitro coming next. Stay tuned. I have just been informed who is standing in the way of our hero this weekend, and I have never wanted to see a copy of Arg Smash less in my life. Rhinar Reckless Rampage will be the hurdle for Maxx the Hype Nitro, and I'm sure my favorite analyst has insight on that matchup.
Yep. Arg Smash kills Nitro Mechanoid, but Arg Smash probably not in deck.
Good insight. I'm hopeful you're correct, because I will be very sad if that's how that story happens to end. But there is only one way for us to find out. I'm very excited to see this game. It's not a matchup that we've seen very much, so I'm sure there's going to be tons of permutations for us to enjoy one way or the other. Shall we see how everyone's shaping up so far after a first round of competition? Let's check out the standings so far for the event. It was just the one undefeated player remaining, Michael Feng, putting on a clinic right now with that Oscilio list, but plenty of admirable heroes to cheer for a little bit further down. Jack Pauley did take the loss to 4-6-2, but we will be watching this game to hopefully see that top 8 dream remain alive. Similar story for Liam Holden, taking a loss to Gravy Bones there at the start of the day. In a 7-1 bracket, Sammy Weck, still leading the charge, was the dream killer for Jack Pauley. Turns out Oscilio, bit of a problem for Maxx all around, but some Rhinar, Evan Tanguy there on Gravy once more. Thomas Preyer showing up on Dash.io. Jeremy Miller now in third place with that very traditional style Ira deck.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one to keep an eye on in the rest of this day as that shapes up. Of course, Filippo, we have called out throughout the weekend as one of the players who helped put Victor on the map in this meta with his showing at Toulouse just a month ago. Down in 11th, we still have a Phi, so there are Cindra and Phi in this 7-1 bracket, still showing up for the Draconic Ninja there.
James Wong there in 15th on Vincent. Still holding firm, has a chance to make it through to the top 8 still. Julien on Jarl in 23rd, standing out for me. Danny Otto on Arakni Huntsman. Christopher Bizau also still live on the same deck. Thomas Minsel on Katsu, fan favorite as well. Everyone loves to see the OG Ninja finding some success. Hopefully that can continue for our player there. Plenty of Assassin on this slide all around. What else stands out to you?
A lot of Victor and Oscilio as well on this slide. So this is the sort of big 3 slide we're seeing in this 6-2 bracket, this stay alive bracket, which is not a surprise. I think sometimes you see the breakout and standout heroes up at the top end, and you see the expected heroes, the top end of the meta heroes, often in this X1, X2 bracket.
Happy to see it. We go down a little bit further. Andre Mangucci still alive there on Cindra. Jacob Clements still alive on Marionette. Kaloyan on that RKO deck still finding success. There's a dream for many folks at home. I know there are some Volder fans rocking out in the chat as well. Andrew Moore still alive there towards the bottom at 6-2. For Philippe on Slippy and Aaron Boyan on Marlin, the top 8 dream is dead, but still playing for cash, still finding a way to make a success out of this event, we hope.
Yeah, definitely still things to play for late in this game, but unfortunately not able to bring that breakout hero to the end of the day today. Lots to play for a lot of heroes, though.
Fingers crossed. A lot of players, a lot of money, a lot of prizes to grab. But you know how the copy-paste goes, folks. Dash overrated. Get me started in chat as we make our way down into the feature match area to enjoy some hype of the finest variety. Jack Pauley sitting at 6-2 on everyone's favorite Maxx the Hype Nitro. Will need to get through René Rosenberg, the Dream Killer, on Rhinar. Reckless Rampage.
Not sure Jack came into this weekend expecting to be put on stream twice and to be having this hero run on Maxx. Probably a Maxx lover, Maxx committed player, and able to show the rest of the world why that is a good decision here. Taking off that jacket, making sure he's ready for this game.
Getting serious. Let's see how our players got here. For Jack, it was an untimely loss to Arakni Marionette in round 5. After joining us on camera to beat the way through Victor, got through Teklevossen, Dash.io, Gravy in round 7 before finally meeting a light bulb he didn't like.
I wonder if this is a hint as to why Maxx isn't so relevant right now, and that it has maybe a bad matchup into Arakni, Marionette, and Oscilio, who are the top decks, but can beat much of the rest of the field. Maybe that's a hint that there's more to come with Maxx in the future.
On the other side of the battle, René Rosenberg started sumberining nice and early this time. Lost round uno and dos before deciding, in fact, that's quite enough.
That's the dream run, the dream submarine run. René hoping to continue to be able to go from the 0-2 to top 8 bracket as he makes his way through day 2 here.
Let's take a look at Metrix' favorite upstart and apparently the green submarine. And if you're unfamiliar with these ones, Maxx, I can't say I blame you. 85 LL points there, still very much awaiting their first champion. Will create hyperdriver tokens with steam counters with the hero ability, which all gain crank thanks to your hero ability as well. So you can chain these together, make your turns go a little wider thanks to Go Again, but more importantly, you bank up a pile of resources that pay for all of your turns, and then eventually you construct this Nitro Mechanoid and go full robot on their ass.
Yeah, on the other side of the table, a hero many are familiar with, Rhino Reckless Rampage, one of the original heroes from Welcome to Wraith. Only 362 living legend points despite existing for a very long time. Also sort of a potential Feng sort of hero in that people discuss, oh, is this a Rhinar meta? And then they bring Rhinar to one event and back off of it. But no longer. Eugene showing us at the Pro Tour in Yokohama, as well as the calling top 8ers in the Pro Tour in Yokohama, showing us that Rhinar is real and here to stay at this point in time.
1 month every year is Rhinar meta, and it does appear to be that month right now. Let's see if René can continue to tie it together as we make our way down into the feature match area. On this side of things, no surprises in the equipment front. Seeing the traditional suite we saw yesterday from Jack Pauley, that Hyper X3 did some heavy lifting. Galvanic Bender, Tekla Foundry Heart, and those Cogworks-based legs. On the other side of things, of course, we're looking at Scowling Fleshbag, Savage Sash, Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex, and Beaten Trackers. No Scabskin Leathers this time around.
Yeah, Beaten Trackers indicating that René maybe expects this to be quite a fast matchup. He wants to get that action point on demand exactly where he needs it rather than having to roll for it and hope it works out on the long run of the math.
Okay, and then you get
This is my favorite turn 0 of the day. This was Fast and Furious, block. Do you know what Maxx does? That was the question immediately asked, and the answer was, I would like to check. I make hyperdrivers, okay? What do those do? And this is the joy of bringing an off-meta choice to an event like this and finding success. Your opponent is going to be lost a lot of the time.
I think Jack might have just said, and that's kind of why I bring this hero, is because nobody expects it and nobody knows what it does. Very fun display there. Of course, we talked a little bit about Hyper X3 yesterday. If you didn't manage to tune into that game, this is maybe a surprise pick to have in the head slot here for Jack, because it's sort of been debated as maybe a little bit undervalued, but it is good for Max's game plan of getting as many cards underneath the Mechanoid as possible.
Rather visceral reaction from Jack there to this first Blood Rush Bellow, pitching Eye of Ophidia to kind of queue up the top of that deck to take a look at what's going on. Some fun color for Jack. Got started vaguely around Bright Light. Walked into an LGS, was like, I kind of like the look of this. I want to buy in. Not sure what I want to play, so I guess I'll build what I open the most cards for. Opened some Bright Lights and went, wow, how did I get so many Mechanologist cards? With no frame of reference that it was a mono Mechanologist set and has been a Maxx lover ever since.
That's really good. Ophidia pitch for Blood Rush Bellow is definitely the sort of thing that makes you raise your not raise your eyebrows in suspicion, but raise your eyebrows in oof, kind of on turn 0, as we saw Jack do. Why does this have to happen to me? Oh, make it worse. What are we doing here, Jack says?
What are we doing here? Beast Within the discard will go Turbo Mode. Bonus card found, and of course it's a swing big, because why wouldn't it be?
Well, he knew it was off of the Eye of Ophidia, of course, but quite the find from René. He puts it right into the hand area there. And then we get 2 more draw from Blood Rush Bellow.
Oh, we get to Intimidate first, of course. You forget about the real upside. You wanted to block. Oh, that's a shame.
So a friend got one, and
we saw this yesterday that Jack didn't really want to block in the early game. His approach was sort of taking his life total as a resource early in the game. Then once he's constructed Nitro Mechanoid, he can start to block later in the game using that Mechanoid to be very efficient on block. Maybe not given a choice, and this time he's going to have to take this damage even if the hands are bad, even though this is the sort of turn that you would want to be stifling with a little bit of block, because it's just going to be so over the top and so far above that 12 in this offensive overlap from René here.
Unfortunately, that Hyperdriver has yet to be intimidated, and it is really not the only card you'd like to be left with when this equation comes together. René in the tank here. I believe there is no source of Go Again in this hand, so we might be kind of forced to play a bit of a mediocre Blood Rush turn, despite the fireworks to kick it off. Looks like Splatter Skull, Smash Up, Swing Big, and that Wrecker Romp, and we didn't break Beaten Trackers, so
yeah,
we're going to have to do so here, right? That's how this kind of works. We meet Axe, discard, hopefully, a 6, and then cash in the Trackers to go too wide. Otherwise, there's no other way to make this turn work.
The problem is discarding to activating the Beaten Trackers comes before that draw, so René wanting to hope that he drew some Go Again and unfortunately didn't make it work. Gets bailed out here by the Ravenous Meat Axe, discarding that Splatter Skull. We haven't reached for the beaten trackers yet, but this is all in the same intim window or trigger window with that intimidate. Maybe he drew go again?
I kind of have to use beaten trackers.
Yeah, no draw again, so I kind of have to use beaten trackers here.
Priced in somewhat, and unfortunately no way to gain go again after this. And so, thankfully, the Hyperdriver does get intimidated away, which means this Meat-Axe can be covered for the trouble. But whatever's coming afterwards, we know the Swing Big is at least an option, as does Jack. We'll be lining up with the Dome.
Now, this is one thing to talk about with Rhinar. It's funny that Rhinar is having his moment in the sun right now, right after KO LLs and takes away those Mandible Claws, because suddenly, with Mandible Claws, this turn's great, right? You have easy resources to pay for Mandible Claw into Swing Big, and possibly if you can find a way to beaten trackers, you can also do another attack. Here, significantly limited by not having access to all of that go again.
Yeah, both players there just kind of acknowledging that wasn't actually that good. Jack feeling like he got away with something somewhat there. Beast Within kind of actively a bad discard in the end. Ended up kind of creating this IP and dealing some damage in the process. So looked explosive, but didn't really lead anywhere. The hand that goes back to Jack does contain a Hyper Scrapper and a Hyper Driver.
Okay, hit the timer.
Yeah.
Sorry, Extreme guys.
Looks like we have
Please.
a quick judge question here. I see. Jack giving himself a round of applause there for believing he is Life Goldmane momentarily and picking up an extra card for the trouble. And I assure you don't need to do that to win on Maxx, and so we'll remedy that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I believe it was on the other side of the table. It might have been because he had that IP that we discussed with the Beast Within.
Oh,
So
you're right.
there was one card sort of left down by the Banish Zone area, and then there was 4 cards drawn up from hand, and they had been looked at. Of course, if you catch it before you look at them, you just drop them back on deck and fix the problem. But in this case, making sure to clear it as well as possible with the judges on the stream table.
Cool. Normal hidden card error, easily resolved, and thankfully resolved pretty quickly by our judge team. So let's get back into the game and make sure we follow along as things progress. So if you're unfamiliar with how these get resolved, you're allowed to, you have to show the hand to the opponent. The opponent then picks a card from that hand of their choice and can put it on either the top or the bottom to remedy your hidden card error. And so Jack will look at that pulping and go, that would kind of suck, actually. What if you didn't?
All right.
And then, of course, these will join that 4th card that René had in his hand last turn to make up the proper hand as Jack goes ahead with his turn. You said it's Hyper Scrapper and Hyper Driver?
I believe at least. I think it is just the 2 cards. Indeed. So Hyper Scrapper, Hyper Driver.
Zipper hit.
Says, well, I have a very simple turn. I like this Jack guy. He's got quite the character to him. He's boosting with a Zipper hit. Costs 1, boosts away a Nitromechanoid. He says, I'm getting deja vu, he says.
One card in hand. Take a look at my arsenal.
Zipper hit. Roaring on through. And we'll be up to René to decide how to navigate this. You have to imagine that Smash Up will play blocking duty somewhat.
Of course, can go through to create 3 drivers by playing the 1 in hand and activating Maxx and not cranking. So we'd have 2 drivers on 2 and 1 driver on 1. That would mean no Banksy at the end of this turn, but it might be the setup that Jack needs to be able to go forward with this game plan. 5 taken from the Zipper hit.
Frank, pay 2
Hy-
Max. Driver token.
Hyper
Yeah.
Driver activating Maxx for the extra.
Oh, no.
Hyper Driver in the process. Gain some extra steam for the future.
It's my turn.
I love how much fun these 2 players are having in this
Yeah.
matchup. It brings me unadulterated joy.
René says, oh no, as we get to 3 Hyper Drivers, the correct amount. René thinking, do I want to Agile wind up on your turn? Because Jack was reaching for the draw, and he will discard that Agile windup.
Makes a lot of sense to me here. Getting punished for a lack of agility once. Not something you want to double down on if you can help it.
Beginning of my turn. Everything has to be so formal right now. It's weird.
René, maybe not so used to playing on camera, he says, man, I feel like I have to be so formal right now in the way he's handling all of these triggers. Don't worry, René. You're doing a great job.
I admit, I have a soft spot for players who are able to take these feature matches with the jovial nature that both of these players have approached it with. It's exactly what I love from Flesh and Blood. What I don't tend to love is playing Wrecker Romp, which then discards Beast Within. So thankfully, we have a way to tie this turn together. But again, Jack playing to the camera somewhat and realizing these discards have not exactly been his favorite thing.
Look, in his, not defense, but in his favor is that this is a Wrecker Romp being played, being cast. You know, that's not the best card to be playing out. It is sort of a 3-card 6. Beast Within makes it a 2-card 6, but even that is only a little bit on rate.
Thick Hide Hunter is the find from the discard. Jack will reach for blocks, recharge, and T-Bone. Forced to jump in front here to prevent most of the damage, falling down to 32. Follow up here. Snowgen had a Sea Legs and Thick Hide Hunter, which are how most of my Rhinar hands look. It will just be the Meat Axe instead. Drawing a card, discarding a random one, and kind of hoping it is the Sea Legs, which is some real serious upside if it is. Let's flip the card and find out together. No, Red Wild Ride the find instead. That's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, you really would have liked to put that Wild Ride into Arsenal and hit the Sea Legs off the discard.
Oh, you're not a fan of Sea Legs in the Arsenal discard my Wild Ride?
was
Surely
talking-
that's the line, right?
I was talking with Gary White, who's also still in the live bracket on Rhinar. We saw him on stream yesterday about situations like that specifically, and he was reliving his game, thinking whether he could have found different lines and won on stream, but he was lamenting the places where you have to end up with something like a not a Bam Bam, or a Sea Legs or a Beast Within in the Arsenal as a Rhinar player.
Big love to René there, slowing down to draw 4 cards, and both players playing it up a bit. They're enjoying the show, and I hope you are at home too.
Those intimidates really get you.
Over to Jack. 4 now. It's 2 cards to work with. 0 to 60 and hit the gas, which unfortunately has no gas to hit right now. Got to debate these hyperdrivers. We kind of talked about this a little bit yesterday when Maxx was on camera. Balancing these is important. As you cash them out, you're kind of obliged to make another one somewhat, so that when you do find a Construct Nitromechanoid, or in some cases the Supercell to put it back on top of the deck, you aren't without enough hyperdrivers to do the thing immediately. And in a game like Rhinar, where your life total should be falling pretty fast if Rhinar is doing the thing, you need to be very careful to immediately Mechanoid when you find it. So 0 to 60 will be the boost, and we will see these drivers being burnt down. 3 resources generated as a result.
I think specifically the question often comes when he's got 2 drivers on 2, meaning boosting knocks them both down to 1, and then they're both at the threat of leaving on next turn. Instead of being able to keep live, where each turn we lose 1 and add it back with the Maxx activation, in this spot he's going to be losing 2 on his next turn. He's not going to be staying driver neutral, so to speak, but deciding he needs to keep the tempo up and the offense up, and he's willing to boost here, deal some damage, create another driver with Maxx maybe. Hopefully maybe Banksy can buy him a counter, and hopefully finding some pieces to put together a wider board of hyperdrivers later on in the turn and game instead.
We will correct that, Soldier Boy, as the Banksy comes on across. And if you're unfamiliar with this one, I can't say I blame you. It is, however, the best weapon in Bright Lights Limited, as far as I'm concerned. Beautiful weapon. Does require you to crank to swing it in any way, but if it does connect with the hero on the other side of the table, you'll pop a steam counter back on an item you control with crank. And thanks to Maxx, that does include your hyperdrivers. Sea Legs playing defense there. Worth noting, unlike Gary yesterday, René chose to just IP that, didn't put it in the arsenal despite it being missed, and gave himself the opportunity to draw a hand that could discard it, and if that wasn't the case, well, it's playing block fodder.
And that was something I was discussing with Gary this morning, also our friend Noah, who is playing Jarl. He said, by the way, yesterday I had a lot of experience with Jarl choosing not to Arsenal, and I think that's a big thing that you can do, and it feels bad, but it's maybe often the right decision. And Gary was agreeing. He thinks there are situations where you just say, okay, I'm not going to Arsenal, and I make my whole game better even though I feel like I'm losing 3 points of value.
Alpha Instinct for show of strength here.
I think that's... Nah. I'm sure there's no one in the booth that's screaming at us for that.
8 damage. Kind of an infamous card at this point, show of strength. Swing bigs, 4 to 6 in a lot of cases, will be met with a similar reaction. 3 cards to keep the life healthy here. And I think this is a lot of what we should be expecting from Maxx in this spot. When you're not being intimidated en masse, you need to be not only churning through the deck to find the mechanoids, you really want to be expending cards and using them actively. You want to make it so when you do draw these hyperdriver hands, or when you do get intimidated to Oblivion, you don't just immediately lose the game if you haven't found the mechanoid yet. So conserving life when you have the option, very pressing, very important.
Also, doing anything on that turn would have completely reset him and wiped his board. So choosing instead to set up for a bigger hand and maybe finding something like a Supercell that can make him a little bit more comfortable down the line. Jack just taking the opportunity to block when he gets it.
Seems like no-go again for our Rhinar aficionado. Again, it is... Oh, no, I lied to you. Buck Wild parked in the arsenal means it's 2 yellows being pitched away, but that Beast Within with no way of being discarded means it is 6 go again, likely into a meat axe swing. But thankfully for René, it's another show of strength in hand alongside this. So just good numbers all around, if not a little unintimidating.
That one took a second to land, but I appreciated that.
I do try.
Gauntlets? Gauntlets. And
Can't tell whether he's going meat axe or show of strength. It looks like he's probably going to cash in max damage here and go for show of strength with that Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex activation. So 9 damage coming through towards Jack.
Crunch, as they say. The upside down 6 is my favorite part of the feature match area. Everyone does it. Want to be clear, that is 9 damage. It's 6 if you squint.
Carried forward the go again. Die by habit, probably, moving that side to side, but just 9 damage here.
makes sense.
Good
It's
catch.
understandable.
Good catch. No go again on the show of strength. I tried. Beats. You know, it's worth a shot.
Oh, Jack is a stickler for correctly oriented 9s.
I am slowly becoming more and more of a fan of Jack
He's
Pauley.
my favorite player in
Not
the world
only
right
for
now.
his demeanor, for his deck choice, but also making my job easier. Jack, I love you.
Then I'll
This is kind of a rough spot, though. He's left with that hyperdriver in hand. Unfortunately, not playable right now. He doesn't have a resource. Maybe he's choosing to pitch it for whatever is in that arsenal, or he's just going to pass and hope that Rhinar will brick at some point. You know, that classic dream. I swear my opponent can brick.
Joke's on you. Teklo Trebuchet coming out of the arsenal here. Maybe the least valuable Trebuchet I have ever seen. We're going to make all of our hyperdrivers explode, make 3 resources, not use the Trebuchet buff or the resources.
Well, he can use the resources.
Yeah,
so
to
he
make
has
a
that
hyperdriver.
hyperdriver in hand, and then he can play that and max. So what he's done functionally, deal 1 damage, is sideways. What he's done functionally is trade 3 drivers on 1 counter, which are very precarious and not going to stick around, for 2 drivers on 2 counters, which feels like the safer position to build towards a mechanoid in the future.
No, I am definitely bigging it up for the bit. This is, I think, surprisingly reasonable. You would really rather have gotten value out of that Trebuchet with another boost attack in
any
some
other boost
capacity.
attack.
But able to just convert these resources, don't even need to swing the banks, just a more stable board. You can find yourself with a smaller hand that gets the boost and attack, then make a third drive and still get back to where you need to be. So I think all in all, very heads up instead of just playing conservative and ultimately IP wanting a hyper driver, which is not where you want to be. So Sand Sketch plan, going to go fishing for some goodies. The question is what brand of goodies René is interested in. It is sea legs this time around. We have admittedly gone through most of those beasts withins.
So Sand Sketch Plan doesn't have to reveal the card. It's just search and add it to your hand. But René did say the word, I don't have the balls, as he was searching his deck, which I think means he wasn't searching up the Blood Rush Bellow on that turn.
Not everyone can be Eugene C. You just don't. You either have it or you don't,
yeah,
René.
to cut it. This is the card I took out of my deck. Yep. Just to separate it.
René there just confirming which card it is before doing, you know, a New York sidewalk magic trick.
Yeah.
Where's the queen? Where's the queen? Find the queen.
Best way to avoid that is just roll a d4, of course.
Alpha Instinct.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
Four.
Okay, so
That is probably a pretty good discard for Jack, I would think. Typically, the blue 6s, at least it's a 6. That's good news. It takes a lot to Sand Sketch plan without having just mono 6s. But the blue one, typically the resource card you're hoping to fund the turn with. So maybe not René's favorite discard.
Especially given that you want to use both action points. So I'm big in agreement there that I don't think René wanted that, given the sea legs there in hand.
Yeah, it looks like Vigorous Smash Up, Sea Legs, and a red.
you go first, and then I go.
Meat Axe will benefit from the bonus action point, though. It does do a good Scab Skin / Gold Kiss Rum impression. Lets you intimidate with this attack first before deciding what you want.
Hey,
Way!
there he goes.
I intimidate 1 card.
Jack playing to the camera brings me joy, but has definitely been the beneficiary of some unfortunate discards this game, that's for sure.
And now it's.
It was a bit hidden by the transition back from the hand cam there, but I liked that René took the card off the top of the deck, put it in his hand, and then put the hand forward and just let Jack choose. He didn't even look at what he was drawing and discarding.
That's how you play.
He didn't want the horror of possibly drawing a Blood Rush and then revealing it on his face.
Oh, I do the same thing. Anytime I play Brute, you'll never see me look at the card I draw. If I'm in trouble, we'll find out together. Pulse Wave Harpoon playing defense here. Gold Kiss Rum of the teeny tiny variety being made, courtesy of that Sea Legs.
Arsenal.
Then turn pass, so not able to pay for that last attack.
Arsenal. Pitch. Arsenal. Pitch. No one.
Oh, we're getting a live lesson on sequencing in the best variety. How do I do stuff This question is also smoke screened as I would really like to not draw 5 cards again.
Yeah.
Please walk me through this sequence so I don't smurf it.
Arsenal, pitch, untap, draw is the order. APUD is the acronym that doesn't sound that good. A PUD.
I do love a good put.
A good PUD, yeah. René, in this case, it's just the Arsenal and then move that pitch down to the bottom and then drawing up his hand, of course, making sure those cards aren't in the way. Jack. Banishing a Big Bertha. So this is one of those crankshaft effects. When it reaches the banish zone, it puts a counter on his hyperdriver. So rewarded here for the thing he did last turn and took the time to set up the board, have those 2 drivers with 2 counters. Now he's back to a more stable position. After boosting, he's on 2 and 1, and he can continue to build up towards those 3. Unfortunate, he loses that supercell.
Yeah, I was really happy to see this T-Bone, which are incredible in this matchup, but kind of picking the fridge apart ahead of time, especially when beaten trackers are gone. And then Jack quickly gave us our own Filippo, no moment as the supercell disappeared into the Banish Zone boost away. Pretty clearly a card that's on the radar here to get the Mechanoid that's already in that Banish Zone back and tie the room together. Savage Sash, the choice on defense here, no big surprises there.
Closing the chain, probably to activate a Maxx here. Go back up to 3 drivers. Now the question is he going to crank it? No, not activating Maxx. Decides to play out that hyperdriver and bank instead.
The old crank and bank. Swinging in for 3 will threaten another Steam counter if René chooses to ignore. 20 plays 23. We are looking at that Eye of Ophidia coming back around. Sand Sketch Plan, Show of Strength, and Send Packing, the 4 cards on the other side of the table.
Thanks to the shuffle from the previous Sand Sketch Plan, that Eye is able to come around. I quite like this line from Jack, of course. What he's doing is, I would say he's demanding a card. I don't think this Bank C in any reasonable world is actually going to hit, because then that second hyperdriver will get that counter. The middle hyperdriver, I should say, will get that second counter, and now Jack is in a very stable and very comfortable position. So I think René definitely wanting to block this, but Jack's also happy with that exchange in that he's tempoing his opponent out.
The wrench swing is a threat to debate. Looks like René does want to give it some respect here to both deny the Steam counter and remain ahead on life.
I said not in any reasonable world. There's definitely reasonable worlds where a Rhinar has a good enough hand that it's just worth the taking.
Yeah, can't use that Steam counter if I kill you.
Exactly.
Okay, I really have to think about something right
Difficult choice here for René, it would seem. Yeah, I really have to think about it. It makes sense. This Sand Sketch Plan, it reminds, I was always this way with Become the Arknight, playing Viscerai, where I draw this card and I go, oh, my whole deck's in my hand. I can do everything.
Yep.
What's suddenly the best line? And Sand Sketch Plan, quite literally, your entire deck is in your hand, depending on what you want to do. And unfortunately, some of it is then quickly not in your hand immediately afterwards, and it leads to even further decision paralysis.
All of those Arcane Rising Tutor super rares are definitely very powerful. Oh, this is a Welcome to Wraith and Arcane Rising Tutor super rares are very powerful additions to those decks and reasons those decks have been strong throughout their history. René, of course, facing the same situation that Gary did yesterday, which is I have a good Sand Sketch Plan turn that I could pull off, but I have an Eye in my hand as well, and so do I take the risk of going for something like a Beast Within and having a 75% of, or 25% of hitting the Eye of Ophidia and immediately ending my turn?
If I had $1 for every time my gem was problematic, I would have $2, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, much like this Bloodrush Bellow pitching Eye of Ophidia. That's rude. Don't do that to your friends.
Looking at 2 cards there, they looked like they were both red, so René having to evaluate the resource game. Does he have enough in his hand? Is he just going to ship them for a resource or bottom those opt cards to look for resources or go again cards?
René just kind of alluding that that Sand Sketch Plan really could have been a Beast Within or a Sea Legs, and when you've got Bloodrush Bellow parked in the arsenal, it's very tempting to do exactly that. So, had some thinking to do. We will find the opt being resolved. One on bottom, the other one more of a question. See if we can get a cheeky peek. Looks like a Savage Feast to me. A Race Face, not good enough. Savage Feast, more tempting here. Gold Kiss Drum does make that card rather strong, especially with Savage Sash.
Yep. Gold Kiss Drum being a big transformer on this turn, which is, I think, why he was debating that Sand Sketch Plan line, is he had also the safe way of doing it of, even if I miss, I get the go again from the Gold Kiss Drum on the Sand Sketch. But in this case, holding that for the attacks he's going to be playing after the Blood Rush, losing another 8 power attack here.
Good hit. Show of strength. The discard was definitely the more pressing threat at hand, but we do have a card intimidated away. Blood Rush Fellow will draw up, find Swing Big Splatter Skull alongside that send packing we knew about.
I think I might have liked the Savage Feast. Of course, you never know what you're going to draw, but this is still a pretty potent turn. Very potent turn, to be clear.
I think Savage Sash here feels appropriate to send both of these 2 costs, but there is plenty of resources floating, so no need. The Eye of Ophidia will do its job. 10, go a 10, if you will, followed by a Splatter Skull that may very well eat the card that has already been intimidated away.
Good sequencing. Put all the damage first before you come in with the on-hit. Make sure that your opponent maybe wants to commit some block early to this kind of Rhinar deck, expecting maybe to be intimidated again later on in the chain.
There's 1 card left in the hand for Jack Pauley, and it is Construct Nitro
No
Mechanoid.
way.
You really don't want to block with it, but evidently you really wanted whatever it was in the Banish Zone as well. We'll see it together in a moment.
No.
Teklo Foundry Heart on defense, down to 8, as it is a heist that is destroyed. So thankfully not the Mechanoid. That would have been worse, but this is a really sticky spot. You don't really have the life available to suit up.
He needs Rhinar to have a 1 attack hand. No go again. Maybe just coming in for 6. Of course, 8 could also exist, which would be threatening Jack's life total. But Jack's really hoping that he can hold on to enough cards to play out this Nitro Mechanoid on this following turn.
We might be in luck. Aggressive Pounce, Swing Big, Splatter Skull, Send Packing is no additional ways of dealing damage, and that's got to be some relief for Jack, because it's just a Swing Big. Will command some amount of respect. Unfortunately for Jack, that hand
don't say all reds.
is not playing a Mechanoid. It's 3 reds and the other Mechanoid. Got the window required, won't be able to get through it.
And the reds aren't even cheap. Okay, there is a 0 to 60, but remember he will have to create a new hyperdriver with the max activation on this turn to be able to go Nitro. He's got yellow, and 3 resources from that is 5. You can Teklo, Foundry Heart. He can get to 6. I think he can fire it.
So you'd have to, you have to make a new hyperdriver. So if you keep the 0 to 60, you deal with the rest. You boost. You make 3 resources. You Foundry Heart. You crank. You're right. I think you can get there exactly.
Here's the problem.
Okay, I'm gonna need the
okay,
problem.
well, 2 things. One thing is he has to give up a card, but I think he can give up a card and still pull this off. This real problem, Scowling Fleshbag. If René can sniff out this particular turn, when you lead with that 0 to 60, Scowling can snipe the resource card you need to be able to play out all of the things, including that Nitro Mechanoid in Arsenal.
So do you take the risk that your opponent has a 6th sense, or do you simply play defense a little bit longer? That is the choice that now faces Jack Pauley on the other side of the table. As Rhinar's rampage continues, Swing Big. 8 damage demands at least a card here from our Mechanologist hero.
Now, do we say, well, he whiffed on this one. Do I block 9? Hope he does it again?
My favorite out is always my opponent will brick twice.
Attack with 0 to 60, no boost, just...
So there is some upside here in that the Arsenal is definitely not a go-against source.
Well,
because,
it's
at least
aggressive
not,
pounce.
At least not, okay, I should say not a wild ride, not a buck wild, something unconditional, because it would have been played here, obviously. So aggressive pounce is, I think, actually the worst case for Jack, because you can make the assumption that the next turn it's not guaranteed, but if there is like an agile wind-up or something, all of a sudden the pieces fall apart. So blocking 5 here, so falling down, so 6 even. Cog in the Machine does block 3 for some reason. Falling down to 6.
Doesn't deal any damage. Give it a 3 block. I'm on Team Cog in the Machine should block 3.
Hashtag Team Cog.
Wakes up again.
4 cards found for René, and it's triple pulping Blood Rush Bellow.
Well, if you can deal 23, 26 damage, you win the game.
That is one of the hands of all time.
That's a lot of go again. You lose 2 of them in order to play the Blood Rush.
I don't think you can Blood Rush with that hand.
I think you just pitch the Blood Rush for the
I
first
think you
pulping.
just crack Savage Sash and send it. Jack with an unfortunate dilemma, not able to establish that Mechanoid with the pressure he found himself with. So 0 to 60. Finds Big Bertha.
Oh, wow.
Dials
Bailed
up the
out.
hyperdriver, and they're all alive. All of a sudden, you don't need to make a new driver, and the math checks out.
Yeah.
Oh, holy wraith. What the? Get me out of here.
What's the card he kept? Did he keep the other Mechanoid?
He kept the other Mechanoid.
So now he can also activate the boots in this scenario and get that extra action point to attack with Mechanoid twice.
I don't know what your last card in
He beats the flashback
Okay,
now.
so flashback still coming through. René
But it
sniffing
doesn't
that
matter.
something could happen. It doesn't
Foundry
matter.
Heart saves the situation. So there's no second attack. The flashback does work.
Okay, it gets
Like,
around
it
the
gets around
base
the
legs.
extra action point. There's no bonus attack for the trouble.
Activate Tekla Foundry Heart.
I can't believe it. That might be the single best Big Bertha we have ever seen to enable Jack Pauley to stay in this game.
Ah, there it is. There it is.
There it is.
So now I get punched. Yeah. 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 How much do I get punched? 6 overpower. Okay. Okay.
Voltron
3
assembled.
hyperdrivers, 4 pieces of equipment, and 1 mechanologist weapon, all going underneath this construct Mechanoid. That's Mechanoid. That's 8 pieces of material. Careful to put that galvanic bender on the bottom, of course.
Good habit to have. You only accidentally banish the bender early once.
Yeah.
And then you never do it again. Voltron online.
Best part of this is the defense it adds. He's used up all of his defensive equipment before this, but now he has a 5 block every turn. Any chain break, he can go 5 and 4. Not every turn, I should say, but on this next turn. Quite a lot of stabilization coming for Jack, all off the back of that Big Bertha.
Nitro Mechanoid held together by dreams and glue. And the Maxx players, oh boy, they know all about glue.
I saw your 6s, and I'm going to
Oh my.
say no blocks. Okay. So
6 overpower comes crashing in, brings René down to 17. And we have a game on our hands.
Jack distinctly not arsenaling that last construct Nitro Mechanoid.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to get test the strength out of your arsenal sometimes.
yeah, I can try and help it first. Oh, come on.
Okay, looks like we have a small judge call here.
It's a card in my hand,
Oh,
and
if it's a card in
yeah,
your
yeah,
hand.
it's a hard card in my hand.
La 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 la.
And
Okay, so
René has
Oh, yeah,
just a
lots of
rules
time,
question, I believe, about a card in his hand. So deciding to call a judge and ask away from the table because Jack can't la 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 loud enough.
do you think the question is about Blood Rush Bellow or the 3 copies of Pulping? which one do you think it is?
I don't quite know. It's probably about pulping. I think he knows what Blood Rush does. There isn't a clause on pulping that says if it's dependent by 2 or more cards, I believe non-equipment cards, it loses go again.
Yes, but I think the Mechanoid is an equipment still, so
It is
I
still an
don't believe
equipment,
it's going
yeah.
to turn off Pulping. So I think the hope and the plan still works, and a decent chunk of Dominate here could still be kind of problematic for Jack once that Mechanoid block is out of the way. So let's find out if that was the question. Let's get ourselves back down into the floor. It seems we have a judge to answer what's going on here. Savage Sash will be broken to the surprise of 0 people.
pitch this.
Blood Rush being pitched for a pulping, and let's see what is left over. I wonder what will be discarded. There's a good chance it's a pulping.
Jack looking at a Blood Rush in the pitch zone and probably not feeling happy. That means he's, I mean, maybe he's thinking, oh, there's no resources, but probably thinking, oh no, that means the turn is even better.
So we will intimidate a card away as the first pulping comes through, and we know it will probably be the second one now. Very possibly that aggressive pounce instead to try and set things up, but 6 go again with Dominate.
I like reaching for a card from hand here, not knowing, of course, that there's more pulpings coming down the line, but you'd rather block early before you lose the cards to intimidate and then have Nitro to help stuff the final chain link of this assault. What Jack doesn't know is that there are quite a few chain links coming forward.
Yeah, an aggressive pounce in the middle into the pulping, likely to be an issue. There is the 2 resources available to manage that, so we're going to reach for the Mechanoid here instead and potentially get punished for it. Another pulping.
Oh, Jack says.
Oh, no. Jack realizing there is more dominate coming, and only so much he can do about it. With a card being intimidated away by this pulping, we know it's Wrecker Romp on discard, so this aggressive pounce can still come. You have to block this with a card, and you're not going to have enough health left to blunt the final assault. The Mechanoid not doing enough as the dreams are being intimidated away from Jack. Pauley falls to 2 as the crankshaft blocks. And we know the pulping will be pitched again to fire aggressive pounce. It's just the one card in the hand for Jack. Only blocks for 2, and the dream is dead. René Rosenberg felling our hero, but marching on, still live for top 80 here in Rotterdam on Rhinar. Reckless Rampage.
Quite an oppressive showing from the Rhinar there. I think we had a couple turns that were quite big. There was also a turn that looked like it would be even bigger, and it wasn't that big, but definitely Rhinar showing why he is part of this meta now. That last turn could have been even better, you know? Had that blue not gotten discarded, then that's aggressive pounce still into the meat axe at the end of the turn. Quite a showing to end the game there for Rhinar over Maxx. Dream dead for a top 8 of Maxx this weekend, but Jack definitely showing us how to build that deck and how to play that deck on the World Tour stage.
Still live for money, still playing for goodies, which is exactly what we want from someone who took a risk on a smaller, unknown hero. Commiserations to Jack. Thank you for the joy over the weekend. It's been fantastic to watch, but hopefully René can continue charging forth towards that top 8. So we've seen one part of the Welcome to Wraith equation. I want to talk about another one real briefly, because Warrior has been around for, well, forever, since the start of Flesh and Blood, and has been due a facelift for a little while. And part of that phase 1 was Armory Deck Color, and then phase 2, Armory Deck Olympia, and ultimately Mastery Pack Warrior.
Yeah, coming out this August, this summer, Mastery Pack Warrior. We keep talking about 2026 as the year of the Warrior, with all of these Warrior Armory decks and all of these beautiful cards being printed in the Mastery Pack. Of course, got the reprint of Dorinthia Quicksilver Prodigy being brought down to the basic rarity, meaning that she will be available in the Silver Age format with her Dawnblade Resplendent, but maybe more exciting than Dawnblade Resplendent is this Resplendent Dawnblade Marvel.
Yeah, this one is a problem for my wallet. I am in danger. I'm not even that much of a Dawnblade player. In fact, I'm not sure I've ever swung it outside of Limited, but look at it.
No, really?
Yeah, I don't play Warrior.
That's crazy. I've swung way too many Dawnblades in my life.
I'll leave that for you, but I might need to acquire one of these for the collection. It is definitely a premium piece. I'm a really big fan of these Warrior Marvels in general. I've been enjoying Huller so far. I know you have too, but I love the fact that these have access to unique art on the backside. It's not just an extended version of the front. They are very much appreciating the craft of a weapon on a grander scale.
Yeah, Hala being brought into the young hero format as well probably means I will never play anything else in Silver Age. So far I've played mostly Decimator Great Axe, meaning I really like the Warrior, and now I have a different weapon, possibly even a better weapon I can play as Warrior in the Silver Age format when Hala comes out later this summer.
You have a small chance of recovery, because I lost a lot of respect for you with that first statement there, but that's okay. Olympia's Golden Grail, similar story. Look at the back of that Marvel, it's fantastic. I know we're both pretty high on this weapon in the future too.
Yeah, I think this will transform the hero, not just for the Silver Age format, maybe not hugely in the Silver Age format even, but in the longer CC format, this Golden Grail, really letting you pay off the slow accrual of gold you get from the hero ability. Olympia been sort of the laughing stock of the Living Legend leaderboard for so long, but possibly this summer making a stance and taking a stance and coming back to the top end of the meta.
Love to see it. Plenty of goodies in this pack for Warriors in general. Big one in the Valiant Dynamo reprint. I think this artwork is stunning too, and I might prefer it over the original personally. But Stand Tall, Sharpening Sparks, try saying that 3 times fast. Very impressive cards, likely to show up in a number of different Warrior decks.
I wonder if there's a lore hint with all these dragons being killed on these cards on Sharpening Sparks and Valiant Dynamo, but definitely stuff to look forward to in the Warrior card pool. It's more of some of what we've seen before, Sharpening Sparks being a kind of 0 for 3, 0 for 4 attack reaction, Stand Tall being sort of a functionally anti-assassin block card, and anti-several other classes, that is. Good stuff to come in the Warrior class. You know, I'm excited. I would hope the audience is excited and that the crowd and Flesh and Blood community is excited as well. I am going to be doing what I can to play Warrior at the World Championships later this year.
Good luck.
No promises.
You're going to need it.
No, I think it's summer, the year of the Warrior.
I hope you're right. I truly do. For your sake, more than anything else.
Yeah.
But, so we've had 2 parts of the Welcome to Wraith Gauntlet in recent memory there. Rhinar into Mastery Pack Warrior. We don't talk about Bravo. So that leaves Katsu, right?
I'm getting a Katsu next.
How does some Katsu sound? Stay with us. News just in for the Martin Hollick fans at home. He lives in Rotterdam now. It's going poorly for the People's Champion, who is currently in need of some assistance. Gabe, you got a couch spare? Help a brother out?
I do have a friend staying, but I can make something work if Martin needs to spend some days in Rotterdam. I'm sure he'll find his way back home tonight or tomorrow or eventually.
If you never see Martin again, he tried his best. Gabe, I'm having a great time. This has been a pretty spectacular event. I didn't think we would have a Maxx feature match, let alone two in the same event, which is spectacular. And now we get another hero we haven't had the chance to feature so far this weekend in the form of Katsu the Wanderer that, again, feels like a deck that is slightly underappreciated based on where it actually sits in the meta game.
I think it's got this weird thing where it can be very potent and everyone knows that you can just die to a Katsu just doing their thing, but also it's got its weaknesses, and its weaknesses are very well known. So I would maybe go with it's correctly rated. Like, it did have that top 8 recently from Nia Tran over in Canada. It can show up at a tournament, and I think also most players understand how to exploit it.
I think so. I think that's a fair assumption. And let's see if you're right as we eventually make our way against a Dash.io. Bound to be an explosive game that is going to be a lot of very quick decisions again. I think important blocks at the right time. Very excited to see that one. Let's check in once more with the metagame for the weekend and take a one last kind of, I guess, helicopter look at how we got here. This was the start of day number 1, 404 of our players. The podium placements, no big surprise to anybody, but good consistent numbers all the way down.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about how there's that pseudo third hero in Cindra and Phi put together at 39. So I'd call those maybe the top 4, and then everything else from Vincent to Prism is its sort of tier 2. Maybe Vincent to Jarl is a tier higher, 2+, and then Feng to Dory or Katsu are that tier 2 minuses. But so many valid choices here, and so many of these heroes still fighting throughout this day 2.
Impressive stuff. The metagame conversion definitely a little bit more intriguing. Of course, the 100% for Maxx means it is unquestionably the best deck in the format.
Yes.
But happy to see some positive numbers here for Rhinar, especially 43% of pilots making the way into day 2. 39% of Gravy Bones pilots, 37% of Victor. These are all numbers that immediately jump out to me.
I think both Gravy and Rhinar are exploiting those good matchups against that sort of standard podium 3 who we knew would be showing up this weekend. Of course, Gravy feeling relatively favored both into Marionette and into Victor, and Rhinar definitely being favored into Victor. So those are good matchups, and those decks are very strong and a little bit slept on. But some of these decks not having such a good time, such as Vincent and Teklo here.
Big one there, the singleton copy of Katsu the Wanderer in day numero dos, which will be joining us on camera in just a moment. You got any feelings about Katsu-io?
It's an interesting one. I see, my initial instinct is Dash.io has the benefit of being aggro deck that blocks 3, and block 3 is often what you want against Katsu, just to be able to sort of block that first chain link so he can't get that crazy combo turn off. But Dio actually has all those items that can get in the way if they're drawn in an awkward order of that sort of ability to be mono block 3 aggro that Mechanologist tends to be. So in that sense, there could be some deck orders that align much to the favor of Katsu. Both decks can be quite explosive. So this is sort of an aggro-aggro, but both of them have the ability to just swing a 35 out of nowhere.
That was your hint. Quite explosive. Let's see how this one goes. We make our way down into the feature match area. Let's check things out as Thomas van Minsel on Katsu the Wanderer against Juha-Matti. I'm going to say Pihlajamäki. I may have butchered to death.
Wow.
I'm really sorry.
Definitely not right, but I'm not going to try it either.
I always try.
Pihlajamäki.
Like, yeah, okay. I'll clarify for the folks at home. I know how important it is for a lot of people to have their name on stream, and I don't always get a chance to go and catch the feature match area ahead of time, so I will always try. And yes, that means I embarrass myself sometimes. Yes, that means I don't always get it right. But I don't want anyone to have not heard themselves on the broadcast if they make it to the feature match area. So we're always going to give it a shot, and I apologize for scoring 35 in Scrabble there. But I did my best, okay? Going first all around, let's see how our players got here into our feature match area. On Tomas's side, we're looking at an early loss against Oscilio in round number 2. Took a loss to Arakni Huntsman in round 7. No big surprises there. But did just fell our Fatigue Goliath player in Liam Holden in round 9 to make it into the feature match area.
maybe a hint at what his deck can do against these sort of more blocky decks. And so it's possible that he has access to very, very big explosive combo turns. It's a question of can he get that off before it's too late against this Dash.io.
On the other side of things, Juha-Matti looking at a round 4 loss to Maxx Nitro, as most of your tournaments do seem to go. Did just take a loss in round number 9 to fall to 7-2 at the hands of Jacob Trossing, but got through Tommaso Vicido to get there.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a hint of how this matchup will go, the results we've seen so far, but quite a number of names on this page that Juha-Matti has been able to take down, including learning that day 2 can be hard with Tommaso into Jacob Trossing back-to-back.
Let's check out the hero cards as to how this matchup will play out. Katsu the Wanderer, the original fighting game hero. Definitely feels like chaining combos together is the name of the game over here. If you successfully connect with an attack, you can discard a card that costs 0. If you do, search your deck for a card with combo, banish it face up, and you can play it this turn. Means that whichever piece of your combo line you might be missing, you can go and dig it up and chain all of those bonus effects together.
Yeah, tutor search effects in Flesh and Blood and in card games in general are always very powerful, so Katsu having one printed on his hero power has made him very strong throughout the history, including a top 8 in Worlds Barcelona 2023. That was quite a while ago, since he's had such a big splash other than a couple calling top 8s here and there. Other side, Dash.io has been a mainstay for the last couple of years. You can look at the top of your deck and play Mechanologist items off the top of your deck as if they were instants. You're trying to get some sneaky boom grenades onto the board and blow up your opponents. She has accrued a lot of Living Legend points, a lot recently too, with quite a few calling wins in this last couple of seasons, including most recently, the most recent European calling in Toulouse from Leo Toulouse himself.
So will it be the master of the futuristic or the bonds of ancestry that managed to take this game home? Let's make our way down into the feature match area and find out. On the equipment side of things, no big surprises here for our Dash.io player. Looking at Cogworks Tinkering's adaptive plating, this maximum block all the way around. However, maybe not all too familiar with the equipment suite for Katsu. It's Mask of the Pouncing Lynx here. Despite a matchup you'd think Mask of Momentum would be quite good at.
Yeah, the thing is, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx also lets you go off on that explosive turn as soon as possible. So it's good for Explosion to get over defense, but it's also good for Explosion to blow up your opponent before you die. So I'm quite a fan of this choice here to have Mask of the Pouncing Lynx against Dash.io.
Thomas just confirming exactly how Dash works, how Symbiosis Shot works before taking the first volley. Juha-Matti lucky enough to find a backup Protocol Red off the top of the deck to start the game. Exactly kind of what you're looking for here, except for that hand, which is not. Boom Grenade, Cerebellum Processor, almost certainly going to filter through some number of those before we make our way into Katsu's turn.
No red attacks in the graveyard means you can't even activate Backup Protocol, I think.
Correct, I believe there needs to be a target as far as I'm aware.
So these items may be to be expected to just be played out. With
Cerebellum Processor being... yeah, it looks like we're going to know not cranking this, which I like, because we have the extraction point from the Cerebellum Processor, which means this grenade gets to stick around as well. So all in all, slightly awkward, but I would argue a good hand, thanks to that item on top for Juha-Matti. Much worse if that item is in there.
Yeah, I quite like this, actually, trading a Backup Protocol out of hand, sorry, out of deck, not even out of hand, to just set up functionally your 2 best items on board. So no damage dealt, but future damage definitely dealt from that.
Going to see 100 wins of the yellow variety for Thomas to start here. They are staring at a hand that contains another copy of 100 wins in the blue. Ancestral Harmony being held onto here, not chained off with these 100 wins.
Ancestral Harmony, often one of those cards. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, he might just be indicating triggers. Okay. Okay. I thought we were, okay, he's just indicating triggers. They're just indicating triggers there with putting them all on the board and then immediately saying, no, I actually don't want to use the Braze Rider Boots and I don't want to use the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. I'm just going to use the Katsu activation here.
It's about sending a message.
Yeah. Terrifying me and your opponent.
You win more games of Fab if you put the fear of God into your opponent as often as possible. And if you just announce your entire equipment suite as a trigger every time you hit, I assure you, you'll be doing that. We are going to use Katsu here to cash in a blue 100 wins for a red copy, which is just good, clean numbers.
So before Thomas gave me the fright of a lifetime there, I was going to discuss, I was going to discuss the role of Ancestral Harmony on a turn like this. I think the way they want to use this is they have Ancestral Ancestral Harmony as a maybe Katsu, and on any turn where you don't end up needing to discard it to Katsu or Katsu, then you can stick it into Arsenal, and it buffs up a 5-card hand instead of just a 4-card hand. Throwing Ancestral Harmony at the start of this turn, if it misses, you've really whiffed some total game value, so rather stick that into Arsenal and try to buff up a really big hand. In this case, Winds of Eternity coming at the end of this chain makes those 100 win searches even better.
100% Winds of Eternity usually just could actually pay with filler effect, but every now and then lines up with a couple of copies of 100 wins, which is definitely potent against those more fatigue-based strategies. Keep those threats around. Thomas having the problem I did in Yokohama there with the Winds of Eternity being in Japanese and playing a card people haven't played against very often and being, I straight up have no idea what this does. I had the benefit,
this is how it works.
I had the benefit of being in Japan.
Yeah.
So at least with my cards, it was like, well, you can read these, but sometimes you have to explain to your opponent that this does come in for 10, I promise.
Really funny opening hand there for Thomas. I think they opened with a blue 100 wins as well, and that was a Katsu discard. So it was already 100 wins, Winds of Eternity, and then the existence of that Winds of Eternity gives them the freedom to go searching for a better version of it and get the red out of their deck instead of the blue. Interesting to see that they might be running up to 9 copies of 100 wins, so a very low-to-the-ground aggressive version of Katsu here.
I think it depends. I think some people like to play that yellow copy as a mask target sometimes, but we'll have to wait and find out for sure. 0 to 60, boosting away an Expedite here as Cerebellum Processor and Boom Grenade tick on down, and now will be the question as to exactly how much is Thomas willing to cover here. Breaking Scales immediately reached for alongside Rushing River to blunt the assault of 0 to 60. Let's see a follow-up here of my beloved Tecto Trebuchet 2000. The most annoying breakpoint to cover when you have a Boom Grenade on board. It does move some of that juice onto the following attack as well. This time will be a Pulse Wave Harpoon, which might cause some havoc here for Thomas.
Taking good advantage of those 1 battle-worn effects, but now Pulse Wave will be another 4, another breakpoint, and it's going to be hard to deny this Boom Grenade unless Thomas is willing to give up more than 1 card. Still a card threatening from Juha-Matti, so a bit uncomfortable. This is one of the benefits of Katsu. I talked about Dash and Mechanologist in general as a block 3 aggro deck, where many of your cards block 3, but you are still an aggro deck. Katsu is similar. There are also block 2s in this deck, but many of those combo cards that are sort of the filler, the finishers, the blues, etc., those are all block 3s, and Katsu has the ability to, when you don't have a crazy combo turn, you can sort of block down to a small hand. Maybe you get to throw a 0 for 4, maybe you end up not doing so at all and just blocking 12, and then hoping that your next hand says, that's a Bonds of Ancestry, I've got the good stuff instead.
Pulse Wave Harpoon pulls a Fluster Fist onto the combat chain, quickly joined by a second copy to stop the grenade connecting. Finds another grenade on top here. Symbiosis shot will tick up, and we are going to see it cranked for Juha-Matti, who's clearly of the belief that this final attack is going to get the job done.
We had 3 boosts.
Teklo Foundry Heart makes you wonder if it is maximum velocity in the hand with 2 grenades remaining, 2 resources. What card is it, Juha-Matti?
Could be a heist as well, threatening 2 Boom Grenades on hit and a 3rd one coming back to the board. That could be blockable if you give up that Mask of Pouncing Lynx, but choosing to crank the Boom Grenade really says this has to hit.
There's a good chance, actually, that Juha-Matti's looking for an attack with that Cerebellum Processor.
There's a Cerebellum on the board.
If the card in hand is not an attack, maybe Teklo Foundry Heart was just going deeper, looking for something to draw. Instead, it's Backup Protocol Red in the hand. So, going to see this cashed in, no doubt grabbing 0 to 60. But this can be blunted, but Thomas will have to give up Mask of the Pouncing Lynx to do it.
And even if this is blunted, if Juha finds another 0 cost off the top from this boost effect, now he can draw that and still play it. So that Cerebellum Processor showing why it's so great, and me definitely missing that with the crank on the Boom Grenade. Thomas has to really consider their options here. Of course, if you block 5, you've lost quite a bit of combo potential with the lack of access to Mask, but you might be happy that you're still on 40 and your opponent's down quite a few of these Boom Grenades and they're on 24. But Juha, on the other hand, has the potential to attack again, which would mean Thomas could get punished for this decision.
No blocks declared. Thomas says, yeah, I will catch a grenade for you. A pair of them, in fact. Chunk of damage flying across. 29, the new life total for our original ninja.
I can't find a way to work the next line of that song into a joke.
Yeah, yeah.
Other than that, okay. Juha still can draw. If it's not a 0 cost, he is going to be able to arsenal that card. It looks like that's the angle he's going towards. So maybe Thomas thinking that was wrong and because of what was on top, but ultimately I get to keep my mask, and so they're probably pretty happy with that.
Okay, so as you kind of alluded to moments ago, 0 for 4, the name of the game on the small hands for Katsu. I can never not think of this card as underwhelming Gust Wave.
Yeah, that's also how it is in my brain. Gust Wave of the Second Wind coming in as functionally just a 0 for 4 there. And
the
then
card's
hitting
really
the graveyard.
good.
It's great.
It's really good.
All the Gust Waves are. I'm checking my math on that. I believe all the Gust Waves are.
I don't know. Yellow Descendant Gust Wave was always a little sketchy.
I'm talking names. I'm talking names. I used to run Yellow Descendant Gust Wave.
Yeah, me too, unfortunately. Good hand here, potentially, for Tomas. Speaking of Descendant Gust Wave.
Oh, wow. Holy.
Right alongside Bonds of Ancestry and a Red Seek Vengeance, that Ancestral Harmony still parked in the arsenal. I feel like we are about to see some fireworks on both sides of the table. Cerebellum ticks down, 0 to 60. Yellow is the first play here for Juha-Matti. 3 damage coming in. Tomas very happy to pay the bill on that one. No grenade found just yet. Good news all around.
Yeah, Thomas definitely looking at that hand and happy to probably take all the way, still having access to those boots and the Mask of Pouncing Lynx, hopefully going to hit off the Ancestral Harmony from their perspective. That Seek Vengeance is at minimum 4 or 5 damage. Could also be a search for a better combo piece. Thomas happy. Juha, on the other hand, trying to make it as uncomfortable as possible for them. I think I see a Spark of Genius in that hand.
Certainly do. Looks like Heist, Spark of Genius, and a yellow Boom Grenade as the remaining 3 cards in hand there. Heist being thumbed forward onto the combat chain. Boom Grenade paying the cost as a second Heist is boosted away for it.
This is one of those matchups where seeing these items in hand is double unfortunate. Sometimes it's quite fine to see them in hand. You pitch them and you get them for the late game. But against a Katsu, you're not really expecting to make it to the late game.
This was a funny little sequence here. It was Heist. Tomas grabbed the graveyard and went, okay, so this gets a Boom Grenade back. Juha-Matti goes, no, it's from the Banish Zone. So we grab the Banish Zone, and Tomas goes,
it gets
so this
a Boom
gets a Boom
Grenade
Grenade back. 2 wrongs do occasionally make a right. 5 go again, no blocks declared. Happy to let the grenade come through and potentially enable a draw from Cerebellum Processor. Thomas says, this is the hand. This is the way we win the game. This is the cannon.
Thomas just needs to survive through this game. Through this turn, I should
Through
say.
the game.
Well, that is what the goal of the game is. Thomas needs to survive through this turn, and I think they understand that. They're not going to necessarily try go again because, one, first of all, Dio can deal a lot of damage, and so blocking out this on-hit and trying again means you're just leaking a little bit of damage and delaying your ability. But also, this is as strong a combo signal as we've seen from their hands all game. Juha, on the other hand, just has the goal of making this as uncomfortable as possible for Thomas. And it looks like it's quite uncomfortable for Thomas, and I expect Thomas to go low, but I'm not looking at a board that necessarily looks like lethal for Juha right now.
I would be inclined to agree. 19 life to work with. There's something very intimidating about your opponent going, yeah, Heist is fine, get your grenade, bear with me, I need a drink. It's just the aura.
I need all the mental preparation I can for my turn where I actually have to think.
Your turn is cool. Let me hydrate. Fast and Furious found on top here. Going to gain a bonus steam counter on one of these items as well. I have to imagine it is probably the Cerebellum Processor, given the stance Tomas has taken so far.
Yeah, I think this Boom Grenade you can safely assume is going to hit, and therefore the Cerebellum Processor sticking around for one more turn. If Juha is able to live through Thomas's blast, then that Cerebellum will power up the next turn and probably start presenting a very tricky puzzle for Thomas. One more card for Juha here.
0 to 60. Connecting there, closing the combat chain up. 2 action points left. Spark of Genius, the last card, and a knowing acknowledgement from Tomas as we go digging for another card. I wonder, is there a world where null time zone does anything? What can you name?
Ooh, you just name Bonds of Ancestry. That's the key part of a big combo, right? Of course, gust waves matter, but there are several different gust waves.
Null time zone is only from the hand. So if you're tutoring with Katsu for the bonds, naming it doesn't do anything. I know I can see the hand, but Juha-Matti can't see. You understand how this game works,
Yeah,
don't you?
I know that. So then, are you afraid of the bonds of ancestry coming from Banish, and then do you say something like Surging Strike and just try to turn off the start of the combo?
Maybe.
Play it, I can pitch it either, or I can just play it.
Can't pitch, can't play.
It's
There
Surging
it is.
Strike.
Can't be played.
Turning off
Naming
the start
Surging
of the
Strike.
combo, afraid of any combo card because all of those combo cards, as you alluded, can be fetched. So if it's a Surging Strike in hand, that is the combo starter from Thomas signaling, obviously this is my combo turn. If that's the starter, then it's possible Thomas wouldn't have any go again, and Juha's thinking, well, then I just shut you down from the get-go.
But it's not. There is no Surging Strike on the other side of the table. It's a different flavor of fighting game that Thomas van Minsel intends to play. Spark of Genius resolving. Cast words. Words are hard. Card being drawn, of course, from the top of the deck here. Didn't get a great look at it. Dash.io, of course, remaining unactivated so far. Cerebellum Processor still available. Looks like a zipper hit to me. And how does Juha-Matti intend to continue navigating this turn? Action point spent, top card drawn with Cerebellum Processor is a Sprocket Rocket of the red variety.
So many cards being picked up for this turn. We talked about 19 feeling safe. I still think the Thomas's life total is safe ultimately.
It's getting squeaky. Dash activation, pitching the zipper hit
We haven't
away.
seen a dash yet this
finds
turn.
yellow boom grenade. So 11 still looking a little out of reach, but surprisingly close, all things considered.
Didn't do one yet from the top right today.
An important thing to point out for Juha here
The
is
one was from the Banish.
they still have, or he still has his entire equipment suite. So
True.
Thomas
Fair
trying
enough.
to deal through that 20. Of course, Katsu big turns can deal 20, and we know that this null time zone is not effectively getting around this combo turn, but that's an extra 9 points of block on Juha's side of the board.
Interesting. Juha-Matti here choosing not to crank the grenade, holds the Sprocket Rocket for now.
You know why?
No extra gunshot.
You know why I like this the most is simply cash in more block with Crown. I don't think that Sprocket Rocket's going to be fired at any point.
Very possible, very heads-up decision-making from our mechanologist, who is looking at an item not in hand, I should say. 12 block. Stare down the big combo turn. It's Ancestral Harmony to start. What do we find on top?
Oh.
Another Descendant Gust Wave.
Retrace the Past going to have to be used on resource duty on this turn.
So is there a world where Katsu enables double bonds here? There is, right?
Definitely does.
Yeah, so but how far can we go with Mask?
For clarity.
How big is this? Cross-strap broken, pays for Descendant Gust Wave to start things off.
Oh, maybe wanting to find a way to never have to pay. If they can use this Descendant Gust Wave to turn on a Retrace the Past down the line after the bonds, naming Surging, does that mean Descendant is free throughout the whole turn?
In theory.
Gonna get the golden cork.
Of course, resource still available after this first Descendant Gust Wave as well. Explaining how the golden cog situation works here. Cog works Tinker Rings, cashing in that cog immediately to adaptive plating to block an extra 2 points of damage. Just confirming that that can be done. Makes sense. There's some sequencing concern there.
Or what should I do?
Descendant here coming in for 4, I believe. 1 from Ancestral Harmony and 3 from its base effect. So blocking 5 against this also blocks against the breaking scales. This is why that
Yes,
5
yes,
block
yes.
might be coming in. And so a good safe play from Juha-Matti. If he thinks that Thomas has a piece missing from the combo, you want to delay that Katsu trigger as long as possible on this turn. And of course that Mask trigger as well.
Sure. Just getting word in, this judge call is actually entirely differently related.
Oh.
Double checking if you can still name Surging Strike on Retrace the Past if there is a null time zone in play.
Oh.
Which you can. Null time zone does not prevent you from doing so. However, I kind of hope in a way that Juha hears that question because, again, fear of God.
Yeah.
Like, it's just about sending it for your opponent. And if you go, can I name Surging Strike on Retrace the Past? I want to know what you're up to.
Yeah.
What's the plan
Yeah.
in some capacity?
I mean, I think already leading with this Descendant Gust Wave doesn't give Juha-Matti the indication of whether that was a successful null time zone or not.
True.
Because you could go Surging Descendant. What you haven't done is turn off
Ancestral
all
Harmony
the go
too.
again.
Like, it was a Descendant Gust Wave that was hit by
Yeah.
Ancestral Harmony. This really could be
Oh,
anything.
true.
We don't
Wow.
know where this is going, so let's find out. Let's get ourselves back down there. Judge call been resolved, and this turn is about to explode. Retrace the Past is the follow-up. So naming Surging Strike on this one will, of course, reduce the cost on that following Descendant Gust Wave. Are we intending to dishonor -IO?
Are we intending to dishonor -IO, or are we just intending to make everything cost 0? That's a good question.
The threat there, at least. I would be surprised if that's where we ended up. I don't think the hero is very good, but I think your opponent's probably dead a lot of the time before we get to that stage of the game.
I mean, I think we just want to deal max damage, but I mean, Dishonor is a 5 functionally if it comes after this Bonds of Ancestry later on. I assume Breeze Rider Boots might be getting cached at some point in order to make sure that everything that gets searched off this Bonds of Ancestry can go again.
2 cards jumping in front of our Retrace the Past, and so Descendant Gust Wave costing Nada Bupkis. Thanks to that Surging Strike, it finds itself after. Coming in for 4 as well. Ancestral Harmony reminding me why I hate it so much. The Zen PTSD definitely kind of in full effect here.
I never played a game of Zen in Classic Constructed, but in
You played against it.
Lots against it, but in Katsu I also have put the fear of God into my opponents thanks to Ancestral Harmony, that's for sure.
Crown of Providence, as you correctly called, triggered here to bottom that Sprocket Rocket, just simply looking for more cards to deny the Katsu activation to really make things explode here. But with it being the Bonds in hand, it will be Rushing River being banished away here as I believe the only viable target. We'll go fetching up another copy.
I mean, they could have just taken the Underwhelming
Wait,
Gust
is
Wave,
there
no?
a Break Tide in this deck?
There might be something like that.
You can
Mask of
Pouncing
Pouncing
Links for
Links.
Break Tide, can't you?
Yeah, because otherwise this would just be a Gust Wave of the second wind search for sure.
Look, I thought what I was saying was stupid, and then the red flag went off, and I was
Yeah.
like, wait, hang
That's
on.
a red Rushing River, by the way.
Oh, excuse me?
Well, this is why you see Katsu up at 7 and 2, because this is an unexpected build of Katsu, I would say, not necessarily the stock. I like that Juha-Matti was piloting this line, always blocking N+1, making sure to overblock against the breaking scales, thinking if you don't have the Bonds of Ancestry in hand, and you are hoping to use that Bonds of Ancestry, to get that Bonds of Ancestry off the Katsu trigger, then I would be able to get around this crazy combo turn, and I would shut it down before I die, even having to give up all of my equipment and all of my cards. But Thomas had the natty, as we like to say.
Swift as a coursing river, indeed. I have never seen the red copy of this card played against me. That's a new one.
Yeah, I don't think I've played it or played against it.
In fact, if you told me this card didn't come in red, I might have believed you.
Well, I've sorted through too many Ninja cards, hoping to make a better Katsu deck to believe that, but...
You look at your copies of Rushing River. Crazy. Juha in the blender on the revelation of red Rushing River.
So to be clear, Rushing River, if Torrent of Tempo was the last attack, it gains +1 go again, and it has some effect where you get to filter through the next N cards and pick which ones you want, basically. But the key reason for this Rushing River being searched is most likely what it combos into rather than what it combos out of. So if Thomas is able to get any hit through on this turn, activate Breeze Rider Boots and Mask of the Pouncing Links. Whether that's on the Bonds of Ancestry or on the Rushing River, because of course you can give an attack go again with the Breeze Rider Boots after it has hit. Thomas is then going to be able to find the Break Tide and continue this turn. Here we go. The Bonds of Ancestry has hit, and all of the triggers are tapped to indicate I want to use them this time.
Yeah, I guess there's something less fear of God when your combat chain contains 12 permanents already.
Yeah, it's a little bit obvious this time. It wasn't the
the
fright that I got on that first
you're not
turn.
wrong. Seek Vengeance is the discard. Excuse
Oh,
me.
we're doubling up.
We are Flood of Forcing this time around. Now this is a banger. If Rushing River or Flood of Force was the last attack on the combat chain, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a combo card, you put it in the hand and you gain +3. We break Mask of the Pouncing Links for the Break Tide to tie all this together. Now, I won't blame you if you haven't seen these cards before, but Thomas van Minsel's list can easily clear a great library of Solana.
Yeah, this is quite the combination of cards. I remember when some of these additional pieces in this alternative line started getting revealed, or even when Katsu, got bonds back, people were talking about this list, but I really never thought that we'd be seeing it at this level, and Thomas having a mastery of it with a Rushing River, Breaktide, and Flood of Force all in the Banish Zone there. He's been hit 4 times this turn, I believe, by my count, all under Ancestral Harmony, and there's at minimum 3 more attacks to come.
Rushing River, red variety, 4 go again thanks to those Breeze Rider boots. Breaking Scales, of course, still available if the extra point of damage is important. I'm watching that Flood of Force. It's so important. What do we find on top? Tempest Palm Gust Wave. The library destruction continues, but more importantly, the destruction of Juha-Matti might just be happening in real time. This is disgusting.
So, of course, Tempest Palm Gustwave only gets that +2 if Surging Strike was the previous attack, but it always has Go Again. So this is just another 0 for 4 Go Again, basically, under this Ancestral Harmony. It has combo. It can always be targeted with its Breaking Scales. This is the full Voltron of Katsu cards. I don't think there's 2 Descendant Gustwaves. Otherwise, every single card has a different name.
Flip. Hits Dishonor off the top of the deck. Would dominate. Evasive damage there. Tempest, Palm, Gustwave is Chain Link 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we will have at least one more. 0 to 60 soaks up damage. Dishonor comes through. It comes on in for lethal damage. Nice fridge, idiot.
To add
Dash.io out of here. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Thomas van Minsel is here with a new take on Katsu that you weren't ready for, I wasn't ready for, and Juha-Matti might be ready for next time.
Might be ready for next time. Insult to Injury, by the way, got dishonored at the end of that turn. It came in for lethal +1 and plus another one from the Breaking Scales, but Dishonor hit and Dishonor brought to Juha-Matti's family after the entirety of that Katsu line. Truly cosplaying Katsu in the best way you can.
We'll go back to the Mulan. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your family, dishonor on your cow. I want to know that I want it to be known I knew what was happening that entire turn.
Yeah,
Nothing
yeah.
surprised me.
I predicted it.
I told you at the start of the turn it was going to be a Dishonor.
Yeah. Oh, look at you go. Predicting. And you said Breaktide in the middle. We just didn't expect the Flood of Force before that.
That one got me a bit. I love Flesh and Blood. What a fantastic game. Hopefully you can join me for some more of it in the near future at the world premiere stop in Prague, where I'm hoping to see some more of your friendly faces as we make our way into the Omens of the Third Age season. It's going to be pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this world premiere in Prague. Of course, it is selling fast, so go get your tickets now at May 22nd to 24th. That is the time to come to Prague and play this new limited format that we haven't seen in quite a while. We haven't seen Lightning Heroes being added to the card pool in about a year and a half, but of course we haven't seen limited, and I want to play some sealed and some draft at the world premiere. Omens of the Third Age.
Cannot wait. Can't wait for this portion of the event either. Beautiful Omens of Arcana playmat to match the Coalfoil reversible marvel you'll get of that Omens of the Third Age macro for playing the world premiere. With this world premiere booster pack, this 2-card booster with these Marvel varieties of dualities. In the immortal words of Paul Van Heysel, want to buy is what I'll go with this time around. I'm pretty desperate for these things.
Yeah, these are very pretty cards, and also maybe a hint as to how these heroes will be functioning. Lots to still learn about these heroes, and we'll only learn the entirety of it when we arrive at Prague for the world premiere. I'm taking my eyes on that right-hand one. I think I'm most excited by Ziggy right now, but
yeah, I think me too. I'm very excited to see what Ziggy can do. I think it's the biggest anomaly in the set right now. As a known wizard enjoyer, I'm going to be playing plenty of Oscilio. Nebula Duality looks quite appealing to that deck, truthfully, so I'm very excited to see what that one can do in the brew as well. If you're joining us for the calling, you can pick up that premium package. Contains that glorious Astral Strike that we are really, really excited to get our hands on as well, and a selection of lightning flow generating attacks that I think might have a shot at doing something, especially in Silver Age.
Definitely in Silver Age and definitely in the limited format. You won't be able to play your fancy rainbow foils in the world premiere, of course, but you will be able to pick up these cards in your sealed pools and make the most of them with that pretty lightning flow on the left-hand side.
Speaking of lightning flows, big fan of those. Going to be personal ones we'll talk about in a moment. Astral Strike front and center for a lot of folks here. I kind of like these inspired E-Strike kind of spin-offs we've been getting recently. Elemental Strike, the previous promo set, Astral Strike this time around. And if you're the kind of person who likes to sequence your lightning flows, make everything harmonious in style, you can grab whichever one might fit your preferred hero in the near future.
Of course, you're going to need a stack of many of these when you want to have each individual lightning flow represented on its own.
Oh,
and I will definitely be bringing my 10 lightning flows to the table.
I will be bringing my D6 like a sane human being. World Premiere Prague, May 22nd, 24th. I will see you there. Please don't let me down. You would make me sad. Don't do that.
I'll be there.
Good, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I needed from you. The chat can't respond, you see, so you need to play their role.
Yeah. No, I realized what I was doing in the middle there. I am the chat stand-in. If you need a self-insert on this cast, that's me. You're welcome.
Absolutely. Love to see it. Always a big fan of making Gabe look stupid live on broadcast. Thankfully, our next round is, let me check, another hero we haven't featured so far in the broadcast. The variety will continue. I don't mean the Arakni Marionette that you will see in the hands of Tom Escoffier, who's incredible, fantastic, big fan, but I can't help but find myself rooting for Jarl the Tradie in our next round, who is sitting at 8-2 and still live for the top 8 of the calling in Rotterdam. Don't go anywhere.
Closing in, mist will turn to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragon of the horizon, history untold. Almighty Katsu, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious. Oh, we'll know our story. They came from frozen plains, waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the north, the name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfolds. Almighty Katsu, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious. Oh, we'll know our story. Almighty Katsu, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious. Oh, we'll know our story. deserved enough history and told. He shall rise and the demon will fall. Young fears he will bring them all. Sticks and stones will they chase it all. Young men's name will carry on. Kinsmen crave the island call. Each night chase and watch them fall. Young men's reign will turn to storm. This is a prophet's call.
In the immortal words of the official Flesh and Blood story, do not stand between Jarl Betrayed and something he intends to kill. Is a pretty gnarly way of going out as far as I'm concerned. But will that be the fate of Thomas Escoffier's Arakni Marionette? I have no idea. What does Jarl do, Gabe?
It's funny you say that he don't stand between him and something he intends to kill, when I think that he probably intends to let Arakni fizzle out rather than kill him outright. I imagine this is sort of a very slow fatigue matchup. Arakni has a limited number of those attack reactions and abilities to go very tall with those daggers. So I'd imagine we're kind of looking at a war of attrition, especially since Arakni Marionette is sort of able to do both sides of that exchange.
Okay.
Eager to see how this plays out in front of us, but I would imagine he blocks.
I see why they're paying you the big bucks. That is prime analyst right there. Thank you for the input. So expect blocking as we make our way into the feature match area shortly. But before that, I want to check out who is still live with us in the top cut gamble, I guess. We'll call it top cut shuffle. I can't help but notice as the field is starting to slim, it's looking kind of like Yokohama again. That's a lot of lamp.
We did talk about this throughout the entire weekend, where those top three are sort of the inevitable part, and we're going to have this one person making that final stretch on these weird heroes, so to speak. We see that Rhinar, we see that Gravy, we see that Fi in 8th, 9th, and 10th there. Even the Cindra, you could argue, fits in that category at 7th. But other than that, we're getting a lot of the Oscilio, Victor, and Mario, and there's no surprise. I think this page is actually how I would have put my money on it. I wouldn't have maybe picked these specific 6 weird heroes, the ones we've already called out, also the Jarl and the Katsu, but, you know, that's, I think, 13 or 14 of the heroes on this first page are all Marionette, Victor, and Oscilio.
So everyone on this screen is going to be the only players in contention for our top 8. When we go to the next page of standings, at that point, everyone else is too far away. They're not going to make it in. So these are names you want to familiarize yourself with. I got a couple of picks. I'm obviously now a Thomas Minsel fan after that last game we may have watched. 2 countrymen for me, Jason Rolfe and the inevitable Jacob Clements, still finds themselves in contention here. And of course, Christopher Bizau, he's doing a fantastic job on a hero that is now near and dear to my heart. So hopefully we get a little Huntsman action in the near future.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think I'm cheering for Katsu primarily, but also I like the Fi. I feel like we always have a sneaky Fi make it late into a tournament when we are casting together. Big ups for the Fi and the Rhinar. They might still be able to make it. 20 heroes remain at the top, and only 8 will make it to the top 8.
Very impressive stuff there again from Filippo Barbani. I think it's definitely, as you called out earlier, responsible for putting Victor on the map in this metagame somewhat. Now sitting at 9-1 in this metagame, standing amongst all of those Oscilios. I'm kind of eager to see how he specifically is addressing the metagame right now.
Yeah, I think he has a good, very good understanding of that Victor deck, and probably has been tweaking it over those last couple of weeks. I think I've heard that he doesn't really favor these fatigue Victor styles that we've been seeing build-ups, and so maybe he's got this mid-range that is able to still beat both the Arachnis and the Oscilios, and also some of those other heroes. Hopefully we can get Filippo. Hopefully he continues his strong run and is able to make the top 8, because he's always been a favorite of the cast, but we have a different Guardian that we're talking about before we get there.
Absolutely. Grab a coat, folks. It's about to get frosty. Let's make our way down into the feature match. And check out Thomas Escoffier's Arakni Marionette against Julien Desuter's Jarl Betrayed. It's impressive stuff. I got it. Yeah, look at that. That's not only is Julien fashionable, but it's clearly prepared for the cold, as you need to be when you're rocking with Jarl.
Icy frostbites hitting the table, and Julien wants to be able to avoid, oh my gosh, wearing a turtleneck to protect against his own deck, but Tom might be the one getting a little bit cold here. As soon as any piece of equipment leaves the board, he will be receiving some frostbites.
On the Escoffier side of the fight, we will see 2 reasonably early losses here. Round 2 to Feng, round 4 to a mirror match, but decided that was enough. Has toppled many marionettes since. Got through our Fi, recently through a Victor, but a very draconic, well, that's just the Hunted Limited.
Yeah, yep, there's a lot of hunted heroes here. We've got, Feng, Cindra, and Arakni Marionette all represented. Tom, very familiar with this Marionette mirror. I'm not surprised that he's, I think, it looks like 2-1 in this mirror throughout this day. We'll note that he did take down Martin Hollock, adding one of those lost columns towards the mission back home for Martin. On the other side of the table, let's take a look at how Julien got here throughout his rounds yesterday and today. His loss was a little bit later, losing to Filippo Barbani, who we talked about earlier on Victor, also losing to a Marionette in round 2, but notable also won against the Marionette in round 9, so not necessarily favored or unfavored according to his personal round history so far.
Got through a pair of Arakni huntsmen in the process as well. Got through Andrea Mengucci, who is no longer in contention thanks to Jarl Vitradi. Feels like a pretty bleak matchup for the Draconic Ninjas, and so not surprised to see success being found there. All right, we've met our players. Let's meet their heroes and learn a bit more about the decks they intend to play. Arakni Marionette, a popular choice at this point, one way or the other. Looking at some stealth attacks, gaining small bonuses, and potentially go again if a hero happens to be marked on the other side of the table. But perhaps more importantly, at the end phase, transforming into a random agent of chaos to make the most of spare cards and some bonus effects.
Yeah, it definitely has become a mainstay in the meta in the last year to half year, sort of, with this mid-range style that's able to present disruption, but also death by 1,000 cuts against the opponent. Jarl, on the other side, has picked up 200 LL points, but has not had one big blast on the World Tour, and is still awaiting their first champion at the top end of the World Tour. They are a Guardian, Elemental Guardian with the essence of Earth and Ice, meaning Earth and Ice cards can be in their deck, and whenever they play an Ice card, Jarl will create a Frostbite token in an opponent's exposed head, chest, arms, or leg zone, meaning you can create more than one on a turn if you're playing multiple ice cards. But truly what makes this hero tick is the Elemental Guardian with essence of Earth and Ice. It's not necessarily about the hero power, it's about the very powerful defensive card pool.
Absolutely, some Oakenfold shenanigans that people will be well versed with, but Rootbound Carapace returning to the format, big deal for Jarl. Cards like Sprout Strength coming out of Compendium of Wraith, also huge upgrade in Elemental Strike, all kind of significant improvements for our last remaining wielder of Felling of the Crown. Let's check it out as we go down into the feature match area and see exactly how frosty we're going to get. Let's take a peek at the equipment suite side of things. No surprises here for Thomas Escoffier. Mask of Deceit, Tunic, Flick Knives, and those Black Tech Whisperers. I want to talk about a few of the options for Julien, though. Those Gauntlets, they are very much just an Earth Ice card in a lot of cases. Great for decomposing, but will block 3 in the process, the Boreal Domain. But Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree, very telling about the Earth density we can expect from this version of Jarl, and it's fantastic once those Rootbound Carapace have done some work.
Also calling out the quick dodge flexors, not necessarily going to be cashed in for a huge amount of total value on this turn. Arakni Marionette isn't going to go super wide, but it will be helping against just staying alive on one of these attack reactions always. You can have an extra out with that quick dodge flexors if you just need a little bit more block to get around an attack reaction.
So you can tell Tom's stance on this matchup. If you look very closely at his player cam, you may notice that you can see his deck. You can see just how chunky that happens to be right now, and I would suggest there is 70+ cards in there somewhere.
Getting a good look at the first couple of cards to come out of Julien's deck with his cut from the same cloth. I believe that was a Sink Below, maybe a Crumble to Eternity, and a couple Terra Sunders in there, if my memory serves me quick fire well enough.
Codex of Frailty being pitched away for later on. This is the kind of matchup we're going to want to watch, those pitch stacks. It's going to be a long, grindy one, and Earth Ice cards being put next to an Oakenfold, perhaps ways to align with Codex of Frailty being next to something like that. Worth paying attention to. Keep your eyes on those pitch zones, well, at least when there's not a dagger for 5 coming at you. Flick Knives, chucking the other Hunter's Clave at Julien, scores a point of damage and inflicts that mark.
Something we talk about in these matchups where it's sort of a mid-range damage-dealing deck against one of these slower decks like Jarl, is that this first cycle, or the first part of the first cycle, can often be context setting. We're just sort of jockeying back and forth, seeing how much damage gets brought through on breakpoints, or how often you can swing together these big disruptive hands or big over-the-top hands. And otherwise, we're setting up for what comes later. We want to set the life totals up for what comes later. So this Codex going to the second cycle, that's when it's more important than right now. And so we're talking about, can we just deal some damage before we get to that point so that that Codex has less of a heavy lifting job to do?
Big blue for Thomas Escoffier here. Whittle from Bone does a great job at replacing those Orb Weaver Spinnerets that were lost to a ban list some time ago. Additional copies of Graphene Calicera, important for a few reasons. First of all, Mask of Deceit now savable. Calicera acquired early. That's the second point. And I guess perhaps third in a matchup like this, additional knives to flick. It's kind of guaranteed damage as the game goes long.
Yeah, Jarl doesn't have too many ways to do prevention. Of course, there is Shelter that can prevent against a flick damage. And there is Seeds of Tomorrow, which might be in the list, but it does often feel like a bit of an overpay just to prevent a flick with that. So Tom looking to maximize that guaranteed damage from the flick knives on all these graphenes.
Cranial Crush is the return play from Julien Desuter. Love this one from way back when. Denying card drawing, unlikely to be super impactful in this spot, but a hefty 8 on a blue is always appealing as a Guardian. Got to imagine these type of cards make their way into the list for Julien. As a nod to Victor, really. Jarl does need to be able to win some of those clashes. Big blue is a great way of doing that.
That is a great way of doing that. Another thing this represents in this kind of matchup is that we swung for 8 with 1 card, and we only took 1 card out of Tom's deck, but we also managed to deal 5. If Tom wants to be precious with his life total, he would be giving up more cards for that. So in terms of fatigue math, this Cranial Crush could have bought 2 or 3 cards, and that's why Julien is willing to play that out on that early turn where he didn't get that much of an offensive threat from Tom.
So it will be Hunter's Clave, no blocks, declared 1 point of damage connects, and the mark will be transferred once more. 35 plays 35. Tom looking at a hand of Incision and Orb Weaver Spinneret, so would have found it anyway, the Sly Dog.
Well, as we discussed, he gets this free graphene if he wants it. Chooses not to flick on that first link, and instead comes in with Orb Weaver Spinneret. The reason for then not flicking for that extra point of free damage is that it's actually better probably to hold on to the opportunity to flick the Kiss of Death if this manages to get go again.
Very true. Worth remembering, Arakni Marionette will grant go again if this attack manages to connect, courtesy of that mark that is currently inflicted upon Jarl. So giving yourself the option to flick Kiss of Death whenever possible. Good place to be. Staunch Response, also a pretty good place to be. Frozen to Death paying the bill for that. So Resource Floating will go to reactions. Incision will jump this up to 10 to try and go bigger than our Staunch Response. Rootbound Carapace will make sure that we do not take any damage. No go again will be gained, and so no Kiss of Death being flicked. A lot of damage successfully denied there. Marionette transforming thanks to the mark, finds Orb Weaver anyway, so perhaps those Graphene Calyceras will be a little more flexible in the near future.
Well, this is the what I mean by the context setting. That turn could have gone one of 2 ways. Tom could have flicked early and maximized the guaranteed damage with all of those flicks, but then if he had hit and gotten go again on that Kiss of Death, then going again towards a Graphene Calycera would not have represented flicking that Kiss of Death. So Tom made maybe an upside decision thinking I have this Kiss of Death for 10 and Julien won't be able to full defend it. But the fact is, Julien had defense reaction. So when we're talking about context setting, it's how do these decks align against each other in the first half before they get to the point where those life totals start to be a little bit threatened.
Julien choosing to pitch Autumn's Touch and Arsenal Felling of the Crown this time around. We'll go back over to Tom, who's going to start things off with that Graphene Calycera swing. Is reduced in cost thanks to the Orb Weaver hero ability.
I like Orb Weaver in this spot. I mean, of course, this was a roll, so he didn't have a choice, but Orb Weaver still enabling the threat of you have no idea what I'm going to do with this swing. So I come in Graphene to start the turn. It could just be 1 go again, and I'll do the rest of my stuff in just a moment, but it also could go up to 14. Or some other big number, and Julien has to be balancing which is expected out of Tom's deck at any given moment.
It's very interesting decision tree here at the moment. The Graphene Calycera ignored by Julien. We'll be seeing this plenty, I imagine, to mitigate the damage of a card like Tarantula Toxin, but there was no guarantee a second dagger was coming, just an insinuation. Still held on to that Fiddler's Green. Decided the punish, not worth it. The Hunter's Clave is the one you really need to stop.
That was a good read by Julien there, making sure that the 1 block was held forward to turn off the additional marking this turn. Of course, a flick coming through means that Orb Weaver Spinneret can buy back an additional dagger. And this one will get the buff of damage and still be free.
Codex of Inertia is the play. Ponder token made.
I like this play with Codex of Inertia in that it's sort of flexible. We've got the card could have come out of Arsenal that helps towards this Graphene Calycera. It could have even been an attack reaction, and it could still come towards come in on damage again with this Graphene Calycera. You always want to fire off that Inertia first. It looks like, unless it's an attack reaction, it's not going to be clearable for Tom, in which case this ponder value gets a little bit wasted. But the inertia is still strong against a defensive deck. Inertia means you can never set a defense reaction. You can't work towards the future with this arsenal zone. However, Julien, a little bit sad to see an attack reaction indeed be the thing that came out of this Codex of Inertia. Julien now facing 7, having only blocked 3, and this time got the wrong read of how to defend against this tall Graphene Chelicera. Taking 4 damage, and Tom is able to refresh that arsenal thanks to the Ponder.
I want to give Tom some kudos for the bling here. Not only Marvel Codexes and the like, but some really hard EAs to find. Orbweaver Spinnerets, these Saints of the Red Bag, these are not easily acquired, so clearly very passionate about this Arakni Marionette deck. Everbloom Life grabs Channel Mount Eisen to pop to the bottom here, which might be the only target, not sure. Haven't been tracking the Graveyard correctly, but one I was kind of curious about for a second there.
It's an ice card. It's a 0 cost for later on, I believe. Is that the 0 cost? Yeah, Frozen.
Yes, it is indeed.
Channel's at 3 cost. 0 cost. It's just trading this Everbloom into Grave where you want it for when you get your next Everbloom, and you can start to loop them together with one another.
Small little detail here from Julien that I want to acknowledge. In a matchup that's likely to go long, leaving Everbloom Life in the graveyard very appealing. Target with a second copy, kind of keep that inevitability going. But also, we kind of got used to people decomposing in chunks of 3-3-2 in a lot of cases with Florian, Verdant, Thorn of the Rose. No need to do that here. You're looking to get to 4 because you care about Felling of the Crown, Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. The decomposing in 2s, just equally good. So this first Felling, unfortunately a little small, doesn't really get you over the line because of Elemental Strike or anything. Because it has to do that, you may as well leave an Earth card in the graveyard. Make sure there's now efficient fuel for the next decomposition.
Definitely the best one to leave in the graveyard there is the Everbloom Life. Julien still presenting Disruption with this Felling of the Crown, so functionally blocking by attacking there.
Save a bloodshed into Hunter's Clave Swing is the question being asked, and a rather bleak hand for our Jarl. Channel Lake Frigid, Staunch Response, Command and Conquer, and that first copy of Oaken Old available. So only the 1 blue to facilitate these. 2 cards you'd kind of like to Arsenal. Bit of a toughie.
Cards that could be getting given away on block here that you might want to be holding on to. It looks like both of those are going sideways. Julien understands that there are 3 copies of each of these cards in his deck. Might as well use them on the defensive duty.
Blocking 6, Incision jumps to 8, which will be currently enough to get up and over.
This is
1 card in hand. Do you ever fire this Staunch Response?
There are many positions where you fire the Staunch Response to block for 2. I've seen it many, many times. This is why it's so tough to block out these attack reaction decks, and when you're committing to this sort of fatigue plan, you have to be so careful with how you commit to these defensive decisions, because you can get punished in this first cycle just by getting a slightly wrong read. In this case, thinking the Staunch represents more damage. Later on, I can stick that in Arsenal, and I'll probably get the same sort of protection against an attack reaction, but maybe it blocks 5 or 6 or 7 next time rather than just 2 in this spot.
Going to see this Graphene Chelicera met by Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain to cover base, and it will be to the point to follow up.
Now wishing that the Gauntlets weren't used, so Staunch would have gotten full value. In this case, it works out to Gauntlets basically blocking for 0 on its first block.
Tough one. You do kind of want to block up front against Arakni Marionette a lot, try and let the defense reactions to cover you from the attack reactions in the window. If Tom sees a Staunch there, there's no obligation to fire to the point. You can definitely find windows where you get punished for very much over-blocking. So you kind of force the issue with the Gauntlets. They achieve something, arguably.
Black Widow roll here for Tom is quite, I'd say, a boon to getting blocked out at the end of that turn. Julien didn't want to take that 4 damage for free, having taken already quite a lot of chip damage in this game in just like the first, I'd say, quarter of the deck, maybe even less. Tom now presenting disruptive capabilities by being able to lead with Graphene off of the Tunic while in this Black Widow mode and not having lost a single card to defense.
Interesting hand here. Once again for Julien, staring at a chunk of reds. We're looking at Sigil of Solace, Colors of Aria, Rootbound Carapace, Oaken Old. See that single point potentially covered here by the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain. A little worried about wasting that here on a pretty obvious Black Widow activation. Meat Madness discarded here in order to jump this up to 4. And oh, that's a lot of surgery. Scar tissue times 2. 10 go again. all of a sudden a rather large dagger.
Staunch response would have been nice in Arsenal right now. Not that Black Widow would be Black Widow if the staunch response were in Arsenal, but 10 with the disruption is another thing to say because this won't be able to be covered up, so Julien will lose another card from the on-hit of the Black Widow, which means when Tom, who still has a card left, goes to the next link, that will be even less resources available to defend.
Bastion of the Millennium Tree now online, thanks to that second decomposition, but as you allude to, card will be banished in the form of Colors of Aria. Thanks to that Black Widow hit, will be Arsenal to follow, which means we'll be looking at Sigil of Solace for Julien and parking that Oakenfold, which does seem like a required part of getting back into this game.
Colors of Aria counts as an Earth card in the Banish Zone.
It does, yes,
face
does
up, so
indeed.
Julien only still on 3, unfortunately, but maybe if a
On 4,
second.
we've decomposed twice, Felling and Rootbound. So we're online,
the
Buckskin
Rootbound
does the stuff,
decomposed.
we're all Gucci. So back to Tom here after parking the Oakenfold. Looks like pain in the backside. Another Codex in hand. Pick up the point. And a Remembrance. Which
yeah.
Makes a lot of sense if you expect this game to be going quite as long as a card like that would suggest.
Thing is, the Remembrance targets in this deck because you can't bring back any attack reactions. They're often like Codex of Frailty. Maybe you might pick a Kiss of Death. Leave no witnesses. Tom doesn't have any of those cards, just one Kiss of Death also already available in the graveyard.
Does tend to be those Codex of Frailties as a target for that one, so it wouldn't shock me if the Remembrance went down into the depths next to the one just pitched. Graphene Calycera bringing Julien to 26 here. He's slowly chipping away at the shields of Jarl Vitradi, but of course, a very menacing fridge still left. Bastion of the Millennium Tree, Stalagmite, both incredibly impactful pieces of equipment. Colors of Aria will meet the block. Hunter's Clave flicked away to Mark here. Will lead, pick up the point to grab that Clave back with the spare resource.
Death by 1,000 cuts is something we've said before, and it's all of these ways to rebuy to try to get this guaranteed damage in against Julien. We have the Clave rebuys from pick up the point and up 6 and run. We have all of the graphene generators, even down to the Whittle from Bone cards. So they're not choosing to use equipment here on the block against pick up the point.
Makes some sense with the gauntlets. I think Julien interested in getting more Earth cards in the bin for this decomposition for Rootbound Carapace in the near future. Had a spare Oakenfold in hand and or Arsenal, and therefore pretty clean to get rid of one of those with the crown. So Remembrance will be just fired here by Tom. Pretty happy to just get back threats,
like that.
extenders. So we're reaching for Savor Bloodshed. Pick up the point and cut from the same cloth. So a pair of +4s, a very impactful one there. And pick up the point. I like this a lot in theory.
Yeah.
Going for the Kiss of Death instead. An argument to just grabbing away to recycle more daggers, more true damage. But Kiss of Death just, in its own way, also true damage.
I was very excited at the pick of the point pick. I thought that was interesting at the very least, but I think Kiss of Death is also just such a strong card that it's worth picking up in that spot. Of course, those 0-for-4s make a lot of sense. Those are just maximum damage. Savor Bloodshed can sometimes represent even more damage if it's able to connect on a mark turn. So Tom picking back the most damage, deck damage that he needs because his goal is to kill Julien before he runs out of cards, and that's what Remembrance will be helping with. Oh.
Thomas Escoffier pondering the orb once more. That is a unpleasant Titan's Fist. Shelter, Rootbound Carapace, and Frozen to Death. Footing the bill, walks into a very clean Fate for Scene. So Oakenfold going back into the arsenal, but that is depressing. Very depressing.
Maybe the search was for an ice card off the crown. If that ice card comes in the place of that Shelter from the Storm, then that could have been Oakenfold #1 fired and started to try to take tempo out of Thomas Escoffier.
Very true. Tear Asunder, Felling of the Crown is not a combo, unfortunately, but that is the hand of Julien. And we're about to see it on the table alongside 2 copies of Fruits of the Forest, as cut from the same cloth. We'll take a cheeky peek before this Graphene Calycera pops itself onto the combat chain too. 5 go again. Looking at Tarantula Toxin, Orb Weaver Spinneret, and Relentless Pursuit in the hand for Tom Escoffier.
Attention. Non? Oui. Tu peux marquer?
My read is that this isn't going the way that Julien would have drawn up at the start of the game.
I'd be inclined to agree. I think there's still some flexibility here, but these Oakenolds haven't lined up. The first felling was a small one, no elemental strike to make it online first and foremost, which is never what you want. Burning Staunch responses without getting full value. It's a large part of the reason why Julien finds himself at 18 already. Or with a Spinneret grabs back a Calicera after flicking one away. 4 go again.
A lot of these buyback effects were on turn 6. I think we've had 5 flicks. That's 5 true damage that's gotten through. But also a lot of these attack reactions lining up in the perfect spot, including this Tarantula Toxin working out the exact way you want to get +6 value on this blocked out Graphene. This is just leading to these small moments where Julien is getting these wrong reads on how to defend any given attack, and sometimes you get the right read and sometimes you get the wrong one, and there's not strictly a skill there. There's also a game of reading your opponent and getting a little bit lucky in that things aligned the way you anticipated they would, and Tom getting the better of these exchanges in this game so far.
Felling of the Crown, at least online this time, will be 8, and forcing a card onto the bottom of the deck for Tom Escoffier. It's looking at a hand of goodies. 1 card being bottomed, the remaining 3 up, sticks and run, cut from the same cloth, Tarantula Toxin. That Tunic coming up to foot the bill on Graphene Calicera means this is going to be a mean turn. So 8 damage taken, and if you're in Julien's seat, that's bad news. That's not good.
Yeah, often our response to Felling of the Crown is, okay, I'll bottom a card block 3 and reset because you only have 3 of those, but Tom in this case saying, I can have it all because my remaining 3 cards still deal a heck of a lot of damage.
Cloth does see. We'll see the upsticks being held, which I think is actually quite smart. I think Tom, understanding the true damage of these daggers at this point, would rather align that with a flick when there's an empty slot to grab a dagger back and just score a bonus point somewhere down the line.
That flick is also worth 2 points of damage here in theory because it will buff up this Graphene Calicera by 1 when his opponent gets marked. So Tom being able to get this flick in for 2, not waste that clave and make sure he can buy it back next turn. Very diligent, I'd say like safe play here. Minor risk of it getting threatened by something like a plow under and losing access to that upsticks and run, but I'd say this is the best way to maximize the damage, especially since I don't think he expected to get his opponent so low on just turn 7. I know turn 7 sounds like a far way into the game, but 13 for Jarl is quite a bit lower than maybe Tom expected by this stage.
Calicera up to 6, and the mark returned after that flick from the Hunter's Clave. Of course, Fiddler's Green will gain a little bit of that life back when the combat chain closes, assuming we get there. We've still an Oakenold in the arsenal, so Shelter from the Storm will have to jump out from the hand to cover up a little bit more of this. Tarantula Toxin would like you to immediately regret your life choices, as it tends to do.
That was a really fun dance where, in theory, this Graphene didn't start with Go Again because his opponent was not marked when it was attacked with. So by Tom saying no blocks, it feels like it's not giving Go Again, but because of the flick, that mark still has the Arakni effect of giving an on-hit Go Again to any stealth attack. So Julien only getting up to block 5 in that spot with a defense reaction meant it could read like Tom has a Codex to follow it up or a 0 for 4 to follow it up or something like that. And so Julien feeling comfortable then committing that 0 for 4. Just another example of getting that slightly wrong read out of this situation when Tom had the Tarantula instead of a Go Again into Codex of Frailty in that spot and is able to maximum punish the Shelter from the Storm that came out in that defense step.
Both players knew this Command & Conquer was likely to come after that cut from the same cloth, and so it is the question posed to Thomas Escoffier, sitting healthily at 23 to Julien's 8 right now. Looking at another very premier hand, considering blocking with Save of Bloodshed given the lack of Clave at this exact moment. Doesn't have a clean way necessarily of bonus card coming from that, so worth considering the block instead of burning it on offense if it doesn't quite line up with the hand.
I think definitely have to respect the desire to keep that upsticks and run in the arsenal. We talked about Tom going for that maximum true damage play by arsenaling the upsticks and going for that flick of the Hunter's Clave on the previous turn. The one punish would be plow under. CNC is the punish minus, I guess you could say, in that it's defendable. You can get around it if you want to get around it, but it still does threaten that arsenal that Tom has to be very careful to give up. I think that's a lot of 2 blocks around surrounding that Savor Bloodshed. So
Certainly is. Pain in the backside there as well. There is a small bind to consider in Stalagmite, which can cause some hiccups with attack reactions if you're not kind of careful. The CNC will connect. Up sticks and run will go. The one from hand will be deployed. And we're going to be pitching Pain in the backside to rebuy the Clave. Again, that is very telling of Tom's priorities in the rest of this game.
Tom not wanting to give up all of his, some of his equipment or too many cards out of hand to protect the one in Arsenal when there was another up sticks coming in the hand. So choosing instead to just play out this smaller version of the hand, play one of the up sticks and still keep enough resources to play out the Graphene. Place something more powerful in the arsenal, that's the Savor Bloodshed, which can be worth more than just the 4 damage buff that it and up sticks and run represent. So playing maybe not the way we anticipated after that up six went into Arsenal, but bailed out by the fact that he drew an up six here as well. And finding a line despite this very red-heavy, awkward hand.
Stalagmite soaking up some damage, giving a Frostbite across, and we do see Elemental Strike Colors of Aria in the hand for Julien here, which is certainly a way to add some power to the average turn. Looks like it will be a CNC potentially to follow that as well.
Wow.
There is Pulse of Eisenloft in hand, so would love to have found a blue in order to fire that Oakenold after this, which would have been revolting. But this is still pretty good.
I'd say this is still pretty good. This is one of those better turns that Jarl can swing together.
7 go again from the powerful 1-2 punch from Compendium of Wraith. Elemental has strike here, looking for elements, I should say. Let's pull this up for you in just a sec. Going to be looking for Earth for +2, Lightning for go again, and Ice for dominate. The trick here, Colors of Aria counters all 3 of those if it's managed to pay the cost, thanks to its own text. And so 7 go again, dominate. You do get to do a small Starvo impression in a pinch.
Tom's starting to get low-ish, so we anticipated maybe this would be a block and fatigue matchup, but maybe Julien understands that Tom is actually capable of quite a lot of death by 1,000 cuts, and so he doesn't try to do a pure fatigue. Now, the thing is, presenting 13 damage like this while Tom is in such a bind, and especially with the disruption of the CNC, represents a sort of position where you would usually throw your fridge and send it, and so Tom could, protect himself, maybe only use 1 card to block this CNC by throwing the Mask of Deceit and Black Tech Whisperers forward. The downside of that is you create an open slot in your equipment so that Jarl text can start to become relevant, where now if Jarl would lead his next turn with an ice card, that makes Tom's turn harder to get off aggressively. You have a Frostbite, and you can't just go clean dagger and all your reactions the way you normally do.
Tom thumbing Kiss of Death to consider defending with it right now. Scar Tissue, Up Sticks and Run, and a Codex remaining in the hand there as well. We are reaching for the fridge to cover the Command and Conquer. Mask of Deceit, Black Tech Whisperers, random transformation incoming. It is Arakni, Black Widow. Pretty premium find from the die roll there.
Willing to lose that equipment slot in the Mask of Deceit, knowing the stage of the game he's gotten down to. Only 5 life for Julien means there's not probably that many turns where an ice card can be even held to be played in this future, and maybe Tom just going for the kill right here, leading with an up sticks, and then Graphene Chillicera. I believe we've seen 2 Tarantula Toxins, but the third one still settles. Oh,
Savor Bloodshed from the Arsenal as well means this is at least 9 points of damage coming in.
Say at least 12 thanks to the Arakni Black Widow, and that could be discarded too. So you're playing between 12 and 15 if you think it's a T-Tox instead of a Black Widow activation. Maybe more like 18 given that you have to block a little bit. This is quite a threatening hand from Tom, and if Julien is not careful, he can get blown out and have his day end right here.
Again, this Oakenold just stuck in the Arsenal. This hand very capable. Now we're finding crumbles. We're finding the ice cards that was just so absent in the earlier stages of the game. But Thomas Escoffier not interested in providing Jarl Vitradi with the breathing room required to actually deploy the most powerful card in the deck.
There is Stalagmite available if you want to turn. Oh no, there's 1 float, so Stalagmite won't even get around the representation or the presentation of an attack reaction. So not being able to protect him in this spot. Tom having pitched 1 for this Graphene using a yellow card.
Basking in the Millennium Tree has the potential to do some heavy lifting here. There is a couple of non-attack actions in the hand for Julien to gain some extra block. Well, one of those cards is Sigil of Solace, which is fine, but not exciting.
It's not a block 4 like the rest of them might be, given that given the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. We have
Crumble, Channel Mount
3.
Ison, and that Frozen to Death in the hand.
That's 3 block non-attacks, I believe.
Will be 4 if Barkskin chooses to make them such. Quick dodge flexes, of course, does give you some get out of jail free equity, but would require you to not block with one of those and ultimately get less value in the process.
Barkskin and all 3 of them blocks for 14, covering up any potential attack reactions, given that the quick dodge could follow up if this is a Tarantula Toxin. Just blocking 10 maybe commits to wanting to quick dodge, assuming this is not a Tarantula Toxin and this is just a Black Widow activation, asking Tom to trade 1 card out of his deck for just 1 card out of your hand.
So 10 the block declared. Barkskin cashed in for the first time to make that embodiment of Earth. Now we see that Scar Tissue in the hand, heavily debated by Tom Escoffier, who decides, no, the Black Widow activation doesn't achieve anything. Scar Tissue doesn't help me. I would rather Arsenal this and set myself up for a lethal barrage in the near future.
Yeah, quick dodge doing some mental damage there, where making Tom maybe take lose access to some damage because it's on board, which means that Julien then keeps that quick dodge for the future turn as well. So we're sort of trading into the future with this arrangement of turns.
Sigil of Solace up to 8.
Oh, I like this.
IP1 no hammer swing in order to keep the Crumble to Eternity in the vague hope that this Oakenfold can find a window, because if it can, it's probably game winning.
If Crumble doesn't get to be held for an Oakenfold, if Tom's able to put together a big enough turn, it's still a 3-block non-attack, and so the downside is it gets blocked with Barkskin again, and that second Barkskin still gets to convert for high value. Of course, it would have still this turn because he drew into Channel Lake Frigid and Imposing Visage, but you never have guarantee of that. So I like the decision not to swing for 4. It's probably quite easy for Tom to block with one of these cards and still threaten a lot of damage. I think Julien was hoping that there's a bit of a too much of column A and too much of column B kind of hand coming out of Arakni Marionette, rather than a very synergistic and powerful hand.
So we're reaching for Stalagmite and Barkskin alongside Channel Lake Frigid here. So it's 4, 5, 6 block currently, thanks to that embodiment of Earth. Frostbite generated from the Stalagmite.
Still 1 floating, meaning that Frostbite doesn't stop an attack reaction here, but it might prevent something like attack reaction into a second dagger if there's more front buffs being carried forward. Also just necessary if you want to throw the Barkskin in here to make sure you have the Barkskin value on both this link and future links. This gets +1 from the piercing effect of Hunter's Clave, and so obviously throwing in the extra block just from Stalagmite, even if it's not about the Frostbite, just to make sure you cover up this Clave fully and stay unmarked, assuming no attack reaction.
Scar Tissue pops out of the arsenal, pays for the Frostbite, means we are now looking at 9 versus 8. I say 9 versus 6 even, my math is off. 8 last time around, so down to 5, mark token transferred, leave no witnesses.
Boy. It's easy to block. There is a 4 block in hand.
It is.
The embodiment.
It is. And again, congratulations to Julien here for holding that correctly.
Wow.
Finding a way to sequence into this Oakenfold. The transformation, not a trapdoor, thankfully.
Our Okens are being aged for the first time this game, and he's been waiting for it for a while. This is the second Oakenfold to hit the arsenal. The first one was abandoned with the Crown of Providence, just to be replaced by the second. And here we go. Julien is hoping this turns into sort of the swing of tempo. If this Oakenfold can take out enough of Tom's hand that not much damage is presented back, then it's just one more source of dominate needed to be found after this one to maybe close out the game.
9 dominate. On hit, take the car. It's pretty good.
It's only 2 cards. So here's the thing. Tom's on 10. Going down to 1 means you're probably dead to the next dominate. But what it doesn't mean is that Tom's out of a hand, you know? Tom has the ability to hold then 2 cards and an arsenal, and with that red back, he's pretty much able to flex to most hands becoming quite playable.
a really cool note there from Tom and Julien. Just confirming Crumble's ability wants to go, this is the one that if you play it, gives dominate in the next turn cycle, which is only a question you ask if you are consciously aware of that killing you, which is definitely part of the equation that Tom is clearly considering here. Very cool stuff. See if we can take a peek at the hand in a moment. I don't blame Tom for keeping it close to the chest in a spot like this. Or we were Spinneret in the back there. The rest of it hidden from us for now. Under the trapdoor, Den of the Spider, and Savor Bloodshed.
You say under the trapdoor?
Looked
Does
like
Tom
it to
have
me.
a way of going around this? I think he would need a defense reaction in the arsenal.
I'm not sure we have a trap deployed yet for the trapdoor. But we'll see if we can fan through the yard and spot one. I don't recall one being played, but I've forgotten things of note
That
before.
would be required.
I think it's just Fate for Scenes we've seen deployed until now, so no trap to find.
Wishes he could trade the spot of the den or the lair that's in his hand and that sink below that came in on a previous turn. I'm sure Fate for Seeing that came in on a previous turn. Not able to get around it without that.
Difficult spot for Arakni, Marionette, and Julien taking a moment to assess the graveyard, counting the amount of dagger rebuys available, checking in with those codex, or codices, I should say, as we go past them as well. Incision also of note, just counting up these attack reactions, figuring out what you have left to beat.
Take 9, of course. Tom immediately starts shuffling his hand before he marks that damage down because this is a random cards from the bottom of his hand, from the hand to the bottom of the deck. Maybe thinking if I keep all of my hand, I have the maximum ability to keep the good cards. Maybe lose these traps to the bottom, please, rather than blocking with a card and then losing 2 more cards and being left with just one thing that's not very potent. So shipping it, we didn't get a look at which ones get sent to the bottom and which ones stay.
What did Tom keep? Pick them up. Show us what you're working with. Orb-Weaver Spinneret. Savor Bloodshed.
And
it wasn't just good. It was perfect.
Watch him tick up that Tunic die in the back of that hand cam. This is exactly what you want. Oh my god, those 2 defensive cards sent to the bottom and the 2 very offensive cards kept on top. This is damaging. Not knowing what card is in Arsenal, Julien has to play around a lot of attack reactions as well. There's obviously a flick, and any dagger hits, including a dagger being flicked, represents a card draw.
That's not okay. That's
wow. Flicking that clave, yeah, you lose your clave, whatever. You lose a clave, you deal 1 damage, you draw a card. Most of the cards in this deck are assassin cards, meaning any card that he draws that's an assassin card can then be used with this redback to turn into a +3 attack reaction, thanks to the redback targeting stealth cards, of which Graphene Chelicera is one.
Play flicked card drawn. It stains of the red back off the top of the deck here. Will land nicely on top of this Graphene Chelicera. To the point brings this to 15, staring down. Just 9 points of block. And Julien Desuter stares sheepishly at the quick dodge flexes that he wished would do enough, and it will not. Thomas Escoffier rolls the dice and finds a way to win. Still live for our top 8 here in Rotterdam through thick, thin, and Oakenold. It's Arakni Marionette who is still in contention.
Showing off to Julien there in the cam as we leave them there at the table. The Den of the Spider and the Under the Trapdoor hitting the bottom of the deck. He picked up the deck, he took off the bottom 2 cards, and he flipped them face up, showing, look at what you could have left me with. But instead, you left me with that.
I understand.
Oh my god, 15 damage on those 3 cards there.
Some people would call that sportsmanlike conduct. I would not. I think that would frustrate. Like, I'm losing the next round now. Like, that's how that goes to me.
Could be that these players are friends or have met before in this game, of course, from nearby regions, Belgium and France. But what a pilot from Tom, recognizing that this dominated on the Oakenold and slowing down if he chooses to block it and lose a couple cards means he's not threatening any amount of lethal. A next dominate will still kill him because he would only be on 4. So Tom having to take the gamble and winning 100% on that gamble there on that final turn of that game.
Like, all I know for certain at this point is I need to, if you don't mind holding down the fort, I'm going to go grab Tom because I need a friend for Vegas. We got some gambling to do in the near future, evidently. And Pro Tour Las Vegas is the place for it. July 16th to 19th will be one of the biggest shows of the year and one you're not going to want to miss.
Of course, the big draw, other than the Pro Tour itself, is if you show up, you have the ability to get this Pit Boss Olympia Prize Fighter Alt Art Marvel. That's the promo for this event. Olympia looking very good to receive a lot of new buffs throughout this year with Mastery Pack Warrior and his own Armory deck, but it starts at Vegas with the release of this new exciting art.
Big fan of this one. I think my favorite detail, the character from Starting Stake in the background here, gambling at the table with Olympia. I was politely requested on social media to cosplay that character in Vegas yesterday.
I'll correct, politely requested to demanded by the entire community.
We'll see what we can do. I'm not sure I've quite got enough salt in my pepper to make that work, but I've got the forehead for it. Well, we'll see what we can do there. Speaking of forehead, reach for it alongside Olympia with these promo copies of Fate Foreseen. Are you going to win big or win significantly bigger?
I really like having these classic defense reactions, classic cards that everyone knows and loves in this game. Fate Foreseen, Sink Below, Oasis Respite, Sigil of Solace, etc. We have these beautiful full art versions where we can show off our bling even when we're representing the generic staples of Flesh and Blood.
Souvenir package, of course. One of the most, appreciated parts of these kind of events at this point. If you want to guarantee 3 copies of that Fate Foreseen, a copy of the Rainbow Foil Marvel Prized Fighter, play mat to match, and a booster box of your choice, be it some archive boxes or a box of Omens of the Third Age, you can guarantee that by picking one of these up.
Of course, if you're not going to get the souvenir package, you might be competing in the Pro Tour yourself, and then you still get some of these goodies. One of the Fate Foreseens, one of the Olympia Prize Fighters, but most importantly, this very sexy Will of Arcana playmat joining the line of fabled playmats that get given out to Pro Tour competitors. These are, to me, the best souvenir of playing out one of these Pro Tours across the world of Flesh and Blood.
I am a known fan of Dr. William Arcana, so I'll be looking to pick that one up myself in the near future. Gift with purchase, of course. I was corrected yesterday. These are more 19th century than medieval, I think was the line on this one. Either way, the art style rocks. I'm a big fan of this kind of black and white shade, these poker terms being used to describe how badly Warrior is about to clean my clock.
I'm a huge fan of the art available on these and all of the tricks that they represent for the waging warriors to come in Olympia later this summer. Donkey, you just get to call any card you want Donkey nowadays if you have something like a Mask of Many Faces.
I don't know, like for me the problem here is I can't stop thinking about Shrek. People are going to play this against me. I'm going to be like, Donkey! It's the only way I'm going to be when someone fires this thing into me. If you want these lovely alternative art versions of those cards, make sure to go grab them from the merch booth in Vegas. It's going to be quite the phenomenal show. Hopefully, I'll get to see you there. Who knows?
With quite the exciting weekend there in Las Vegas. Of course, there's lots to go on Flesh and Blood World before we even get there. Before we even get to the set that will be played at that event, we have 3 more callings, including today here in Rotterdam, to settle up. See who will take out the final few classic constructed callings in the Compendium of Wraith format. Who do you got your money on right now?
Well, I've picked a match because I think it's kind of cool. And I hope you agree, because we're getting into win-and-in territory now. Players are playing for their life. This is the last round of Swiss, and I want to show you a hero we haven't had on camera yet this weekend. Arakni Huntsman, my beloved, in the hands of Christopher Bizau, has to get through Jacob Clements to make the top 8. Stay with us. Welcome back to your regularly scheduled Rack-Off.
Oh, wow.
Arakni Marionette, Arakni Huntsman will be our winning in for the last round of Swiss. Which Arakni you got?
Well, it's hard to say. I love Huntsman. Marionette used to love. Not a huge fan of these versions, but I do have to say one has to put their money on Jacob Clements in a win-in, unless your name is me, Antwerp 2023. Side note.
So
hard to say. It's one of those final bosses.
You got to put your money on Jacob, except for when you don't.
Except for when I play against Jacob. But I'm still maybe cheering for Christopher here in that I would love to see an Arakni Huntsman in the top 8 here. And of course, and we all love an underdog story.
We do. And to be fair, like, of course, Jacob is a heck of an end boss. It's like not easy to get through this one way or the other. But I will say part of the reason I took Arakni Huntsman to Yokohama myself was because I liked the Arakni Marionette matchup.
Yes.
It was a big part of the indication. I think if the deck is built to have frailty traps under the trap doors, this kind of thing, you are kind of ahead, like significantly, in my opinion, in a matchup. So it's definitely a matchup Christopher's going to be happy to see. I want to see who else is playing for it. So let's check out the standings as we head into this final round. And for what I'm led to believe, it's quite the story. We only have 2 players guaranteed to be in our top 8. Michael Feng, Filippo, Barbani, both locked up at 10 and 1. Every other player you see at 9 and 2, all the way down to 12th, they're going to have to play for it. Now, Gabe, I'll be honest, that's a lot of Oscilio and a lot of Victor at the end.
You know, I was maybe expecting it's going to end up being more Arakni Marionette of those top 3 in the top 8, but looks like it's going the other way around. Of course, there are still 2 Marionettes in the fight at 11th and 12th. Being 11th and 12th, they have the hardest uphill battle to make it in on breakers if they end up at X and 3, in case an X and 3 is able to make it into the top 8. But if they don't, then all of these players are fighting for a win and in. We have a Gravy still live in Evan. We have the Huntsman, who we will see very soon. And that's all of the variety we can hope for.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the fan favorites coming up a little short here in the X3 bracket. Still playing for money, still playing for goodies all around, but Rhinar, Fi, Jarl, Katsu in the hands of Thomas Minsel. Flood of Force stuttering to a halt there as we made our way down that one. Conrad Neva wrapping up our top 20 there on Arakni Marionette as well. Tommaso Vecino still on that slide, one of the victors in contention, but still a very good showing from someone who's proving to be one of the best players in Europe.
Yeah, for sure. I do want to give a shout out to one of the best players in Europe, Filippo Barbani, who, as we have said, put Victor on the map in this sort of iteration of Victor with a very powerful performance in the Calling to Lose just a month and a bit ago. And now back to backing it at these EU callings, seemingly or locked up for top 8 here in Rotterdam.
So, can Christopher Bizau build his dynasty? Or will it look more like a brand new regicide? Let's head on down to that feature match area and see what we can expect from Arakni Marionette versus Arakni Huntsman. It is Jacob Clements, Christopher Bizau. Okay, so it looks like Jacob going first this time around. Tends to be a menial decision for Huntsman. You want to just deny what the opponent wants, but not bad news. Guaranteeing that flick is kind of important for this Arakni player. Shall we see how our players got in?
Jacob did not have the best start to his tournament. 2-2 in round 4, losing to a Gravy Bones and a Jarl Vitradi early in the day. Those are kind of funky matchups. Look at that first 6 games, 6 different heroes, maybe none of them what you would expect except for that Marionette, of course. Then continued on into day 2 with a clean winning streak from round 5 through to round 11. In the end of the day, starting to take down some of those maybe more expected matchups with a Victor, an Oscilio, a Cindra, and a Rhinar, those top end of the meta heroes right now.
I think that's 10 out of 11 rounds, different heroes here for Jacob. The only repeat being Gravy Bones there is pretty astounding stuff. Split 1-on-1 in that particular matchup. On the other side, Christopher Bizau walked into Jarl in round 7. I also lost to Jarl in Yokohama. Feeling slightly better about myself for that one now. Did take a loss to Arakni Marionette in round number 2, though, which is definitely a result I'm a little cautious about now.
Still able to get a win against Marionette in round 6, so that is a little bit of a balance there, having a 1-1 record. Unfortunately, knocking down our Thomas van Minsel, the Katsu player, in the last round to make his way to this win in on Arakni Huntsman.
Also mugged Martin Hollick in round 8. We're just seeing a variety of players making the top cut who are directly responsible for stranding someone in Rotterdam.
It's a hard place to be.
I hope they're proud of themselves. Unbelievable stuff. should be an unbelievable game. Let's check out our two heroes. I promise it's not the same character. Probably. Maybe.
It's the same character, but it's not the same card. Arakni Marionette on the left-hand side. Of course, this more stealth-focused Arakni that came out much more recently than the other Arakni. Your attacks with stealth get +1 and on-hit go again if they're attacking a marked hero. This mark interaction, or mark keyword also mattering to only Arakni Marionette and not being relevant in Huntsman's kit necessarily. If you are marked at the end of Marionette's turn, you get to transform into one of those Agents of Chaos. 6 more versions of Arakni in play in this game. We might see 8 different Araknis in one game. Of course, Marionette is a mainstay of the meta right now. On the other side, Huntsman has not really been a mainstay of the meta. It, in fact, had very few living legend points for a very long time until recently started to win quite a few pro quests early and road to nationals earlier in this year as they started to get their big entry with a couple calling top 8s.
Yeah, look, Compendium of Wraith was a huge set for Arakni Huntsman. Between excessive blood loss and especially Graven Gloves, huge upgrades for this strategy that make it very, very viable now. The one to watch, though, Hunter or Hunted. That Premier D-React is going to rip cards out of the hand and deck of Arakni Marionette. And what is found is often very telling of the final result of this game. We've met our players, we've met our heroes. It's time to play the game. Down in the feature match area we go. And equipment being laid out here, and I'm going to say no surprises again because Jacob's equipment remains unsleeved like a heathen. And on the other side of the table, pretty much the expected loadout here. Nerve Scalpel, Spider's Bite, very good at tailoring down those reactions and attacks you would expect from Arakni. Graven Gloves, very important. Mask of Petition, Black Tech Whisperers, and Fiendel's Spring Tunic, pretty standard parts of the Assassin loadout.
First left-handed arrangement we've seen on camera all weekend from Jacob Clements here, but of course that's not the most obscene thing on his board. 4 legendary unsleeved equipment on Jacob's side of the board. This is a normal turn 1 in the, not even just in the Arakni mirror, but in Arakni Marionette in general. You're threatening those claves. You want to find a way to get a flick on, and you're doing deck damage to your opponent, importantly, in this match that can go to the bottom of either player's deck.
Flick Knives activation, not unexpected, tends to be the case when you're looking to Mask of Deceit into that Orb Weaver to get the engine spinning. We will see the Mark token jumping over, chain being closed, and Christopher Bizau has to be very happy about this. Sigil of Solace in hand. That final card is Hunter or Hunted, which would not have been blocking on turn 0, and is a pretty premium one to park in the arsenal if you're given a choice.
Marchiato, actually. Not just Mark.
Bless you.
Jacob rolling at the end of his turn, having marked his opponent. Turns into Orb Weaver. That's good.
Wow, God, you're so good at this. Orb Weaver is pretty stellar. Doesn't rely on your opponent attacking you anymore for Mask of Deceit to do the thing. Does guarantee a Graphene Calicera at some point in the turn. Jacob drawing up, as is Christopher, for the first volley of damage here. Looking at Persuasive Prognosis, Hunter or Hunted in the hand. Looks like Coercive Tendency in that one as well. Not at its best when it's not aligned with contract attacks. Sink Below, a bit of a brick here too. Double D-React. Not the end of the world. A lot of this game is going to be about attrition. Every time a dagger is blocked, attacked is blocked, similar is going to be something earned from Jacob when the game burns down to those final cards. And I kind of love this attack. Persuasive Prognosis here. Little suggestive with 3 cards in hand, but you want to hold on to that extra blue to guarantee Hunter or Hunted does its thing. You know, contrary to popular belief, Arakni Huntsman not super blue heavy. You are on 15 to 18, somewhere in that ballpark a lot of the time. So sometimes your Tunic has to kind of pair with those yellows to make that Hunter or Hunted do its thing. With a hand that is a bit suboptimal, no reason not to just take guarantees.
Prognosis on a full hand can look scary against an Assassin, but of course, Jacob understands that this was the first turn of the game, so Christopher didn't have choice of what cards he was holding on to. He just blocked with some cards and drew some extra ones up and decided Prognosis was the best play available. So Jacob there just blocking for 2 and getting a little bit rewarded for that.
Prognosis discarded to make this Graphene Calicera. We'll see that bonus there. Mark of the Black Widow, the immediate follow-up here. Mark, of course, still there currently, so this does threaten to strip a card away from the hand. Cards drawn up here. Looks like multiple reds for Christopher Bizau. We're going to see blocking up front is a big part of this matchup. So 6 with the cards that are not defense reaction slanted. Shred gets in the mix here to try and knock one of them down. And either Sink Below or this Hunter or Hunted will look to save the day. Arakni will trigger, will take a peek. We can't see it, which is illegal. Cut from the same cloth found. Second shred in the hand there for Jacob, but cut from the same cloth. I'm going to say a good hit. Not a card there is like a ton of copies of, but you get 3 of something, which sometimes isn't guaranteed in this matchup. A lot of the one-off blues can be quite miserable to find. And ultimately, this is 12 damage taken out of the deck. It's good news.
We saw earlier in the Marionette Jarl matchup that Marionette chose one of these cut from the same cloth and alongside a Saver, another 0 for 4 off of Remembrance, trying to get those back in the deck. So in this case, Jacob losing those, I think, is a big hit. You want to be able to hold against any defensive deck all of these 0 for 4 extenders as Marionette, especially being able to put that 0 for 4 damage onto a dagger attack. That's the best way that Marionette can hope to accomplish tricky damage for his opponents.
Worth knowing, it's pretty clear to me at least that Jacob is just entirely fat decked here. There is an Amulet of Echoes in that pile, which is a blue. It's a blue in the matchup. It will swing those daggers for you. Clearly just valuing card density because that is what's going to matter.
Other upside of bringing in cards like that is they might get hit off of the Hunter or Hunted.
Exactly.
They could just negate sort of the upside of this card for Christopher. Of course, in this spot, it's actually quite good. It played out relatively well. It's not that bad to use these 2 cards to block for this 4 because that also blocked the on-hit of the Black Widow. So Christopher probably pretty happy with how this turn cycle played out given everything that's been presented. There's another shred there that's just face up from Jacob. I wonder if that's his hand and he's not supposed to have that face up.
It is indeed his hand. It was shown from Hunter or Hunted.
Right.
So both players do know about it. No big deal. Got to remember that one takes a peek as well.
The 7 could have played it as well, no? Chose not
with
to,
the combat
either
chain
way.
being closed, I've forgotten what the numbers were. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna trust Jacob to have known that shredding wasn't a great idea there.
Oh, sorry, it was a blue shred had been played, so it was only 8 block on. It was 8 block on Christopher's side, so the second blue shred only brings it down to 6. Even
correct.
I thought for some reason there was 7 left over on Christopher's side, but early draw of Remembrance from Chris is probably not how you want this to line up in the deck. That might be reaching the pitch zone quite soon, or bottomed with a Sink Blow that's in Arsenal.
The Mark of the Black Widow here, kind of forcing the issue. The card is not all that impressive in the matchup. You could kind of tell from Christopher's early sequencing, this is a matchup he's incredibly well versed in. Blocking up front in this matchup is very powerful. You kind of force the reaction out of Arakni Marionette, then the defense reactions help to bail you out. And because of that, Mark of the Black Widow tends to find itself pretty easily blunted, but does at least pose a question. Forces you to respect it in some capacity.
It's a very familiar turn, this one and the last one. Mark of the Black Widow with a +3 and a Graphene Creation. In this case, the Graphene Creation didn't actually do anything. Sink Below committed to help block the 6 means not protecting against this second shred that was known about, but has extra defense reaction, so wasn't afraid in the first place.
Shred comes through, up to 7. Shelter from the Storm will be played. Wonder if it was discarded here, potentially, but maybe not. We're all good, G.
I think that was a block. I mean, in theory, it's safe to discard in that you also have the Sink Below, but
no reason to randomly take an attack reaction and get blown out as a result. So much safer. And again, just the sequencing here perfect for Christopher.
Sorry. Even the Marvels are unsleeved on Jacob's side of the board.
Good. That's Italian near mint. That'll make it fetch a fortune on TCG player.
Ooh, baby.
Excessive blood loss off the tunic. Pretty ideal. We'll take a peek looking for reds. Going to send a card to the bottom. If it finds a red, banish a second card, makes another silver if it is also red. Sometimes buys back Graven Gloves alone, but for the most part, you're hoping for 2 cards off of this one, and we know that last card in hand is yet another Sink Below for Christopher.
Yeah, the silver generation is a goodie on top, but it is about running your opponent out of deck, and along with that Hunter or Hunted excessive blood loss is the main reason you get to accomplish that. If it hits, you maybe get 2 cards. If it doesn't hit, you're getting 2 cards because blocking 5 requires 2 cards out of deck or the equivalent value in equipment.
Exactly that. Resource taken from the tunic for Jacob. Clements. Meat Madness reached for to pitch as well. Looks like up sticks and run in hand alongside it, and that arsenal is Command and Conquer. So there's a small play here. Bank that up sticks for a bigger turn. No way to use the red back, and a pretty clean block of 6 with 2 cards from Arakni Huntsman.
CNC's best effect in this deck in this matchup, I should say, is not necessarily the Arsenal Destruction. It's the fact that no defense reactions can be played against it, as we see a CNC go in the other direction. It matters more being played against the Huntsman because there are so many defense reactions in that deck, and Jacob definitely wanting to prioritize getting that into the arsenal, graveyard, I should say, in case we get a Codex that we can use with CNC later on, and make sure that Chris loses cards out of deck thanks to the combined disruption of Codex and CNC.
Far less appealing when you don't have a dagger on hit to make that CNC go through on the Huntsman's side. It is Graphene Calicera to start things off here. 2 go again thanks to the mark. That Amulet of Echoes on resource duty. Good to see that one disappearing for a bit. Don't fancy drawing it too often.
That's one that every time I take an incidental banish, you're sort of praying that your fat deck cards just get hit, you know?
Yeah, if I hunt or hunted and see Amulet of Echoes, I might walk off the nearest bridge. That's not. I hit Arg Smash in Yokohama, and that one felt kind of bad.
That's sick.
That was not great.
That other person must have been so happy.
Oh, they were. Cut to the chase on defensive duty. Hunter's Clave covered pretty cleanly, pain in the backside. The follow up 3 go again once more. Plenty of options in the hand here for Christopher. Looking at Ripple Away, Shred, and Codex of Frailty. We knew it was a sink below in the arsenal. We'll go fishing for something more appealing.
You indicated earlier that Christopher has a strong understanding of this matchup. What I quite like is how this is displayed right here. Graphene came in for 2, Hunter's Clave only 1. Graphene was taken, and Cut to the Chase was used to block against the Hunter's Clave because that mark needed to go away. So Graphene hitting got rid of the mark, and Hunter's Clave being blocked so that Jacob is not able to remark Christopher. Of course, having to block Pain in the backside for the same reason as it's capable of blocking. It's capable of marking and choosing to use the Sink Below rather than the 3-block Ripple Away in hand in order to enable Dagger, Dagger, CNC,
Bingo.
just as you hinted on the last turn.
Exactly that. Blue Codex, very good at that. Some colour for you folks at home. This matchup tested pretty extensively by Jacob Clements and Emad Kashi, working on that Marionette deck. Firmly believe they've got a good plan into Arakni Huntsman, so eager to see how this one plays out with all that innovation and finesse on display. Codex of Frailty, grabbing that Command and Conquer, Ponder Frailty made, and no doubt will come clattering across. 6 damage, threatening the arsenal in the process.
Defense reactions is the question. Does Jacob have defense reactions in hand? Looks like he's safe from that, so he can block this as he wants, of course. Attacks and reactions both block for 1 less, so that Tarantula Toxin and Take Up the Mantle, those are both 2 blocks this turn, given that the Nerve Scalpel did hit.
Thankfully, Orb Weaver Spinneret unaffected by either of those. Codex of Inertia, not an appealing card to block with, so a bit difficult to cover this Command and Conquer cleanly.
Thinking about taking it, it looks like, then being careful to reconsider and making sure he's making that decision with as much information as possible. Of course, time is a consideration in this matchup. You want to make decisions quickly, but you also don't want to make decisions so quickly that you make a mistake with your decisions.
No blocks declared. Up sticks and run and bites the dust at the hands of Command and Conquer. Ponder token successfully arsenaled for Christopher. It's one you do have to watch in this matchup. Not a lot of misses from Arakni Huntsman, but Ripple Away, sometimes under the trapdoor, very unappealing, so not always a guarantee. Overpitching here for Hunter's Clave, coming in for 0, courtesy of that Frailty token.
I like this, pushing those attack reactions together to the bottom of the deck. It's not a good move in terms of this turn, you know. He's 2 card 0 is horrifically bad, but what really matters, Jacob understands, is the second cycle of the deck and making sure those cards come together in the second cycle and getting a free point of flick value here by creating an action, a chain link, I should say, is what Jacob's working towards. So it's not about the now. This is very much about preparing for the future and, once again, context setting in this stage of the game.
Flick Knives turns a Calicera into a fresh one. Codex of Inertia finds a fresh card, makes a Ponder token for the trouble. Inertia given it to Christopher on Arakni Huntsman. Graphene Calicera, the follow-up here. That card remains unknown for now, and we know there's a Fiddler's Green in the hand of Christopher. It's a really appealing block unless that's exactly Tarantula Toxin, which
it is.
You're kidding, right?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. It was a Tarantula Toxin. Jacob considering whether he wants to fire it because you don't get the maximum 6 value and probably feeling that he needs to get the maximum 6 value.
Okay.
So losing the Ponder value, which is sort of the now tempo style value in order to make sure he gets the maximum deck or damage value out of that Tarantula Toxin. Because it's not about winning now on any given turn in this matchup. It's about making sure every card is worth as many points of value as possible. And that Tarantula Toxin is better dealing 6 in the future than it is now dealing 4 currently and refreshing his arsenal.
Interesting stuff. I would definitely buy that it's not a Toxin moving forward. Might be even more punishing if Christopher falls in the same lane. Leave no witnesses. The play here. Would love to see either Black Text or Coercive Tendency, which finds itself in the hand to enable a multi-contract turn here. Sadly, that Fake Foreseen is unlikely to achieve very much.
Now, is that back card a cut to the chase, or is it a plunder the poor?
I believe it's a Sack the Shifty or similar. It's one of the various 0 for 4 contract attacks. So Tendency it is. Top 3 cards coming. Looking for a red to enable go again on this. Certainly finds them. Staying to the red back to the point.
I think I'm
and
taking.
pick up the point, I think, in there.
I think I'm taking to the point here. It is a 4 damage card. That's what it looks like he's doing. Coercive Tendency reorder, and then the banish off of Coercive Tendency. That's the to the point gone. 1 silver created from the Leave No Witness and go again given.
Isn't
And
it Sack
then-
the Shifty here?
You
Looking
were right.
for base go again on cards, but worth noting, contracts do remain open while the combat chain is open. So in this case, looking for base go again, but also looking for reds for that Leave No Witnesses still. Will make silver for every 1 found. Looks like we have a small judge call based on the exact play we've just seen, one way or the other. Maybe it's just information clarity. Maybe it's I didn't put the go again card back on top where I thought it was.
Oh, that would be a rough one. Was there?
Pick up the
go again.
point.
There was pick up the point. There was a card with go again. Of course, this can be resolved without an actual judge resolution because you can just use Arakni Huntsman to bottom whichever one wasn't the pick up the point, and then the pick up the point will be on top. It's still the
Sure.
3rd card. So does have the line available to him to make sure he can get to that contract enabling card on the top of the deck in case Jacob has a mind to take 4 damage here.
It's the mental games. You call the judge and go, I meant to put him the other way. And then when the trigger resolves, you go, top. And your opponent goes,
What's going on?
what am I supposed to block? Do you care? Do I care?
Are you just trying to fake me out? Is it just yeah.
It's fun. I love the mental games. It's the best part. Okay, so we're going to make ourselves back into the feature match area. Looks like whatever it was, easily resolved, quickly cleaned up by our players there. And so Sack the Shifty's Arakni trigger will peak, and yeah, that's fine. That can stay where it is. Now Jacob will have to assess whether or not we're blocking. No blocks declared. Any reactions from Christopher? Nope, we're all good. 4 taken. Arakni falls to 28, and that top card will disappear. How many contracts do we fulfill? It is that pick up the point. So silver 1, silver 2. I've got more money than you.
Probably wants to start blocking with that Graven Arms, Graven Gloves, just to get the full amount of block value over the course of the game. Doesn't want to get caught with leftover silver. However, he has 40 left to work with, so there's no huge time pressure for that. Was that a choice not to Arsenal?
Did seem to be the case. Regicide on blocking duty here. Worth double checking that one isn't randomly going to make you explode. Thankfully, unlikely to play a part in this game.
I think there might have been an inertia that I missed.
To make me royal somehow.
Yeah, inertia token there. Clearing the way from that codex previously. Speaking of,
I love a Regicide.
yeah, me too. Big fan.
I wonder whether he got any wins against Cindra with that Regicide this weekend.
Simply by registering it. Yes, you did. So inertia token made again. Tunic resource gain for Graphene Calicera to swing. Slay the Scholars and Blue Shred in the hand for Christopher here. Going to reach for those Black Tech Whisperers to cover this up potentially, or at least try. We know that may not be the way things play out. Tarantula Toxin doesn't get the full value here either. Just forcing through the issue and making space for that Ponder token.
So not wanting to do it twice, maybe that's the situation, is not wanting to continue to neg the Ponder value by holding that Tarantula Toxin, especially given that this Codex of Inertia didn't even get anything new into his arsenal for it, so he didn't cycle through further with that. took a gamble on the first one, hoping maybe to find something that was worth pairing with like a Kiss of Death on the next turn, but doesn't want to continue to hold on for too long and will still cash in for 4 points of value.
Love the black text block here. We obviously saw Fleece the Frail and a Slay the Scholars in hand. Gives you the flexibility to attack twice. Worth noting, Christopher does know that it Stains of the Red back in the arsenal for Jacob. It's the last card that was seen from that coercive tendency. So both players are aware of exactly what is there.
I like the block with Black Tech Whispers instead of Graven Gloves because it makes Jacob wonder now, is this Fleece the Frail trying to be given go again? If I take an attack, I can always get 4 go again, and that's exactly what Christopher cashes in because Jacob says no blocks. So this is 4 go again, banish a card, and we'll be trying to banish another one on the next link. Savor Bloodshed's a big one.
Bloodshed into Slay the Scholars here, which is looking for non-attack actions. Fleece was looking for 2 block or less, so no silver from the Saver. Card on the bottom from Slay the Scholars, looking for either of those things to put more money in the bank.
Codex would be both, and also the best card you can find.
Mask of Perdition here, another way to spend that silver, looking for extra cards to both make more silver and take more cards away. Codex of Frailty
and
Saver Bloodshed. 2 power cards ripped out of the deck of Jacob Clements. Silver made in spades.
I feel like a curse that Codex was the best hit with those 2 contracts. Chris had bottomed cards on both Arakni triggers and then hits 3 really powerful cards in that turn. That is 2 0 for 4s gone and a Codex of Frailty gone.
Hunter's Clave alongside that up sticks and run swing. 5 points of go again damage. Shelter from the Storm, Fate Foreseen, Persuasive Prognosis, and Surgical Extraction in the hand here for Christopher. Interesting choices, staring down a dagger for 5. Thumbing forward that Surgical here, more interested in playing defense, saving these D-reacts over holding on to Persuasive Prognosis to play it. Fate Foreseen covers the rest, takes a peek at the top card. A moment of pause, happy to leave it there. Leave no witnesses, the immediate follow-up. Okay, folks, bear with us just a moment. We'll be right back. Going to leave you with the player audio.
No reactions. Yep.
Start of turn.
Yep.
1. 1.
Transform.
Back to you.
Yep. Chinook goes to 2. Attack for 3.
This was the go again.
This is, yeah.
Discard an assassin card. There's a save against go again. Okay. 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for bearing with us there, folks. Happy to be back with you. Kiss of Death, our immediate play here. Staring at double Hunter or Hunted. One of those likely going to have to foot the bill on the other here.
I wonder whether Christopher is plan adjusting a little bit on account of how successful he has been with his banishes off the top so far. You know, we saw him block with that Surgical. Doesn't feel the need to protect it, of course. Can always remembrance it back later. But having hit already 1 Codex, 2 Saver, 3 cut from the same cloth, that's a lot of deck damage taken away from Jacob that Christopher now can feel a little bit comfortable just sort of playing a little bit with his life as a resource.
I don't know. I think that's somewhat true. I think there's just an awful lot of flexibility in this matchup. This is how you expect it to go. Christopher obviously going to be very happy with that being the case. Hunter or Hunted will take a peek at a card, no doubt leave it on top. Is there a remembrance to say Tarantula Toxin?
I think it's the last one.
I think it might,
there was that one
it's
pitched.
The second to last.
With pitched alongside the Take Up the Mantle. So that breaks up the pitch stack as well, and this deck is not looking very damaging.
No, again, this is the thing in this matchup and why I was so happy with it. You take away specific power cards and things begin to feel a little more trivial. Tarantula Toxin not getting the full amount of silver value, but you certainly don't need it with this the stack that Christopher Bizau has created. Instead, you took away 12 damage again. 2 copies of Tarantula Toxin denied at some point.
And there's a lot of defense reactions left in Jacob's deck here. There's a Fate. I think we saw 2 Shelters. Of course, there's the Amulet we saw pitch. There's a Lair. That's what he's counting. He's counting sort of these useless cards. What % of Jacob's remaining deck is cards that don't deal damage so that I can just have space to sort of play my own game and start to aggressively disrupt your deck or banish out of your deck rather than do so on the defense with this Hunter or Hunted that's not going to come back for a while.
The conversation piece there was pretty great for me too. It's like, you might want to double check you got them all and you didn't miss the third one, because you don't want me to get to this end game and go, oh, the lethal Tarantula Toxin. You go, oh no! Like, it was a pretty jovial moment between our 2 players. It's always lovely to see when this game is as high stakes as it is.
Jacob is the king of joviality even in high stakes moments. I mean, he's not unfamiliar with being in these top end of the bracket games, win-and-ins for calling top 8s. Comfortable territory for him, but Christopher also engaging very comfortably in this game. I mean, it helps that he's got such a comfortable lead.
Graphene Calycera, 1 go again is the follow-up to this. We'll no doubt see this Kiss of Death being flicked for additional value.
It can't banish one of my graveyards.
No.
It cannot. No, players confirming there. Tarantula Toxin in the graveyard, safe from being banished, doesn't bank an extra silver, having already played one. It is always going to be hand, deck, and arsenal, which are typically the best places to go.
I mean, graveyard can be relevant when you hit an action card, but in this case, it's just about that silver denial.
Reaching for those Graven Gloves here to finally start gaining some value from those. We've had plenty of value from Mask Expedition and Black Tech Whisperers this game as well. This silver suite of equipment being fueled in full by these many copies of Hunter or Hunted and several contracts connecting. So covering the Calycera for 2, 1 go again from the Hunter's Clave this time. This low unlikely to be met by a card, but already marked. Of course, no Marionette this time, so balancing that mark a little more liberal. Fleece the Frail on defense would suggest it's either a more important defense reaction or another of those 0 for 4 contracts in the hand here for Christopher. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw something like a Leave No Witnesses here to threaten the Arsenal on a very succinct 1-card hand.
Yeah, Christopher understanding his position in this game, I believe, comfortably ahead on deck, and so willing to or able to take these, decisions where he's not necessarily needing to hold on to extra cards, arsenal things, and go for that double black tech line like he did previously. Maybe he anticipates that Jacob is going to start blocking at this stage because so many cards have been missing that he doesn't want to risk Jacob blocking 4 and then having to throw that other contract into the arsenal and maybe clog up against a codex later on.
A large part of that as well is the defense reaction count we saw from Hunter or Hunted. Once you see there are so many block 4s left, holding on to another 4-power contract attack in the hopes that Black Tech Whisperers connects and you can do the thing, and there's just no need. Block the extra damage, send your 0 for 4. You've got to get through those defense reacts, but you don't need to leverage Black Tech Whisperers in a way that isn't guaranteed.
No blocks comes forward here, though. Defense
Bish
reaction
Bosh.
out of deck and a attack reaction out of arsenal.
Stains in the red back. Both players knew was there from that earlier Ponder token. Shooting to 3 as Huntsman draws back up, and we find Saber Bloodshed, Pain in the Backside, Meat Madness, and Incision on the other side. So it's Graphene Calycera coming in for 6, thanks to the mark. Looking to draw a bonus card with that Saber Bloodshed. This is the final copy of that Marquee Majestic, thanks to the deck damage of Christopher Bizau.
Chris looking at not supreme defense. Of course, we have that 1 block Fiddler's Green. Looks like an overcrowded that's currently just blocking for 2. So turning off this on hit might be a bit challenging for him, although he does have that defensive equipment suite. Have 3 block on equipment, 2 from the Graven Gloves, 1 from Mask of Perdition. But in order to block 6 and turn off the guaranteed draw, it's quite challenging here. There's also a question of, like, do you even want to turn off the guarantee draw from blocking 6? You could be blown over by an attack reaction that Jacob happens to have, and of course, you could be blown out by just flicking the Hunter's Clave, which still will trigger that Saber Bloodshed draw, in which case, as long as Jacob has a buyback, he's not necessarily scared of that. So Chris maybe not valuing the defense on this link so much, except for the life preservation, rather than trying to turn off the draw.
Indeed, going to incision up to 9 on the Chalicera here. No other reactions. Happy to sink the 9 to better navigate this turn. There's a small factor with Fiddler's Green in this matchup that if you expect your opponent to be following up with a Codex of Frailty, you don't want to block with it.
Get full value by not having to block 1, and you get to discard it instead of a different card, but not a Codex on this turn unless it was drawn off that Saber Bloodshed. 3 go again from the pain on the backside here. Also could be holding on to that to maybe block a 4 block breakpoint, or in this case, the dagger that comes in for 1 to try to mark at the end of the turn.
And his Meat Madness on the end, which overcrowded could cover alongside a piece of equipment. But Christopher here, again, just happy to pick up as much silver value as possible. Graven Gloves, Mask of Perdition, happy to cover this up and prevent shenanigans. Means that we can look at that tunic. Oh, look, it's on 3. Great, fantastic. So Spider's Bite into Command and Conquer from my Codex of Frailty. It's pretty bread and butter stuff. It's incredibly powerful here.
Oh, how I miss this kind of assassin.
You should play the deck more.
I do play this deck from time to time, but not as much as I did new, and I have really quite loved. Blue, dagger, tunic, CNC.
Just poetry in motion. Transformation. 2 rolled, so it is, of course, Arakni Funnel Web. Commonly referred to as the worst one.
Meat Madness trigger. It was a 2. I think 2 is 1 or 2 is choose our hand. 3 or 4 is choose a card in arsenal, and 5 or 6 banish the top card of the deck is the typical way that it's played out. So not able to go for Codex CNC. Codex still being good here in that you are, first of all, you can grab a Leave No Witnesses and still threaten that arsenal unless Jacob has a 4-block defense reaction. But of course, the key part is you're actually making Jacob lose a card out of deck by having to discard. So he's getting a card from the graveyard and trading it. So it's card neutral unless that card if that card's protected, it's card neutral. But if that card is not protected in Arsenal, then it's not. In this case, it looks like he's just going to give it up. So having to lose a card to discard, losing a card to the banish of Leave No Witnesses because probably didn't draw a 4-block defense reaction.
My bad on that one. Forgot about the extra point of damage from the stealthy goodness, and therefore 3 block, not enough to cover Meat Madness. Under the trapdoor grabbed here. I wonder if Christopher will decline the banish. Nope, leaving that one in the banish zone. More than happy to get rid of it. Wondered if that one was going to get pseudo stuck there. Does ponder into a Command and Conquer, which means hopefully that sequence is nice and live in the near future.
Yeah, so this should also be dead, right?
Yeah, I just put it back.
Oh, sorry.
Players just confirming the Graven Gloves came back at the start of the turn. It's making Carry and Husk look a bit embarrassing at this point. Very impressive piece of equipment. Whittle from Bone pitched to rebuy a dagger from Up Sticks and Run.
Rebuy an unsleeved cold foil dagger, just to be clear.
I would rather you didn't. 4 go again in this case. Frailty token knocking a point off. Up Sticks and Run. Obviously adding +4 means that Fiddler's Green lines up nice and neatly. This time Meat Madness just the 3 because there is no mark this time around. So pretty clean block with Surgical Extraction.
Life gain from the Fiddler's Green. All 3 of Chris's Fiddler's Greens have come quite well. I think it's probably pretty easy in this matchup to make them work the good way. There's a lot of 4s. There's the 1s on the dagger. So you're not often losing too much value from those Fiddler's Greens, only blocking 1. And Chris able to get full value by blocking the mark as well on that turn.
Drawing up after Sigil of Solace takes us back to 26. It's 12 health to work with now for Jacob Clements. That Amulet of Echoes coming back up to fuel Hunter's Clave here. And this is my favorite play in the deck. Just 2-on-2. You can trigger the piercing, but you don't want to give up cards ahead of time. Force reactions, use your defense reactions to save you, but just blunt the Hunter's Clave, keep that mark away from yourself, spend some silver, do it again.
We're starting to reach with 20 minutes to go and 11 turns into this game. A thin deck. I am hoping that Jacob picks up his deck in the coming turns so we can take a look at just how many cards are left. He's kind of grave, but it's a bit hard for me to follow, and obviously there's a thick banish zone as well. Hard to intuit how many cards are left in deck.
Codex of Frailty discarding Shelter from the Storm here. It's kind of as you alluded to moments ago, non-funked. Shelter from the Storm just not going to be doing very much going forward. It's about having access to damage, and so pain in the backside will be grabbed from the codex here. Ponder token made. It's going to be 2 go again, thanks to... Oh, the way around, sorry. Frailty's on the other side of the table. 3 go again. And we will see a dagger flick should it hit.
Chris had access to a ripple away. Could have denied the Ponder with this, but that is card out of deck to deny again. Just now value. That's what this Ponder sort of represents. Even though it's next turn value, it's tempo. It's not the deck damage that Chris really cares about. So given that he's trying to run his opponents out of cards in his deck, not really necessarily an interaction that's important when he could instead use that ripple away as a 3-block here or pitching into daggers before the CNC, of course.
Fanning through that graveyard, Banish Zone once again, just confirming the tools that are still available to Jacob Clements would be a bad time to slip for Christopher. Paid the backside, an aptly named card, does tend to demand some respect as to not find yourself accidentally marked.
No blocks, reactions?
No blocks declared here, no reactions from Jacob. So 3/4 damage taken. Mark applied as Christopher falls to 22. And Kiss of Death is that final follow-up. Will be 4 thanks to the mark.
I've been doing some detective work. I think there's about 16 to 18 cards left in Jacob's deck. That assumed a 60. I think there's about 20 cards left in Jacob's deck.
Yeah, I would lean more on the higher side here. I think based on solely that Amulet of Echoes, I don't think we're ever at 60 in this case. So 1 from the Chalicerer, down to 14 here for Christopher, who is definitely changing gauge, looking to leverage that equipment to soak up damage and then get this game over and done. Not a lot of damage left in the deck for Jacob, so more freedom to work with, less reactions to worry about.
I thought this might indicate a coercive available for Christopher taking a lot of damage just to get these guaranteed cards out of deck. Of course, even if the go again, none of the attacks on this link will hit, then this coercive tendency gets at least 1 card out of deck from its own effect, a guaranteed banish. So Plunder the Poor, coercive, and another contract card to be expected. And Jacob understood. He saw an attack reaction being reached for, and he just passed 3 cards forward. I think he knew exactly what was coming when this damage was taken and a contract card started with.
And so, 2 D-Reacts found on top of the deck. Fate, Shelter, and a Stains the red back, if not mistaken. So, Coercive takes the top card. That Stains will go away. Plunder the Poor hits and takes away another card. Some more silver going to be generated. Impactful here because these do have go again. We know this is going to be contract into Command and Conquer to really put the screws to Arakni Marionette.
Top card banished from Plunder after that coercive, and there was no reactions, no defense reactions from Jacob, of course, because we know that there's several stuck there at the top of the deck.
Looking for non-attack actions. We know it's a defense reaction. That one can go on the bottom. I don't really care if you draw that in the late game. In fact, let me try and hit something more premium from the top if you want to ignore me. But with only 8 life left to work with, there's only so much more ignoring that Jacob Clements can do.
I like sending the D-React to the bottom, given that you expect maybe to banish here, assuming Jacob says no reactions or no blocks. Black Tech thrown in here probably just to be able to buy back some amount of block with the silver on his following turn.
Codex of Frailty and To the Point,
wow,
both found here. So silver, silver, silver. It's 2 from Plunder the Poor, 1 from Slay the Scholars. Mask of Perdition doing dangerous work. And again, just 8 silver available to continue rebuying all these equipment as the game goes. Command and Conquer for 5, threatens lethal, and will force a card, in theory, out of Jacob Clements. Does indeed just block 6, giving up 2 blues there after all that. 4 plays 14, only 3 cards to work with. It's Denner the Spider in the arsenal too. Oh. Command and Conquer, the ultimate punish at the end of that combat chain.
Denner the Spider only blocking 3, chose not to deploy it on either of the 4 power contract cards as it was just out of reach to be able to block it cleanly. Your favorite play being reached for here, block 2 on a piercing 1 dagger, specifically with the Graven Gloves.
No reactions, leave no witnesses. The follow-up, a nice, clean, leave no witnesses in the hand here for Jacob, and a Shelter from the Storm to meet it from Christopher.
Not even presenting disruption, just trying to get back into the tempo game and deal some damage. Buy himself the space he needs to maybe come in with 1 big dagger turn. No Tarantula Toxins in the deck makes it quite tough, but he does still have a couple attack reactions available.
Curious hand here for Christopher, who is looking at Excessive Blood Loss, Slay the Scholars, and Codex of Frailty. Really going to want that Black Tech Whisperers to tie this all together, but with Jacob only at 4, unlikely to happen. So might find ourselves leaning on the daggers here, despite spending 6 silver and flashing the cash.
Dagger's quite hard to pay for, given the lack of resources in this hand outside of the existence of this Codex.
Kind of like this from Christopher. Excessive Blood Loss, a little more difficult to block, arguably more threatening if it takes cards. So could line up better with that Codex, but in the case that we're happy to cover it, just park the Codex in the arsenal, set yourself up to go nice and wide in the near future. Den of the Spider covers the rest after being stuck in the arsenal last turn. And we're back over to Jacob, who's looking at Inertia Trap, Meet Madness as 2 of those cards. 1 unknown, looks like to the point, and about 10 cards in deck.
That's what I would guess as well. Not many turns left for Jacob here in this game.
Deck looking thinner than I have ever been.
Don't say that about yourself, Scott. I love you.
I love me too. Excessive Blood Loss, soaking up the heat here. Small turn from Jacob back to Chris, who's more than happy to navigate this hand. Admittedly, it's a bit janky. Oasis Respite, Sink Below.
Well, they both pitched for 1, and the downside of a bad hand in Flesh and Blood, you can always pitch away the cards that don't make sense. Mark applied.
Yeah, mark applied from this one. Pretty big deal in some spots, but happy to soak up the reaction-based dagger. Spider's Bite does find the mark instead. Jacob falling to 3. Attacks will be smaller. Codex of Frailty will be the finisher here. Reaching for that Command and Conquer thanks to Findle's Spring Tunic once again. And we know it's Inertia Trap in the arsenal once more for Jacob Clements, who will again be forced to just dump the hand to soak up lethal damage and hold on to a defense reaction maybe for the next game.
Both of those attacks in hand, of course, block for 2. That's a 3-card 2 block available to Jacob. He instead goes for a 2-card 4 block, loses the defense reaction, chooses to go to 1 and arsenal a card or hold onto a card to try to deal any amount of damage this turn.
So
it's not going to deal 14.
Ponder arsenals a card. Transformation reached for immediately by Jacob. Just looking to pass. Yeah, please draw up, Christopher. Yes, I would like to pass to you, and I'll let you spend those cards. Arakni Trapdoor. Yay.
Taking a look through the graveyard before, you can choose to not search. And so looking through whether he wants to shuffle that deck, whether he wants to search for 1 more defense reaction or not.
I don't think you can make me. I need those cards.
I mean, if it's a defense reaction, you might as well just banish it.
If there's a trap left, yeah, sure, absolutely. All right, going for a spin. Couldn't quite catch what that was out of frame.
He could also just be taking something like a shelter out. If his goal for if his win con at this point in time is I just need, you know, my 1 turn to align with Graphene Tunic and 4 attack reactions, and my opponent doesn't respect it enough and doesn't have enough defense reactions, then that could be a win condition with that to the point going into Arsenal. Of course, getting defense reactions out of the deck helps guarantee that. 2 cards left in deck after the current hand, and we see at least 1 shelter drawn up by Jacob, so still has that density of defense reactions.
Surgical Extraction. We're at the phase of the game where we're just looking to rip cards away, and when your opponent pitches a shred for the Surgical, you kind of have to expect another one in the near future. It is a 2nd yellow shred in the hand, but a pass, it would seem, from Christopher. Happy to just play this small ball game. We know about the trap, quote unquote, from Arakni Trapdoor. So Shred's just going to walk into it if it's a real trap. I don't need to do that. I'll just hold my Shred. I'm gonna get you eventually.
Yeah, he knows the deck is very thin. He doesn't want to waste the Shred for another defense reaction just to be given to it, knowing how many defense reactions were left. Maybe there's an argument to still firing it and forcing out that extra card. Ultimately, a little bit of something here and a little bit of the same thing over there.
Little moot. Calicera coming on in. Will be met by Coercive Tendency. Again, that Remembrance in hand now. Just holding on to the cards that truly matter. That D-React to quote-unquote bail you out. If your opponent does indeed want to fire those reactions and catch you off guard. It is Shell from the Storm, Whittle from Bone in the hand for Jacob, which is kind of unexciting.
Jacob choosing not to fire reactions on that Graphene while he's in Arakni Trapdoor because he doesn't have access to all of that extra damage from the Arakni Marionette +1 effect.
So we'll see the flick of the Calicera, knowing that we're hoping to make one back with Whittle from Bone. Unfortunately, Fate Foreseen covers that Hunter's Clave, and the Whittle will not be able to make a Calicera right now. Will be fired anyway for a lowly 1. Double checking that this doesn't do anything.
But you're not marked, Jacob says.
Rather unfortunate given how likely that Clave was to connect, but with Graven Gloves still available, you always have to assume there's a D-React to meet you. Shred playing defense here, just sucking out the life of these final cards from Jacob Clements. Tunic to 2, Nerve, Scalpel, chips away another one of those 3 remaining points of life. And is there a final threat? Down to 1, it would say. No, just happy to take the pass. Jacob should be in base form here, but that Amulet of Echoes, to the joy of everyone, is still here. Players is confirming that that's the case. We know it's Whittle from Bone, Take Up the Mantle, and Shelter from the Storm, which is not going to be 14 damage.
Oh, the final defense reaction is still aligning against this very final to the point. Credit to Jacob for carrying it out to this point when the writing has been on the wall for the last maybe 2 turns at least. But Jacob creating, not even managing to create one more Graphene at the end of this turn, flicking away his final Clave.
So I'll flick the Clave at you for 1, so you go to 12.
Puts Christopher to 12, becomes firmly a Daggerless Maiden. And it will be Take Up the Mantle. Now that we're marked on that Whittle from Bone for a little bit of extra juice. Going to turn this into a Kiss of Death.
Now 7.
Now 7, so 6 points of damage theoretically coming across. An extra 1 if the Kiss of Death manages to find its mark as well.
You have no reaction?
No, and then no other reactions.
No other action declared here.
Top 1, this comes in for 7, so it's
Now, had he managed to get Chris lower, I don't think Chris really expected this line or saw this coming. This would have been a way that Jacob could have stolen the game very late in the game, but it's just not enough against Chris, only bringing him down to 5. Go again, of course, from the Marionette effect, but only 1 card left available to Jacob other than that Amulet, and it doesn't look like it's, let's say,
I'm not asking, I'm just
a Codex or something else.
Amulet, Shelter from the Storm. Not exactly aggressively slanted cards. Graven Gloves eats the last of the silver. May have blocked 15 this game. Something of that ilk. Equipment jumps in, gets shredded for the BM. Shelter says no. I will die on my terms.
the 1 or the 4?
I'll play it. So
Getting played here, just for clarity. Don't want to discard, don't want to take any risks. You can shred it again if you want. Spider's Bite, Amulet of Echoes cannot cover that one. And so the point will bleed through, and it will be Christopher Bizau and Arakni Huntsman joining us in the top 8 of Calling Rotterdam.
Don't know the rest of the top 8 yet, but that does mean at least one hero in this top 8 is not named Victor, Oscilio, or Arakni Marionette. So Christopher keeping the dream alive for people who love an underdog. A very good game from Jacob Clements there. Of course, very familiar with that matchup and very familiar with being in a win-and-in situation. But this case, not able to continue his reign of terror and make the top 8. Christopher Bizau, on the other hand, is able to make a top 8 here on Arakni Huntsman.
You want to see who else is in our top 8?
I do want to see who else is in our
Let's
top 8.
do that. Let's check out the bracket and see who else is rocking the show in the dying days of Calling Rotterdam. That is 4 copies of Oscilio Constellar Intelligence, and they all dodged each other.
Yep. 1, 3, and 4, meaning you'd have to be 2nd or 7th to also stay in the other part of the bracket, and that's exactly where it is. Alessio also creating I think a back-to-back European calling top 8. I believe he was top 8 at calling at
Filippo
Toulouse,
too.
alongside Filippo, who we discussed
Both of
earlier. Wow, we create trends.
That's quite the rematch, to be fair. That's a good one to chase down by both players. happened to top on these respective heroes. Alessio was on Oscilio there as well. Christopher and Sammy Wex, another juggernaut of the game on Oscilio, will be Huntsman Oscilio there. Interesting matchup, very close. Oasis Respite, very important in keeping that matchup in check. Evan Tanguy and Lawrence van der Beek on Oscilio there as well. And our Michael Feng game there against Dennis. I'm going to say Christic. This is my best guess on that one. Victor Goldmain, High and Mighty, the other part of the equation here. 4 Oscilio, 2 Victor, a Gravy, and a Huntsman.
Yeah, I'd say in the middle matches we have a Gravy versus Oscilio, and I would give Oscilio a slight edge there. And the other one we have Huntsman versus Oscilio, and I would give Huntsman a slight edge there. But in these Oscilio-Victor matchups, which way are you leaning?
So I'm not entirely sure I agree on the Oscilio Huntsman game for what it's worth. I think it is ever so slightly Oscilio favored, but I do think it's quite close. Oscilio Victor, I take Oscilio in that spot a lot of the time, but I think it's very dependent on the exact Victor lists. I think it's arguably a little dependent on the Oscilio lists too. So I think most of these matchups, I think Oscilio Gravy typically known to be Oscilio favored. That's inarguable. I would argue the other 3 quite close and going to be very interesting to watch one way or the other.
You mentioned different types of Victor lists. Michael Feng told me at the start of the weekend that every time he plays against a Victor, he looks at them and he memorizes their face because he needs to know exactly what kind of Victor they are when he plays against them later. Of course, in this top 8, I believe they might have open deck lists, so he'll have access to knowledge about what kind of Victor he's sitting against. They did play in Swiss. I'm hearing in my ear from the lovely Ethan Vincent that Michael was able to win against Dennis. Dennis was not the one the one loss that Michael had throughout Swiss.
Okay, that's good to know. That's one to watch. Shall we see who the unfortunate bubble boy was this time around, where everyone else finished? That's some more Victor. René, unlucky, did not make the cut. Jason Rolfe, similar story. And then the Arakni, in a bit of a stack underneath that too.
I'm sure that's how you would pluralize that word. Jacob Clements and Thomas Goffier and Jacob Trossing, 3 very well-known players there. In 11th, 12th, and 13th, all in the same hero. None of them able to bring that hero into the top 8, unfortunately. Big shout out to 14th and 15th, the Rhinar and Phi making it quite far. Thomas in 17th on the Katsu. Jeremy in 19th on Ira, and Juha-Matti in 20th on the Dio. There's a lot of those heroes that just didn't make the cut but still showed they are not necessarily mainstays but powerful heroes in the meta right now.
Good showings all around. A little further down, we find that Jarl Trady from Julien, 8 and 4 finish there. 8-4 finish for RKO there. Both players making the top 32. Impressive stuff. Emad Kashi sneaking in there as well for a little bit of bonus buck.
Yep, there's 2 also Cindras there in the 9-3 bracket, 21 and 24, so shout out to that hero also for representing quite a few of them in the top 32 in general. Sundernaved making there just at the bottom with another Gravy, along with Jorgen in 28, so Gravy also sort of having this resurgent moment with 1 copy in the top 8 and a couple more in the top 32. And then unfortunate, Anton just missing, 33rd, the worst place to be at a calling.
Does certainly suck. Got some friends there. We've got 37th for Gary White, friend of yours. 39th for my Fatigue Goliath friend, Liam Folden. Great showing. I'm hopeful people will start to believe that deck has some legitimacy to it one way or the other. I've been told someone wants to take the reins.
Oh, yeah. You know why? I got to flex real quick, everybody. We ran through caster picks. There was a king at day 1, and it was Scott. But, Scott, can you read the words on screen for me? What do those words say?
I don't know. That was
it's kind of grayed out, man. I can't read it. You know why? It says drop, 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 drop. What's the next one say? Drop, 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 drop. What's this one say? Top 8. That's right. I was right. Evan Tungi, my man. Congrats to me. And I guess congrats to Evan as well. Leave it there, mic drop out.
You should put the records behind that word drop, because I remember quite a few 2s and 5s on that page yesterday.
I'm about to drop Ethan Van Sant, actually. if that makes you feel any better about yourself. That's how that's going to go. All right. Well, we got some other goodies to talk about. I want to remind folks who might be just joining us for the top 8 in the first place. Finals, we're going to have that Young Marvel giveaway. You'll want to be tuned in for that one and making sure you're interacting in chat. After the semi-finals, we have a legendary card from Omens of the Third Age to spoil for you. But there's some other cards from that set that you know about already. Nationals promos on the horizon for our 2026 season. Competitor package will include this flow state embodiment, and maybe I'm in the minority, but I think this card is both messed up and a representation of me on a Friday night.
Oh, I love the art on this card. It is gorgeous and maybe some of my favorite ever printed so far. I love Olga's art in general. She makes some great fab cards, but I just want to tell the audience how much of a nerd we both are. We were talking about this card at dinner last night as an example of why we're so excited about the Lightning Heroes coming up. This is going to be a mainstay in at least 2, maybe all 3 of those heroes. A 3-block card that threatens to create an embodiment of lightning or a lightning flow. This will be a mainstay, and if you want a very pretty version, go ahead to your national championship and pick this up as a promo.
I got more questions about this next one. Runic Reaving. This artwork has been kind of teased in the Nationals promotional images. It looks very almost shadowy in a way. It's very dark. People are like, is that Viscerai? Has something changed? Is that a character we know? Who is it? Why is it a claw? Why does it all look like ink? Promo card text is being obscured for now until more is uncovered. Such an interesting choice of words. I wonder if something's going to be revealed, or maybe there's something out there that we haven't found yet. Maybe you should go looking around in some places for some secrets about what you might find at Nationals. Who knows?
To be clear, speculation?
Always speculation. If you ever doubt that the casters don't know things that you guys don't know at home, there's all the evidence you need. We're going to take a really short break before our first top 8 game, and we're going to have that rematch of the last European calling on camera. It will be Alessio versus Filippo, Oscilio versus Victor.
the hazy moment through the ocean blast. The ships are closing in, mist will turn to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragon of the horizon, history untold. Almighty gods of war, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. They came from frozen plains, waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the north, the name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfold. Almighty gods of war, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty gods of war, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story.
Where there was once over 400 players, there are now only
4
8.
Oscilios.
Wow, you're... Thanks for stealing my lightning. Gabe, welcome back to the top 8 of Calling Rotterdam. 4 Oscilio is the story, I think, for a lot of people, but not the only story. We have a couple of victors, couple of maybe lesser expected heroes, depending on your expectations heading into the meta game. Should we take a closer look at that bracket and kind of walk through the details?
Let's do it.
Sounds good to me. Walk me through these matchups. Talk to me a little bit about what you expect and yeah, make some predictions about who goes all the way.
Of course, we talked about it before the break. There's an Oscilio in every corner of the bracket. So the safe choice would maybe be Oscilio going all the way. But I'm going to put my money on the Arakni Huntsman just for A, a little bit of a funsies pick, and B, a little bit of a... It's probably got the best edge into Oscilio of the quarterfinals. I think it's slightly favored for Arakni Huntsman. You think the other way around, but I'm going to go with Christopher. If it's going to be an Oscilio, I'm going to go with Christopher's opponent because that feels fitting for my prediction. And also because Semi has been a many-time top performer in this EU calling circuit, but has never had that big win, so I'll put my money behind him today.
Sounds like a good idea to me. I can't pick the same way, really. That's kind of illegal. I also think there's a good chance that if Christopher gets to that finals and it's like Evan, for example, with an upset over Oscilio, things get much, much harder. Gravy, very difficult for Arakni Huntsman. My best guess is I think, realistically, I'll be the lamp enjoyer. I'll be the moth this time around. I think there's a good chance our Oscilios have a pretty great run. I could see Huntsman, Sammy going either way. I kind of expect Michael and Alessio to get there. I think Lawrence probably gets there too. So I'm expecting a pretty big menagerie of light as of the semifinals.
Well, let's hope not both semifinals are mirror matches. Otherwise, we're in for a guaranteed double mirror match, semis and finals today. But otherwise, of course, those players want to be able to see big wins in this top 8.
Let's check out the Living Legend leaderboard while we're this direction. See how this might wreak havoc with things. Alas, not too much action here this time around. Oscilio, a little further down the board. The biggest hit here, Victor Goldmain, high and mighty, currently sitting at 824 Living Legend points. Could go to 899 with a quick win this weekend.
I think a win this weekend and then going into the national season would probably mean Victor is probably gone within 2026, within the first half of 2026. Maybe it would take until the ProQuest season at the end of the year. Arakni Marionette was not able to crack into the top 8 of this event and so won't accrue more points, but is also one of those knocking on the door as a very strong deck right now that's also in this top 10.
Snazzy stuff all around. Well worth watching these heroes as the story progresses. Happy to see that be the case. Now, folks, you've watched this weekend as I've had to deal with Ethan in my ear, pulling rank, making decisions, taking the reins. I'm taking the reins. You know that legendary reveal that we were going to throw out after the semifinals?
After the semifinals, as we've said all weekend.
Nah.
What?
Nah.
Not after the finals? Not at all?
No, no, never. Just cutting the reveal entirely. Not right now, though. Can't do that for you.
You did tee that up a little bit too aggressively.
That was the point. I'm going to pull it forward just a smidge, though. I want you to enjoy this game with us first. Here, Victor Oscilio. Going to see that Filippo Barbani, Alessio Bouko matchup, which is going to be two incredible players, masters of their craft. Then after we're done enjoying that, we'll pull out the snacks, we'll hit the video, and we'll see if this card is, I think the way you would put it is sexy.
I think the card's going to be pretty sexy. Again, we haven't seen it. We will be reacting live along with you guys for this legendary reveal. This screen says first look after the semifinals. Ethan, why would you do us like this? We just told you. We pulled it up to after the quarterfinals.
Production's been lying to you all weekend. I want to see your anger in the chat. That's unacceptable behavior, and I expect better from people at Legend Story Studios. Unbelievable stuff. Well, you're welcome. Happy to pull it forward for you. I know you didn't want to wait, so my pleasure to do a favor. I'm the good guy.
Of course. Always the good guy.
But will it be Oscilio or Victor? It's the good guy with chat. I'm going to go with Victor.
Victor's definitely going to be the chat's good guy.
Probably.
I'm not sure there's too many Oscilio fans here, but we think both. Maybe Oscilio might be favored. Let's take a look and see whether Filippo can ride his favorite hero to success against Oscilio here.
There is, after all, only one way for us to find out. Filippo Barbani, the victor of victors. Alessio Bouko. I guess the Oscilio of Oscilios in this case. It's not quite as catchy, but, you know, we work with it. Good matchup. Incredible players. 2nd versus 7th. So Filippo here choosing to go first in this matchup this time around.
I think choosing to deny Oscilio the go first is probably the bigger element of that for sure. I'm a big fan of Alessio's shirts that he wears whenever he's on camera. I mean, he's not changing his shirt for camera, but
I love that story way more. That's even cooler. The idea of just switching to a brand new snazzy shirt when we're on camera. Let's take a look at how our players made their way into the top 8 of this event. We'll start things off with Filippo, who had a nice, strong run right up until Michael Feng in round 6 of competition. That was a hiccup. Went back on the W streak and just took a round off against Lawrence at the end, but admittedly did take 2 losses to Oscilio. Well worth noting.
Was able to beat an Oscilio as well in semi-Wex. You know, all 3 Oscilios he played top 8 at this event.
Pretty good indication of a high quality of player. Let's see the other side of the fight. Alessio Bouko took some earlier losses. Round 1 got DO'd. It's pretty common for Oscilio in a pinch. Took a weird one to Kasai in round number 5 as well.
Generally, you'd think that's a favored matchup, but getting the best of him there in round 5. However, winning out from there, that's 7 in a row. A very tense feeling when you get to win 6, win 7, and you're trying to win for the rest of your day for your winner. And well done to Alessio to make it here.
Let's take a look at some deck lists for this top 8. It's well worth noting. Open deck lists, so well worth seeing what these players are doing. I want to take a look at Filippo to start. Barbani's list front and center for you here. Tell me, Gabe, what stands out to you?
This is a lot of information all at once. How have you queued me up? 2 remembrances stand up, but that's not very relevant in this matchup in particular. This is looking not like a pure fatigue list, I'd say. We have cards like Spinal Crush and Debilitate. That's representing some damage being dealt. Enlightened Strike, especially representing a bit of a mid-range position. Single Pulverize seems very interesting. Probably not making it in this matchup, but maybe that's some of the secret that Filippo has been able to pull through this weekend to be amongst the top of the victors.
Cards I want to talk about, I want to know, is this the matchup for Skullcap Fortress? Are we playing the Arcanite pair against Oscilio?
Well, there's no other matchup, so if you bring it, it must be coming in, and that's Arcane Barrier multiple, depending on what other pieces of AB you bring in, but of course also Spell Void too. One thing that we didn't discuss on the big screen that we were just there is there's 2 copies of Weakest Link in Filippo's list. So the Weakest Link does represent some damage and disruption against the Oscilio opponent.
So some tech tools to be found. Clearly a matchup that was on the mind of Filippo Barbani heading into this event. I want to see if the same can be said for Alessio Bouko, who no doubt had to think about Victor in some capacity. What stands out to you here, Gabe?
This is looking like a pretty stock-ish list. I'm looking at the number of 6 power spells. We have 2 Burn Bearers and 2 Glyph power spells. Of course, the introduction of Glyph power spell lets you play with those ratios a little bit. He's gone for 6 Blast to Oblivions, no blues in this list, but the full 3 yellows. Some players go down to 2. See a Destructive Aether Tide might be well timed to snipe a card out of Arsenal, but of course, usually that card is just filler on block 3. I think the thing that catches my eye the most, and this is a change some players have been making recently, is Entwine Lightning. Just adding one more aggressive 0 for 4 in the deck that's easier to get easier to get go again on. It doesn't add to the amp up of Volzar, but it is quite a potent card nonetheless.
Yeah, one I saw definitely popularized by Michael Hamilton heading into Yokohama. Happy to see Alessio lining up with that one and finding good success with it. I'm sick of waiting. So we're going to get ourselves down into that feature match area for our quarter-final match. It will be Filippo Barbani versus Alessio Bouko. Only one of these players can be the victor, and it might not be the horse.
Are you confirming officially from the mouth of LSS himself, that is you, of course, that Victor is the horse?
Yeah, why not? What are they going to do, fire me?
Can they do that?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, Arcanite Fortress, Arcanite Skullcap do come into full effect here. Pretty cool snazzy suite in this matchup, in my opinion.
I think that's the thing to discuss on the board to start with, other than the fact that Alessio only has 0 Marvel Oscilios as opposed to Michael Feng's 2 that we saw earlier on.
Well, that decides this matchup already. Why are we watching this?
These two players are really incredible and have now 2 European calling back-to-backs, top 8s back-to-back under their belts, of course. Both were making top 8 there at Toulouse, I'm pretty sure. And I don't know if they played against each other, but here they are playing against each other to knock each other out of Rotterdam. It's AB5 in this configuration for Filippo, but only when Filippo's on lower life. So maybe looking to take some damage early from Oscilio. I mean, it's pretty easy to take some damage early against Oscilio, especially given that the Arcane tends to come in at the end of a chain. So if you're taking a bunch of damage on physical, you end up a little bit below the Oscilio, and then you can defend against the Arcane that comes in at the end.
Test of Strength finds a Golden Sun for the first clash of the game. So 2 gold and a Golden Sun drawn for Filippo. Yeah, jokes aside, I want to be clear, these are clearly 2 of the titans of European Fab right now. If you didn't know their name before, you certainly should. They're going to be talent to watch in the near future. Current funnel coming across. 2 go again. Continues to charge up the Volzar just a dash.
That CLV being revealed on top of the deck from Test of Strength, of course, is information that Filippo can work with. He knows now that that'll be available. If there's any tricks he plays, like Blast to Oblivion or Flittering to start the following turn. The question is Filippo going for full fatigue?
Good question.
Not that his deck is built towards it, but is that the plan into Oscilio given the presence of these Arcanite equipments?
Well, you do see, again, just a really hefty deck in the player camp. So it's not entirely impossible. The size of that is astounding.
Does look like it's double sleeved, which might accommodate that a little bit. Blocking early with that Guardwell Arcanite chest just to get the value when he can.
Yeah, it makes sense. Arcanite Fortress here. You never know when you might need to expend the Spell Void. I guess you'd really rather it wasn't early, but...
I mean, say that last card in hand was a CLV, then he wants to make sure that there's no CLV draw into the other CLV, which can pitch to keep around the first one.
Blast to Oblivion is 4 go again thanks to the current funnel. Volzar will charge up just a squeak, but information pretty face up at this point. Golden Sun plays defense. 1 point will leak over for Filippo, down to 39. And we'll just pass along over to our resident Guardian, who intends to play with Daddy's money.
Not a bad first turn in terms of how it went for Filippo. Alessio had to play out 4 cards, didn't get to keep a card, and Filippo took no damage and is presenting Disruption back with his Spinal Crush. So Alessio not able to do big go-again turns on his following turn. Of course, Lightning Greaves can get around that Spinal Crush, but otherwise...
So a mixed bag.
A little bit limited.
In the hand here for Alessio. We're looking at Gone in a Flash. It's been found. That's great. Mind Warp, double Channel Lightning Valley.
Channel Lightning Valley not working so great with that Gone in a Flash. At least it still bounces it, but it doesn't do it the way that you want, where it also draws you an additional card. So not a terrible hand found for Alessio. There's also always a line where you could go Channel, Pitch Channel, Mind Warp, but there is a lot of... Well, there's not actually AB3 available for Filippo.
Is just AB2 if you eat the Spinal Crush. So Alessio spine thoroughly crushed, but benefiting from that slightly. Mind Warp for 3. Asking a small question. Will guarantee some damage, but unlikely to spin the hand.
Tempo's 1 card out of Filippo's hand. But more importantly, it is keeping a Channel Lightning Valley around and setting a Gone in a Flash into the arsenal. So that makes for a 6-card Gone in a Flash hand if he's drawing up the type of hand that works well with a Gone in a Flash combo.
Does choose to AB here, over pitching with the red, taking the 1 damage coming through. I want to ask you a question on this one, Gabe. I see old knocker from Alessio in this situation. People might think typically Victor quite a long matchup based on how that deck typically plays. How do you feel about knocker versus Tunic here?
I just like Old Knocker. It's very consistent compared to Tunic. You're not often finding ways in these modern Oscilio lists to use the second counter. You know, sometimes it will come into Volzar when you have no sigils left on board, but you're not running many glyph overlays, for example, anymore in the deck. So Old Knocker just sort of always there specifically for the Lightning Greaves. We've also lost Eclectic Magnetism in a lot of these lists. So I'm not surprised by this. I think there's a lot of lists, on Oscilio lists, that don't even have Tunic in the 80 anymore.
I want to point out Alessio heavily rewarded here for understanding the situation. Chose to draw, well, didn't choose to draw Comet Storm off of Channel Lightning Valley, did do so, chose to Oscilio it away, drew a Blast to Oblivion, and chose to Arsenal the Blast instead of the Gone in a Flash in this situation. Immediately rewarded as this Command and Conquer comes clattering in, and the most important card in the matchup is not under threat.
Maybe got a little bit of a read about what this card might be that's being held onto by the fact that the Spinal Crush got pitched away with that under pitching for Arcane Barrier, which means if he's pitching away a Spinal Crush when Spinal Crush is good disruption, does that mean he has something else? And in this case it did. It meant he had a CNC, so good read from Alessio there to find that out.
Sadly, the hand is a bit gunk. It's Blast in the arsenal, Blast in the hand, double etchings of Arcana, and Gone in a Flash, which doesn't achieve a lot.
Can't even find a way to keep that channel around a second turn. You can pitch for Volzar, of course, but can't pitch twice without a costed card. That's the downside of losing some of these costed cards that would be paid for by a Tunic.
Alessio in the blender here, incentivized to block, to make the most of some of these cards, but burning multiple etchings without gaining value from them, a bit disappointing.
Good. There's this effect when you're playing a wizard, especially one of these more explosive wizards, where when your opponent presents a lot of AB and you have this split damage available in your deck, do you now want to, instead of going the full arcane route, can you give up on some of those arcane cards and start presenting physical? And of course, we know that Oscilio is capable of dealing quite a lot of physical thanks to all of the Gone in a Flash explosive turns that we've seen on camera in the recent months. However, you know, Filippo hasn't completely neglected physical block on his equipment suite. That Arcanite Skullcap will probably be worth 3 throughout the game. The Arcanite Fortress has already been worth 2.
Of course, Oromegas there as well, soaking up some damage in a pinch. So definitely successfully split the approach of Oscilio.
That might be what is affecting Alessio's decision. I just realized that he's playing Oscilio and his name is Alessio. Definitely affecting Alessio's decision with maybe not so willing to give up on these etchings after all. They represent card advantage if the Surge is able to hit, but also they represent Arcane, which is just harder to prevent for Filippo in the ultimately.
Alessio reaching for Flash of Brilliance here. Will discard a Blast to Oblivion to gain back Channel Lightning Valley. Feels like this is more important to keep around. Would like to try and fix for the future and let this Command and Conquer eat another Blast to Oblivion.
I like this. If your plan, as it was last turn, was try to set up towards a 6-card Gone in a Flash, then bringing back this CLV instead of losing it still sets up towards a 6-card Gone in a Flash. He's going to try to play that CLV, pitch some Lightning card towards Volzar, and then keep around this.
This is the thing. The only Lightning card in
was
hand
Gone in a Flash. The blasts
Flash
were blocked with and discarded.
Correct. Well, in the arsenals had to be lost to CNC. So in this case, besides this tempo line of incidental damage, is a better approach while being so behind on life. Make the most of Filippo only having AB2 until that equipment is online. Sneak in some damage, hold on to the etchings, don't waste the second copy. See what you draw from Channel Lightning Valley and accept that you will Gone in a Flash eventually. It doesn't have to be right now.
That's the key point. There are 2 more copies of Gone in a Flash, and you can get 2 attached to that very first one as it comes up, but it's been a little awkward for him so far, so fishing a little bit further for copies 2 and 3 with this Channel Lightning Valley on board, and just trying to get the maximum deck value while the Channel Lightning is around and you have quite a lot of high-value plays available to you before you get to that final big Gone in a Flash. Maybe that's his plan here. AB2 means some damage comes through, but no etchings reaching for a sigil. Not that I think we have a sigil in the graveyard yet either way.
Ripped Entwine Lightning, which was parked in the arsenal. Follow-up is Weakest Link here from Filippo. Let's see if there's any zeros in the hand. It is Sigil, Current Funnel, Glyph, Power Spell, and that second copy of Etchings of Arcana that was IP'd over that last turn. I imagine this Sigil being deployed if this isn't being blocked out.
Yeah, the Weakest Link is good against Oscilio in that you can't keep those instants for your own turn, meaning you're forced to play them out, but all of those instants are usually 0 cost and therefore eminently playable while you take the bill, take 6 damage, and show your opponent what you have in your hand against this Weakest Link. That's what Alessio is reaching to. Of course, he has a bunch of 3 blocks in his hand if he wanted to hold on, but choosing not to here.
Does indeed run out that Sigil of Conductivity and eats the rest. So the Weakest Link showcases Glyph Power Spell directly to Filippo, who took my favorite approach to winning this matchup, to steal your opponent's hand.
Yeah, well, that always works.
Just
I mean,
take
if you can have all 8 cards, then how can you lose?
You can't deal me any Arcane if I take your cards.
Filippo is taking my favorite approach to winning this matchup that we've been seeing. I think he's just consistently disrupted. I don't think we've seen a turn so far that hasn't presented disruption from Filippo, and that's the advantage that he gets from having this sort of mid-rangey deck where he has some of those reds he does want to deploy on the offensive. Committing too hard to fatigue means you might have to cut some slots like Weakest Link or Spinal Crush. CNC you're probably not cutting either way ever, but these 3 cards have been part of the package that has made him gain this 20-point life advantage. Of course, game's never over when you're 20 points ahead of an Oscilio. They can still come back. But right now, it looks like Filippo in the driver's seat, only 10 minutes into this game.
Entwine Lightning, met by Arcanite Skullcap and a red bowler drop to cover that one up. Do not want the Channel Lightning Valley draw in the early stages of this turn, given the information that is available to both players. So it will be Glyph Power Spell as the follow-up, looking to dump 6 Arcane directly into the bank account of Filippo Barbani.
Now, this will be getting the Channel Lightning Valley draw, but no way to keep it around. Unfortunately, that was a blue lightning card and not another lightning card in hand to underpitch.
No action point.
But maybe he draws into something like a Sigil of Brilliance and is able to still set up for more from the next turn off of this draw. Last remaining card was another spell, I believe.
Indeed, that Etchings of Arcana we saw IP'd a
times.
couple times now. Currently
I'm gonna drop.
aiming for the Arsenal. We'll see what gets drawn from CLV. It is Comet Storm Shock. So Oscilio reached for immediately here, trying to cash that out into something more impactful. Okay, consigned to Cosmos Shock is at least playable for some value here.
I'm going to.
And he's going for it. Just a shock for 2 because Volzer hadn't been activated. No lightning cards played so far. So getting some value in while Filippo has signaled he doesn't really want to pitch to AB on this turn, given choosing to take 6 on the Glyph Power Spell. So Alessio taking that signal and getting the damage where he can get the damage, arsenaling ultimately that Etchings and hoping to continue to dig through his deck.
Channel Lightning Valley expiring, and Filippo would like to continue the spine crushing. Alessio, I would like your back to resemble a Pringle. How do you feel about that?
I like that he's recognized his responsibility in this matchup. He even used the Arcanite Skullcap for a 1 block instead of a 2 block. His responsibility is to not give Alessio anything too broken by giving him channel triggers for free, for example, and then present disruption. Don't just turtle and let Alessio set up.
9 points of physical damage. Pretty good when you're sitting at 16. 28 life to work with on the other side for Filippo Barbani. Bit of a barn burner so far. Only 4 turns played, many decisions made as these players are chunking down the life totals. It's Entwine Lightning, Sigil of Lightning, Blast to Oblivion. Sigil of Lightning going away for a fresh one. It's Lightning Press that comes off the top here for Alessio.
I mean, this has the potential to do a bit of setup for Alessio in the face of the Spinal Crush. He doesn't necessarily need Go Again to play like Blast Lightning Press, but you're still taking 9 while you're on 16 to do a sort of middling turn that creates an embodiment and doesn't do much else.
Down to 13. There's 3 damage bleeds through. Aether Bindings block expended to make sure that were the case.
Go again maintained on this turn. Spinal Crush, of course, hasn't hit then, so this Entwine Lightning can have go again. And it doesn't work so well when there's no Channel Lightning Valley on the board, but the classic Entwine Lightning show you Lightning Press.
Oh, it's just so retro. It fills me with joy. You know what doesn't fill me with joy? Test of Strength. Test of Strength on top, so okay. Not a free piece of real estate. We will no doubt re-roll on this one. Test of Strength going to the bottom to try and beat Etchings of Arcana with some kind of attack. Thunk will do it.
That's the good way. Went from about the worst reveal he could have found to about the best, maybe second best reveal he could have found there with the Thunk. I think best given Alessio's life total at this stage. That might is actually mattering.
Lightning Press will jump on in to push over 3 more damage.
Take 3.
Pretty happy to take that. Down to 25 falls Filippo Barbani. Go again will convert into a Volzar activation. And this Etchings of Arcana. These fairly menial turns just continuing for Alessio Bouko.
There is a sigil in the graveyard. We saw it discarded away to Oscilio just a turn ago. So this can get something. And Filippo recognizing, I'm not holding on to this to live later on or to prevent a mind warp in a key spot. I'm holding on to this to just give you no incremental value. I'm not letting you get that extra sigil and throw that in Arsenal as an extra lightning card or throw that on the board as an embodiment creator. I've got the opportunity to cash this in to deny a surge hit now. I'm just going to take it.
Arcanine Fortress doing some heavy lifting, showing you exactly why it's in the deck for Barbani this weekend. Might Token will break as we stare at a 4-card hand and an arsenal to work with. Golden Sun inside there somewhere.
Along with Pummel and 2 blues. Quite the hand from Filippo Barbani here.
Snazzy stuff. Golden Sun, won't you come and take the pain away? Gold cashed in for Overpower. It's 11. It's also known as most of your life total. And if you do not block, Alessio, all of your life total.
Alessio doesn't know that, but certainly will think it, given that Filippo chose to use that Arcanite Fortress instead of any of those cards from hand. Maybe you could argue that last card is red, and so I still would have pitched it, I think, and cover 1 more point of damage against the Etching. So Alessio probably aware. A Pummel is coming down the line, of course. Sigil of Solace is also a way to live in this situation, but he's going to be in a little bit of a crunch. He has a Sigil, and every other card, okay, 1 of them blocks for 3, and 2 of them block for 0. So his paths are sort of limited here.
Yeah, inclined to believe Alessio might need to go spinning here to find some block value, stay in this game somehow. Looks like we're just gesturing for some true text from one of the judges at the table here. I have to imagine maybe a card not in English or not particularly familiar. Maybe a card that isn't visible right now wants the text on it, whatever that might be. So, again, just informing those decisions. Can I check that Pummel kicks my ass? Is not a question you want to ask. I've been reliably informed there are 4,000 eyeballs watching this Pummel wreck face this time round. Sigil of Solace will do what it has to do. So stay tuned for a legendary card reveal very, very soon.
Alessio can get around this Pummel on hit by just simply playing both of these cards. There's no action point from Filippo, of course, so Alessio might as well just put them onto the table. The embodiment will stick around. The Aether will stick around. He could go fishing, look for something better, but then if you don't draw an instant, then you will lose that to the Pummel on hit anyways.
Well, you can always discard the other Sigil and not play it out if you find something you'd rather keep, but consigned to Cosmos found means these are probably both getting fired.
Now wishing he went the other way around. Would have gotten an extra point of amp and an embodiment for the setup as well, if he's able to take a breather anytime soon, in this case. Shock for 2. Set up an Aether representing 1 to 2 Arcane in the future and says, Pummel on hit, I don't have any hand. I'm just going to take 11 damage instead.
Somehow that doesn't feel like a win.
No, it feels quite tough for Alessio there.
21 plays 5 here as Filippo has meaningfully interacted on almost every single turn of the game. Sigil of Aether will proc here to try and push through a point of arcane damage.
Depending on that arsenal, that meaningful interaction looks like it's stopping here. He's drawn 2 Test of Iron Grips, which are meaningful interaction only if Alessio still has cards in hand, which he doesn't. So one of those might go to AB1 here, signaling to Alessio that there's excess cards in this hand. He does still have damage, and truly, when Alessio is at 5, any amount of damage is meaningful interaction because on hit is lethal.
I'd say his hand is still quite good. That Test of Strength can arguably be left over. Enlightened Strike will take care of the other one. Blue left in hand, just capable of throwing Miller's Grindstone afterwards. So plenty of damage here for our Victor Goldmane, who will ask the question again of Alessio, who will discard Sigil of Aether to draw a fresh one. Finds Flittering Charge alongside Mind Warp and double Sigil of Solace.
I mean, this hand keeps him alive, probably, but it's once again not really looking like he's getting to the point of winning. It's looking very tough for Alessio. Boulder drop out of the arsenal, even better than Miller's Grindstone. So 2 block available. That means taking 5, gaining 6 life, so ultimately gaining 1 life for Alessio. But he's on 4. Anytime Filippo is able to present any amount of damage, Alessio can't hold anything. There's no arsenal, there's no CLV, there's no Sigil of Brilliance. It's almost impossible for Alessio to get back into this game and have one of those big pop-off turns he would need to take down Filippo, because Filippo has at least 4 damage available on the board in a weapon.
Sometimes you need your opponent to draw a Jack of Spades in order to get back into the game. Fortunately, just about any blue will do here this time around. Rich is a triple Dani will do its draw 2 impression. Break a gold, make a gold, draw a fresh one, draw 1 from Victor. That's a shiny gem.
And more importantly, that's a Macho Grande drawn into that represents 8 Dominate, which it doesn't look like Alessio has any way around. Of course, Cloud Cover could get around this, but 3 Sigils of Solace have been played and only 1 block left on the equipment on Alessio's side of the page.
Oscilio activation goes digging for a way to stay alive. Draws another Sigil, and it's not enough. It's time to flex. It's Macho Grande that secures a spot in the top 4 for Filippo Barbani. Kills the king. Oscilio looked fantastic on camera all weekend. Can fall at the hands of Victor Goldmane.
Back-to-back calling top 8s for Filippo Barbani. Back-to-back calling top 4s for Filippo Barbani on Victor, the hero of the moment, or one of the heroes of the moment, showing why that hero has such strength with those very efficient plays, blocking 4 with Test of Strength and drawing a card for free, using the gold riches of Tropoldani, drawing 2 cards. There's a lot of things going on in that deck that make it so efficient and give it such a good time at blocking out these decks like Oscilio while still disrupting them and stopping them from enacting their own game plan.
So we know it is, in fact, the Italian Stallion who will be joining us in the top 4. Shall you see who else has made their way to that round?
Let's do it.
Take a look at the bracket. Let's see who else has found themselves here. It is Michael Feng continuing the charge through Victor at the top. First seed continues on Oscilio. Does find Evan Tanguy, who did get through Oscilio to make it into the semi-finals, will need to beat the bad matchup again if he contends on going any further. The bottom half of the bracket. We're going to watch the top half, to be clear, if you were wondering how that one's going to go. Bottom half will be Sammy Wex versus Filippo Barbani in the rematch of the same matchup we've just seen.
Don't worry, for all you Wizard lovers in the chat that I know are aplenty, there's still the possibility of having an Oscilio mirror in the final. Michael and Sammy could both win. They do both have choice of turn order, which can be relevant in these tight matchups in the semifinals. Here we have Michael and Sammy trying to take down their opponents Evan and Filippo in the semifinals in Calling Rotterdam.
If these games have got you itching to play your own Flesh and Blood, come and join us. Pick up an early bird package, an early bird package if you prefer. Get yourself a free side event voucher for any package you pick up during dedicated slots for each and every event.
Of course, these packages look like the Calling Premium package that's on screen. You get all of these goodies for this upcoming Omens of the Third Age season. A silver event voucher, normally 2 bronze event vouchers, as well as your Calling entry ticket. But of course, with the early bird, you get a 3rd bronze event voucher. If you're not playing that main event, if you don't want to play the Calling, you can still go for a Go Again package, trade your Calling entry for an additional silver event voucher, and play side events all throughout the weekend at any Omens of the Third Age Calling in this upcoming season. If you're going to the Pro Tour in Las Vegas, early bird is right now. Otherwise, if you want to join us in the Calling later on, Edinburgh Pro Early Bird Weekend is May 2 to 3. That's next weekend. You can go and buy your tickets early. Bangkok, Hamburg, and Kansas City, buy them in 2 weeks on the weekend of May 9th to 10th. Early Bird package for an extra bronze voucher on those weekends only.
Fancy stuff. Big weekend this weekend. You've got until the end of today to secure those goodies for Pro Tour Las Vegas. Do make sure that you do not miss out. Now, Gabe, you may remember the last time I revealed the card in the booth, I was with Simon Nielsen, who I politely asked to give me a prediction on what he thought that spoiler might be. And he came out with some kind of ludicrous prism card that elicited a bit of a visceral reaction from me. So, you know the target. What do you think will be revealing from this legendary?
A lightning wizard legendary that deals 40 arcane damage, or let's be more realistic. A lightning wizard card, I think, is what would excite you the most, even though I think this won't be, but I'll still predict it. And then maybe something that as you accrue arcane damage dealt to your opponent, it like builds up some shock, some zap value, and then you can expend that for either creation of resources or creation of damage later on.
More reasonable request. So, will we be doing that? Let's find out. Join me in welcoming Boots of Omni's War, generic equipment, leg slot. If you've been dealt arcane damage this turn, this gets +1. As an instant, you can tap your hero and destroy these to prevent the next 1 point of damage that would be dealt to you. So tempered 2 with some hoops, but some arcane prevention too. Give me your thoughts, Gabe.
It's temper 2 plus 1 additional point of value on the boot slot. Boot slot doesn't tend, especially in generic, to be the highest defensive slot. We have these like sort of weird tricksy defensive cards in the boot slot with Base of the Mountain, adding cards extra value for defense in a weird way, and of course quick dodge flexors protecting against go again decks. I think this is designed to be the equivalent of those cards, but against the Omens of the Third Age heroes and maybe occasionally some other wizards and rune blades as well. So it's this situation where against any of these heroes, it's going to be easy to make it a temper 2, which means the first time you use it, it's a 2 block. The second time you use it, it's going to be a temper 2 -1, so 1 block. And on that same turn, you can tap your hero and destroy it while it's on the combat chain against any go again class, and you get 1 extra point of value. It's an interesting card. I think it maybe hints that these heroes are going to be like very good because they're getting basically a card that's designed to be good against them, you know?
I have specifically got eyes on this as anti-Aurora tech. I think things like Arc Lightning stand out to me. Some of these Arcanic Shockwave, we don't get Shockwave in New Aurora, but Arcane dealing attacks that are also dealing physical damage line up very well for you if you're the one wearing Boots of Omni's Ward. Gives you some flexibility there. Lines, I think Scorpio. This is probably not bad for Scorpio either if you want to use that last piece of block on covering Scorpio and then take Arcane somewhere else. There's some flexibility to see what this card can do, especially on those Arc Lightning turns. So,
yeah.
Interesting little generic.
This doesn't necessarily tell us anything about these heroes. Of course, this card is probably better against these heroes than for these heroes from Omens of the Third Age. And so in that case, it's quite a good hint as maybe the power level that we could be expecting, because I'm going to be very excited for these heroes. I'm interested in what this has to offer. I think that Filippo and Evan would probably want this card in their sideboard right now. Top 8 against Oscilio. I think it would be quite good against the current version of Oscilio that we've been seeing in these last couple of months. So that deck might be going away or changing a little bit with the ban list that's coming alongside Omens of the Third Age. But there are definitely heroes against whom you're going to want this Boots, and this is going to be like a safety valve against those heroes being too good.
I like it. Card's got potential. Big fan of this. So, time to buckle in, folks. We're almost ready for our semi-finals, and it's 2 Goliaths of the flesh and blood world. In the red corner, Michael Feng. The blue corner, Evan Tanguy. Stay tuned. Semi-finals coming soon.
dragons of the north, history untold.
It's Titans all the way down for the rest of the top card here in Rotterdam. I, for one, cannot wait. Gabe, you've been championing Michael Feng all weekend on Oscilio. Big fan of that play. Evan Tanguy quite the hurdle to get through, though.
Especially on Gravy Bones, Evan Tanguy has made Gravy into sort of his signature hero ever since last summer's High Seas release. That's to say, Michael Feng has also had quite a bit of success on Gravy Bones, and so this is a matchup maybe where both sides really understand that one deck. And I would imagine Evan has played a near infinite number of games against Oscilio at this stage.
One would guess. So let's take a reminder of the brackets one more time before we get ourselves comfortable down in the feature match area. Give you some time to grab some popcorn if you like. Michael Feng, Evan Tanguy will be the game we are watching, the top half of the bracket. It will be the former choosing who goes first or second there as the top seed. The other side, we just watched Filippo Barbani massacre Alessio Bouko, thanks to Arcanide Skullcap and Arcanide Fortress. Sammy Wex took the game from Christopher Bizau on Oscilio there. Can Filippo do it again?
I think I had every single prediction wrong in the quarterfinals.
Good.
I guess Michael still beat Dennis, so maybe I was 1 of 4. Here's the thing. Filippo is against the same matchup and still has turn order choice. So I'm going to give the edge to Filippo at the bottom end of that bracket now that we've seen what his deck is made of and the way he likes to play it in that match. In the top half, Evan has to have some amount of momentum just winning against an Oscilio, even without turn order pick in the quarterfinals and going into the semifinals as well. However, Michael has been off the wall this weekend. He thinks he's been missing a couple pieces and missing a couple points of value on this deck, but we've been seeing him pull out these wacky combo turns and finding every point of potential value you can explore. He is 12-1, has not dropped more than 1 game this weekend, so I wouldn't be surprised for Michael Feng to be the guy to knock Evan Tanguy off of his high horse.
Yeah, I'm going to Billie Eilish this nonsense. I'm going to be the bad guy. I think it's double lamp in the finals. That's I am a lightning believer at this moment in time, so we'll have to see if I'm wrong, if you're wrong, or if everyone in chat who disagrees with us both is equal parts wrong. We'll probably need to go to the feature match area for that, though, won't we? So let's make our way down to the floor and see how this semi-final shakes out. It is Michael Feng on Oscilio, Constilla Intelligence. It's Evan Tanguy on Gravy Bones, Shipwreck Looter. Let's check out the journey that got these players into our feature match area.
No surprise Michael choosing to go first there, but how did Evan get here? He took 2 losses along the way, 1 to Dennis on Victor in round 9. Dennis is in the top 8, and 1 to Eric Keyborg, who was one of the final Rhinars near the top end of the bracket at the end of the day. Took down a lot of big names, took down Brody, got a win against Tommaso Vecito in round 11, got a win against Jason Rolfe in his win and in round 12. Quite the journey up to this top 8 and quite the variety of heroes played as well. No Oscilio in Swiss, so the only Oscilio he's played in this weekend was the one he beat in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that game into Lyeth, Liam Holden there required 6 Conqueror of the High Seas, multiple Whale Humperdinks. It was a real slogfest there, so the fatigue no doubt going to be stacking up slightly looking at the amount of matchups that have required long attention from Evan this weekend. Let's check out things on the other side of the fight. Michael Feng had quite the streak all the way through to round 10. Was finally felled by Sammy Wex, a name that's worth paying attention to if that's what our final ends up looking like.
Yeah, that is a potential final here, with Sammy and Michael being the 2 Oscilios remaining on opposite ends of the bracket. Did get wins against Laurens van der Beek and Dennis Kirstic, also both in the top 8. Also got a win against Filippo Barbani, so he's played both players on the other end of his bracket in this top 8. Won against one and lost to the other. Maybe Michael has a desire for how that other semifinals goes.
First gravy of the weekend for Michael Feng. Gotta be a matchup he's relatively happy to see, but if there's anyone that can shake the boat, it is Evan Tanguy. Let's take a look at that deck list to start things off with. Evan's list here, Gravy Bone, Shipwreck Looter. Once again, you pointed out in our last match, 3 weakest links standing out to me as immediate tech for this matchup.
I think that is the biggest piece of tech you could describe on this board, and the biggest maybe surprise relative to what we would expect as the normal Gravy Bones list, the Evan list. He's so synonymous with the hero at this point. Of course, Cheating Scoundrel in that list. That is a new card from Compendium that has made Gravy a little bit better, a little bit more access to gold, and in the worst case, clearing one of those allies out of your hand. So it's just a good way to buff up Gravy Bones, and it's been an auto-include in these lists ever since. 3 Blood in the Water can be relevant in this matchup, access to some defense reactions, and of course, it's possibly a defense reaction for 6 against something like a Lightning Press.
Talk to me a bit about the ally suite we see. Perhaps not as robust as you might expect, but some important one-offs all around. Which allies are the most important in this matchup, in your opinion?
Sawbones, I would say, is the default most important. Chum can be very important. It can take 2 cards to kill Chum, 1 attack and 1 spell, maybe something like that. Sawbones being able to prevent can really protect you if you're able to get multiple allies. Of course, Enka can be relevant there as well. It can deny Oscilio the card draw, but only 1 copy available here for Evan.
Let's see what all the buzz is about with Michael Feng's deck list. Gonna see Oscilio in full force. Once again, kind of what we've grown to expect. Extra go tall spell this time with Burn Bear as a third copy. Also popping Seduce Secrets into the deck, which has looked somewhere between impressive and miserable all weekend long.
That's exactly how it's bounced, and I think that's exactly what he expected out of it at the start of the weekend. It can be really good, it can turn into these really great moments, and other times it is, I would like to activate Oscilio, please.
Anything else standing out to you in this list, or are we just expecting pretty stock Oscilio things at this point?
I think the thing that stands out the most is there are 9 shock. We saw only 8 shock from the Oscilio in the quarterfinals, and 9 shock can be very important, specifically in this Gravy matchup, as when those allies come in and are trying to attack you on Gravy Bones' turn, if you're able to kill them in response or while it's attacking using one of these shocks, you can turn off the go again that ally attack might have from something like Avasti or a Gold Kiss Rum, for example. Or realistically, you can also just end the attack without having ever taken damage and also not keeping up that ally life gain, pseudo life gain on the board. So shocks are the most important part of this matchup, typically, I'd say, and all 9 available for Michael here.
So will it be a shocking semi-final, or will Oscilio sink down to the depths? We will only find out by watching along.
I was so distracted by class cards. How many amulets did he have?
Good question. Guess we'll find out together. I'm more distracted by this copy in the top here in a moment of Scuttletoes.
Scuttletoes instant, 2 resources. You can destroy this. Tap a target ally that you control. Destroy it at the beginning of your end phase. Untap, sorry. Misread that.
Yeah, that card's a lot worse if you have to tap your allies,
I didn't
I'll be honest.
read the second line. I haven't seen that in a while. I think the main use of this is Arcane Barrier 1. Just getting more Arcane Barrier on his side of the board. So that's 2 AB, 1 from the head and 1 from the boots. It's just a strict upgrade relative to Null Rune boots. There is maybe relevance where if you have taken control of the game in terms of damage dealing, then you can use it one more time. You can sacrifice your second point of Arcane just to get like 6 more points of damage on something like a Rigor Mortis late in the game to present lethal. So could be relevant, but largely is going to be AB1 there.
Well, every now and then it untaps a Sawbones during the opponent's turn too, so there could be some prevention there, no doubt. Turn 0, Sunken Treasure. Michael here cycled Null Shock, which is very yellow.
That is
and
a
therefore
yellow.
lines up very poorly with that Sunken Treasure. Just to confirm for you, Gabe, and for everyone at home, it's 2 copies of Amulet we're keeping our eyes open for on the Gravy side. The there's a lot of bling on this table.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's
No.
only 3 Marvel heroes here.
No, So Shiny is real Tamatoa energy right now. Cheating Scoundrel here in EA variety into a nice chunky.
Wow.
Is that a Japanese antiquity CNC?
That is a Japanese antiquity full art CNC, but let's also remember that Riches of Tropaldani, just the original version, not antiquity, was pitched to pay for it. And this Cheating Scoundrel can give any attack the +3. It doesn't have to be a pirate attack. So here we go with 9 in on a CNC against Michael Feng. I would say very few ways you could have drawn up a better turn 0 and turn 1 for Evan.
I wonder if Evan's playing one CNC because he doesn't own other Japanese antiquities. It's about aesthetic. Michael here in the tank in the face of immediate interaction. The good news for Oscilio fans, there is a Gone in a Flash in the hand already for Mr. Feng.
One of the cards that we didn't call out in the deck section at the start of this game was Temporal Wobble. It's part of the buff that Oscilio got in the last set that has really brought him to the forefront of the meta. And the main role of that card in this matchup is usually going to be to cancel out any amulet. So you want your Temporal Wobble to align while you have a sigil on the board against the Amulet of Echoes being played out by Gravy Bones, and then you can immediately negate that amulet. So 2 amulets on Evan's side and 3 Temporal Wobbles on Michael Feng's side might be looking to cancel that out.
All right, Fearless Confrontation cashed away to not lose the wager makes the gold, but 9 block devoted to that Command and Conquer. So it's Sigil of Brilliance deployed, and Michael Feng resets. Evan Tanguy goes again, spins Gravy, eats a gold, goes fishing for a fresh card, draws Fiddler's Green. Gotta wonder if that one's going in the bin or if it'll be the Chum sitting neatly alongside it.
He's a Call to the Grave available as well, so can afford to get rid of the Fiddler's Green here and then maybe use Call to get out a different Chum find other ways to get these allies into the grave and just play the card-efficient and life-efficient plays here. Michael chose to get rid of that first Gone in a Flash. As we discussed in the quarterfinals, there are multiple copies in the deck, so you can give up on the first one if it comes in the wrong spot, just to be able to continue your game and set up for a better one later on, get that Brilliance into the graveyard, get this big turn that might come off the back of it.
Spinning a gold by pitching Chum here. Does mean we pick up a fresh one. Looks like Cheating Scoundrel being deployed alongside, yeah, it's real bling. That is a Japanese cold foil weakest link.
Again, Cheating Scoundrel can apply to any attack, so this is coming in for 9. On hit, create a gold. On not hit, also create a gold, because Evan will just be discarding whatever card that is in his hand. I think it's a call to the grave, so in this case he might not want to discard it. He might just accept giving Michael a gold. Probably willing, though, to maximize his gold generation at this stage. 9 is not a number that Oscilio can block that many times. He was able to block it last time, but there are a lot of Oscilio hands that, even with the equipment factored in, cannot reach this block value. Michael would be then forced to deploy all of his instants, not defensively, but during the defensive turn here.
Deja vu. I have been in this place before. Cheating Scoundrel, weakest link. 9 physical points of damage, staring at a hand.
Oh, look.
For Michael Feng.
There are no zeros in this hand, so weakest link doesn't actually have an on-hit except for the gold creation. Michael deciding, though, is there still life I want to preserve by blocking with some of these cards since they don't work so perfectly together. We have 3 spells and 1 Blast to Oblivion.
Bit of a weird mix for Michael. Of course, Sigil of Brilliance playing a part in this as well. Flash of Brilliance, tempting as always, but a bonus card guaranteed to be coming at the start of the turn might change the equation entirely. The slow, solemn flick of trading card sleeves filling the air as players mull over their decisions. Evan staying hydrated like a champion.
I think this has gone very well early on for Evan. First of all, found ways to use all of his cards on every turn. Second of all, presented meaningful confusion, disruption, whatever you want to call it, against Michael on every single turn, and good damage. Even got that incidental life gain. He's gotten sort of every box checked off, and you don't usually expect to check off more than a couple of those at the same time.
We'll block 9 here, and we'll discard that call to the grave to make a fresh gold. Good call out, Gabe. Gold more important here than the additional ally. Sigil Brilliance will break. Michael gestures to the Aether Bindings for just a moment, finds Seduce Secrets to go alongside that Blast to Oblivion.
Evan's hand, meanwhile, looks like it's still quite proactive with a couple allies and a Prismatic Leyline, but we're not there yet. Michael choosing to play with this Blast. It could mean nothing given that there's no auras on the board. He's just trying to clear it and set a better card into the arsenal there, and or the same card.
Deploys a Leyline on defense, and that's because there's another one in the hand as well. Anka and Eye of Ophidia will fund the bill on this first gold to go spinning. Takes a peek at Sawbones, Conqueror of the High Seas as the top 2. Top 1, bottom the other. Got a feeling we might find ourselves on a boat in the near future, but for now, Compass Peaks to better inform what that gold will do. If it's gravy, if it's pitching, what do we want to achieve here?
Could just arsenal the Prismatic and deploy the boat, of course. Could use it for gravy to try to get to a different card. Maybe if that was an ally on the top, just use this gravy activation to simply get that ally into the grave for future instead of have it in hand next turn.
We'll pitch the Leyline, break the gold, go for a fresh one, find that Portside Exchange on top of the deck, which will be more than happy to cash out this Anchor for a little bit of bonus change.
This was definitely the card that I thought was on top. I thought if he's back and forthing it and not immediately slamming it, but really does want to go for that gold draw and go down to 0, it just feels like it has to be this Portside. In this case, he's going to get that gold back. Wow. Maybe, assuming this doesn't get negated by Wobble. I think that's what the players are waiting on right now. But yeah, it's good, says Michael, which means Evan discards a Conqueror and immediately takes it back. I didn't mean to do that, Michael.
Well, I guess now you know there is a boat on the horizon. Hook will join that boat for a quick punch of damage.
Successfully managed to draw that extra blue as well off the port side exchange, meaning you get that +1. The go again, not always too relevant in some constructions of this hand. I don't believe he's going to be able to deploy that ally, but is able to get the extra point of value, threatening that arsenal from Michael with a high seas effect, high tide effect.
That's the second time we've had that one happen. So we will no doubt need to take care of this. Players always get clashes. Just build this into your memory that you flip that top card and reveal it. But to do secrets reveals to the opponent, doesn't reveal to you both. So
Yeah.
shouldn't have that info technically. You can't compass twice.
Well, in this spot, it's a little bit less relevant than it was last time. Michael's deploying this against a Command and Conquer style effect because Evan's just about to draw this right back up. So he's saying right now, I'm okay if we just leave it on top because of the fact that it doesn't really change the game.
And that's a good way to be. Obviously, again, to be clear, call a judge if you're unsure. Like, this is what the judges are for, especially in the semi-finals of a calling. You don't want to get this wrong if you're trying to be a gentleman about it. But ultimately, this wasn't going to change anything. Like, Evan is drawing up. Michael knows about the card. Evan was about to know about the card. It's negligible.
Michael saying it's okay, I'm okay with it. We can have that draw. And then Michael, of course, going to draw off the Seduce Secrets that will now finish resolving 5 cards in hand, but still being faced with 8. No disruption, but a lot of damage. Cards look pretty good, though.
Take a peek. It's Blast, Sigil of Brilliance.
Sigil of Aether is, I think, that middle one, and then an Etchings at the end.
Yeah, I think an Etchings
Doesn't
at the
have an
back as
embodiment
well.
available right now. I think it's much too early to pop boots with this kind of hand. But there are options. Could simply be a...
You could just deploy Sigil of Brilliance, block with Flash of Brilliance, try and fix that way. You could just eat the boat. You could agree that it's time to go.
I mean, like, I was doing the math. There are draws you could get off the Brilliance that would make it really rewarding to have gone off. Of course, bouncing multiple Sigils on this turn, you're bouncing the Brilliance, you're then bouncing the Aether back, you're then bouncing a Brilliance again. Maybe that's a way to make this Bindings pop also worth it. No allies on board is maybe a good indication that now's the time to just try to deal 25 and put Evan in a really uncomfortable position where just normal play from then on can threaten him down.
So we will knock. Who's there? Chess piece and the boots cashed on in to do some damage. Lightning Greaves active here, and anyway, we'll start blasting.
You don't often see this before there's any attack, but in this case, we need that. We want to play this first instant before the first blast. So we want to maximize our action points. Start with Old Knocker Lightning Greaves, and we see Sigil of Brilliance now. 2 action points for Oscilio, Constella, Intelligence for Michael Feng here. Players just updating the life totals to correct the Conqueror hit. Looks correct now. 1 Volzar counter and 2 action points that Michael's about to represent. Still 2 Blasts to Oblivions in hand, another Sigil, and a spell to end off the turn.
Blast to Oblivion. Charges up the Volzar just a bit. Will consume an action point. Back down to 1 temporarily.
This is a fun card Evan is reaching for. He's reaching specifically for a Sunken Treasure, which means he can turn a card in grave face down. That could be a Sigil of Brilliance that I think there is one. And that would mean that this Etchings of Arcana will do a lot less for Michael than he had maybe hoped, as I think that's going to be the only Sigil there. So might be that later in this turn we're reaching for that Oscilio to bounce one of these bounced Oscilios or bounced Sigils into the graveyard and try to fish for something else instead, but not exactly the card Michael wanted to see. In fact, probably the worst block 3 Michael could have seen there.
Sigil of Aether is the follow-up after 8. The bindings of the 3rd age are cashed in. Brilliance bonks back. Amp will go up and will draw a card to try and improve the grip and keep the damage flowing. New one coming off the top is Electromagnetic Somersault found here from Michael, which is about to make these blasts even blastier.
So we can go Blast here, Electromagnetic Somersault, bouncing that Sigil of Aether, dealing an Arcane, consuming some of the amp and carrying some of that amp forward as well. Debating whether he wants to play this Brilliance maybe before the Blast, given that Somersault would then be bouncing the Brilliance. But of course, the Somersault represents he's got basically 2 Blasts left, and so he could do that before the second one as well.
Thumbs forward for Sigil of Brilliance preemptively once more. Charges up the Volzar. Bonus action point acquired thanks to that Lightning Greaves activation. I think this is
Maximum
correct.
information here is what this signals. He wants to bounce the Sigil sooner rather than later. Not leave anything on the board. Playing the Blast brings us down to 2 action points. Often a Blast-style Greaves turn will leave you with excess action points. You have fewer cards that you draw up compared to a Gone in a Flash style turn.
Somersault. Action point generated. Volzar getting even bigger. Blast will trigger, pick up the Brilliance, and continue the chain of goodies. Let's do the time warp again as the Sigil comes back. Fresh one off the top. Michael decides to put it face down. We can't see it just yet. Comet Storm Shock.
So that could be the ditch card. Of course, that means that your etchings won't have any good targets if you ditch that and go fishing for something else. But etchings could just be a sink for the Volzar amp. It doesn't necessarily need its huge effect. Looks like that's what Michael is reaching for here. Comet Storm is a bit redundant in this hand.
Moving that combat chain down and giggling about it with the amount of actions taking place.
Michael being clear that we're still in the Blast to Oblivion chain link. That's why that Somersault is there being represented underneath. Should be back in hand. Wants to maximize information.
Finds second Sigil of Brilliance off the top of the deck. Third one of the game found already.
Blast comes back to hand, and he once again has the ability to bounce a Sigil of Brilliance because now he has 2 sigils. So he can again preload this Sigil of Brilliance before this final blast and keep gathering information, keep gathering card draw. This is why Michael was willing to go off here in this spot that didn't look necessarily massive. It looked like good and promising, but it doesn't have the classic signals like Gone in a Flash. I don't believe he had an Arsenal to start the turn, so he was a little bit down on cards. Oh, there was a Seduce Secret, so it was still a 5-card hand, but no CLV on board and no Gone in a Flash. So
Volzar up to 7 as the Blast comes in. 4 action points available, and we'll see Brilliance reached for again. Triggering that Blast to Oblivion, knocking up the Volzar. Bonus action point being acquired. Brilliance coming back, more amp on those Aether Bindings to boot. Fresh one coming. Seduce Secrets. Unfortunately, Oscilio already expended, so that one probably not doing a whole lot right now.
that card probably being the Arsenal. And you see, here's the thing: is this turn is very large. That this attack is very large for dealing damage to Evan, but because he decided to go off when Evan Tanguy is on 43, so Michael going off this early means that he needs to still kill on future turns. He's not going to necessarily be killing here. Only 8 amp available here, 9 now with this Sigil of Brilliance. So I think the Seduce Secrets, it's not how he would have drawn it up. I think that's the worst draw of the draws he did on this turn, but we'll be able to send it in Arsenal and still set up a possibly even 6-card hand next turn after dealing quite a bit here with 15 Arcane coming against Gravy, who also committed 3 cards on block. So
credit to Evan Tanguy, who's still sitting at 42 as things stand on the screen. So
very briefly.
Done a good job of blunting the damage until this point. Makes this turn far more palatable.
So Michael trading in his equipment to deal what is looking like roughly 12 to 15 damage at the end of the turn. Evan started at 43 here. Michael will set up a 6-card hand for the next one. Won't have access to that equipment. Sorry, I just misspoke. An 8-card hand for the next one.
Yeah, it's a lot of sigils on the rise. The Seduce Secret's going to play a part of that as well.
Oh, 7, because Seduce trades for its own card.
So it's a small update for the Guardian lovers among you. Filippo Barbani is the Oscilio killer so far.
Wow.
Has felled that semi-finals on the other side of the bracket and will be joining us in the final, getting through Sammy Wex. So the winner of this game will have to fell Victor Goldmane to take home the crown.
Remember, we saw Michael Feng won against Filippo Barbani in the Swiss. So if Michael's able to win here, can he make that 2-0 across the weekend?
Tough one for Evan here, who's debating this 15 Arcane from Etchings of Arcana.
I I think there's no sigils available for Michael because of that well-timed sunken treasure at the start of this turn. That would have been a crazy turn if he had put this all together and then gotten all 3 sigils on the board to go into next turn. Without Greaves, that's one of those hands where it might be just too many cards for Oscilio, but as it is, Evan debating, pops a gold.
Yeah, Gravy activation here to spin. We'll discard that Sawbones. Finds a blue on top, just wants to activate Dead Threads to AB1. Takes 14 Arcane here. Pretty impressive stuff, but 28 plays 30 means this is still very much in Gravy Bones' ball court.
Flash of Brilliance now sort of negated for the rest of the game. Not strictly true, of course. A future Etchings of Arcana could get back one of these Brilliances, and it could be used in that way. And Brilliance is still very usable to sort of bounce a Sigil of Conductivity and create an embodiment. There's still a lot of uses for it, but we are through all 3, speak of the Sigil of Conductivity, we are through all 3 Flash of Sigils of Brilliance now. 2 on the board and 1 face down in that graveyard that's left on the board front, by the Flesh and Blood logo there. Michael debating what to do, how to sequence these things. Goes for Oscilio on Evan's turn. Wants to know what Evan will be working with on Michael's turn.
He wants to seduce secrets. Draws another Channel Lightning Valley here.
Doesn't seem to have a shock, eh? It's 2 CLVs, and I think that's 2 attacks, maybe even 2 blasts at the back of the hand, and then a Sigil of Conductivity as well.
Fear not, friend. Do you know where that shock is? 2 cards down. Exactly where Sigil of Brilliance can find it.
That would be great, but Michael would wish to have it right now while Evan is defenses down, and Michael has the opportunity to get both sides of these CLVs, but not here. Just going to get one side of them. First Sigil of Brilliance pops. Draw a card.
Seduce secrets from the first one. Second one. Take a peek. Flittering Charge, unfortunately. No shock found yet. Now needs to decide if we're responding to this Sigil of Aether with the Channel Lightning Valleys. Just a casual 7 cards in the grip for Michael Feng.
It could go up to, well, still 7, but 7 and draw 2 on the board on a future turn. Could possibly even keep both channels around, given the excess of cards. If you can find a way to pitch for something like a Comet Storm or a Glyph Power Spell, if he's able to draw into those cards.
You hear the chatter from Evan there. Just, God, where were my Amulet of Echoes? Yeah, they're less appealing now. That's certainly part of that puzzle. The other part, Michael Feng staring at a fistful. Like, that looks illegal. Flittering Charge, Seduce Secrets, Blast Sigil, double Channel Lightning Valley.
Potential consideration here is no Arcane other than the Arcane that's popping on the board right now. Maybe that's part of the reason for willing to go Channel and just Volzar amp the Sigil of Aether. He has tricks to be done with...
Oscilio still available here too.
Of course, Oscilio available. He has tricks to be done with the blasts, trying to get action points back, bouncing a Sigil of Conductivity, maybe if he can draw into a blink, or just bouncing these Channel Lightning Valleys around. Michael just say not the usual...
Yeah, not the usual to have 7 cards.
Oh,
in hand,
yeah.
Which was, I think, a fair assessment. Not even Lyeth Goldmane comes close to that kind of wealth. On the other side of things, for Evan, looking at Cheating Scoundrel at the front of the hand, keeping the rest of it relatively well hidden for now. We will see that Oscilio spin, discards Seduce Secrets, draws Blink.
That's a good find. I like ditching the Seduce Secrets. This was the turn you built up towards as a follow-up to your last big turn. Seduce Secrets would build towards another one, but rather have the overlap right now. Blink is a huge find in that it lets these blasts bounce a Conductivity, and he's now unlocked the multiple action points for this turn. So putting that Conductivity face down, that's the one that's going to hit the board first. Then we're going to have a blast, maybe play one of those channels and bounce that Conductivity back. Also play a Blink. Going to get that action point back and be able to continue to blast thanks to the Conductivity. Lots of instants available. Still no spell to end it all off. I can see a lot of lightning cards being played here. He's hoping maybe those channels can draw him into a spell. Maybe he's now considering front-loading them with the Sigil of Aether. Still responding to that leave arena trigger here.
The intricacies of Oscilio Constellate Intelligence on full display once again. No wonder Michael is taking a moment to pause, think through the sequencing here. It's not exactly a spot you find yourself in very often. Sigil of Ether pulled slightly more central. We're at a call in now. No G anymore. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's in the middle, meaning it's going to resolve, but now we're back into the hand, and so maybe he'll pull it to the right one more time when he's actually ready for it to resolve. That's putting both CLVs face down, so he's debating maybe if I commit the CLVs now and possibly Volzar it, then...
Judges there just prompting Michael, hey, obviously we're untimed here in the semifinals, but you do need to still keep a prompt pace of play. He says, yes, I understand, I'm sorry. I have 7 cards in my hand. Would you like to help?
Can't offer help, but Michael has a lot to think about. Trying to use those face-down cards as a way of reevaluating the lines available to him. I don't fault Michael for this at all. Not an easy spot. Maybe he's thinking if I just deploy like almost all of my instants right now, then I have to front load the conductivity and the CLV anyways if I want to get the draws off of Blast. So if I commit my Volzar early, at least I'm getting 3 amp onto this Aether from those. And then it's only the blink coming forward with those blasts to bounce back the conductivity and continue creating value. 1 CLV hits the board.
Yep.
Still responding.
Sir, a second CLV has been sighted.
I really love watching Michael play the game. I think he's very obvious in the way he's diligent and clean, and you can also get a sense of his thinking as he's going through it. And he's seeing lines that people might just not bother to spend the time to see sometimes. Michael is clearly a flesh and blood player at the top of his game and at the top of the game as well.
Just methodical in the nicest possible way. Just clean, as you say, clean. Clean is the word. Another giggle there from Evan, just that card's banned. There's 2 copies hit the table.
Looks like I don't know if that was a chuckles I'm in danger or a just I don't know what I'm working with across the board here.
Maybe a bit of both. Column A, column B.
Not deploying the conductivity yet. Maybe wanting to see whether that can be played later.
Obviously a window to theoretically Volzar this if you want the draws, but Michael says, I want another arcane effect somewhere down the line, and I need to save my Volzar for after I've played all these lightning cards. So Tip the Barkeep pitched away to suck up an arcane, leaves 2 floating for later on in the turn, and now Flittering Charge will start getting the work.
So Flittering, of course, forego again thanks to this conductivity that will be hitting the board before the Blast to Oblivions.
Cheating Scoundrel and Gold-Baited Hook jumping in front of this one.
Michael trying to maximize his break points that he is presenting to Evan before we get to the Arcane, hoping to get draw off these Channel Lightning's Valley.
Blast to Oblivion the follow after that Sigil of Conductivity gives Flittering Charge go again. Evan looking at the Weakest Link and Lone Shark as the 2 cards in hand here. And yeah, that's not a face. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Evan, I've been there, buddy. Tough one to work through. I kind of want to hit you with this, but you're hitting me rather hard.
Only 1 block on equipment in that Dead Threads, and of course that's a very big piece to give up in this matchup. It's a good way to get some incidental arcane. So Blink creating the action point. Evan was taking the bet that this was the last attack for Michael, and maybe there was just shocks left in hand, but Blink, you can see his facial reaction as he realizes there's a lot more to come once the CLV draw has come on through.
Evan right now looking like me while I'm waiting for my takeaway.
First action point created from the Blink itself. That bounces back a conductivity. Now we've got Embodiment of Lightning on the table, meaning this Blast to Oblivion will have go again. Conductivity still in hand to trigger Blast again. That's really funny faces.
Yeah, I guess. 4 damage. Channel Lightning Valley, please brick. Fingers crossed, don't draw good ones. Shall we check it out? Conductivity Lightning Valley. That's
a brick.
That's a brick. That's a pile of lightning, and most importantly, no spell.
So here's the thing. Had he Volzar'd earlier, as we had discussed the possibility, first of all, he would have lost the easy Flittering Charge go again, which is why he didn't go for it. And ultimately, these would have been the same cards he drew. So I think he took the better line here, going for the play that worked out in terms of not max damage that we saw, but it would have been max damage, or maybe even max damage thanks to Flittering, but it would have been max damage thanks to any other cards that he could draw. As it is, he can play out one of those conductivities, bounce the channel back, and before this conductivity hits the board, he can pitch to keep another channel Lightning Valley around. So still keeping draw into his next turn, getting 4 damage through, but not as potent as it could be, leaving a lot of missed potential on the board on that Volzar.
Look at the relief. Evan now looking how I do when the takeaway arrives. It's a whole lot more promising.
Yeah, that's minimum 8 damage not dealt from Michael just on the Volzar amps themselves. Of course, had that been like another attack and a spell, that would have just been, let's go with 15 more damage that could have come through in the very best case against Evan. Just being at 24 here is counting as lucky stars. Now he's giving another type of funny face against Michael, like, oh, how did that not work out well for you?
Oscilio spins. Please don't have a shock. We know it's like up to 3 Lightning Valleys that could be here if there was a shock.
One was pitched away to feed the other one.
Okay, so up to 2. We know there's one in the arsenal still then.
Nothing found.
Okay.
Wow. Michael really did not punish Evan with that turn cycle enough. He was able to continue the tempo up. He's able to take Evan down to 24, but he's committed a lot of the power of his deck to not yet really close out the game or gap the life totals.
No spell there. Really big deal. I'm sure all 5,000 eyeballs that are watching along with us would currently agree. That makes me really uncomfortable every time I say it.
No attacks. Like, now you would want another one of those Blast to Oblivions. He's played basically all of them. He's got that Somersault. He's got a Lightning Press. Of course, this Mind Warp represents a way that he can continue to tempo Evan out of the game, but he's starting to run out of ways to deal the damage he needs to kill Evan.
Oscilio spin, gestured forwards for our first seed. Rethinks, funnels through what is a really chunky graveyard at this point, as you alluded to. A lot of resources expended to pull off the fancy Syndrome plays we've seen so far, and ultimately just 16 of that initial life of Evan Tanguy has fallen. Lightning Press disappears to try and find a shock. Does find a shock. Couldn't quite catch the cost on it. It is consigned to Cosmos Shock, so the best one in this case.
We are on Michael's turn, though, Evan having drawn up here, so good in that it's a very clean and efficient way to deal damage. He already had an amp consumer in the Mind Warp. Maybe he's now going to be parking that in the arsenal. Play a bit of a smaller turn. I think Comet Storm would have actually been kind of nice here, given that he's got that current funnel, he's got the resources to pay, and he even could have kept this CLV around for an additional turn by pitching 2 lightning cards. Now doesn't look like there's many ways that he's going to be able to pull that off with no costed cards in hand.
Again, the finger tapping begins for Michael Feng, the wizard math that we're all too familiar with at this point, to try and summon a win out of these 5 cards.
Very important turning point that last turn was. The go-off early signal looked like it was working out for Michael, the way he was able to get 15 damage through against Evan and then follow it up with a 7-card hand. That 7-card hand looked tough at first, but Michael found the line to make it maximize damage and maximize potential damage as well. And then that potential never materialized with those lack of good draws from him. He's going to lead off with a Consigned to Cosmos Shock here.
Targeting himself in this spot, will play a bonus lightning card. Makes an embodiment of lightning from that sigil of conductivity, destroying itself to give current funnel go again. I want to call it the hard way, but honestly, it's the objectively bad way.
Yeah, it doesn't even give the next action card go again, which is what usually happens when current funnel has go again. This is just embodiment of lightning, so 2 go again. What Michael's trying to do here is just get towards those Lightning Valley draws before they disappear. So electromagnetic somersaults the current funnel. This time it has go again the good way because it was its own previous chain link. So 2 go again, and the next card played also has go again. That will be Mind Warp for Michael Feng.
Double Lightning Valley available. The Volzar will jump in to make the Mind Warp again a little less appealing. Does have go again from the current funnel, as you correctly called out. It's Fearless Confrontation and Murderous Rabble that remain in the grip here for Evan Tanguy, who seems to be cosplaying a Necromancer right now. Very little friends lying around in the board.
3 turns in a row, Michael has been able to basically keep Evan off of any turn in response. 1 turn, he threw a card into Arsenal, but never has he been able to do that much with the hand after Michael has been pressuring. However, Evan was 43 at the start of these 3 turns, still on 24, looking to go down just under 20 here, but again, Michael has used a lot of the ammo in his deck.
Take 7 declared. Evan would prefer to have at least a card to work with on the way back alongside that Arsenal. So the Lightning Valley draws will decide how this turn continues after a random one comes off the top for our Gravy Bones player. Evan, why would you do that to me? 2 cards being drawn on Michael's side. Let's see if we can get a glance at those. Gone in a flash, Electrostatic Discharge.
It's 7 more damage at the very least. There's no embodiment on the board right now, so it's not 10, unfortunately. 11, sorry.
I love it when the pace of my opponent's shuffle speeds up. We are just going to go flashing with Go again.
Holding that Electrostatic Discharge as an instant and a lightning card for a future turn. It's worth more with Volzar still live on next turn than it is just deployed for 3 here. Even though Evan does have not much of a hand left, but he says, "Oh, okay, if it's okay, I will play this first."
You know, that's I love that. No. It was the sequencing for me. Thought this had Go again, caught that it didn't.
Yeah.
Went, oh, doesn't have Go again. In the layer step, I would like to play this Electrostatic Discharge. And just about sneaks in that extra 3 points of damage, brings Evan Tanguy down to 12.
He says, "See what I got, Michael," as he draws back up. Evan is out of cards, it looks. Gravied away a Chum in response to Gone. We're going to sigil on Oscilio on Evan's turn, and now it looks like Comet Storm and Null. Some kind of sigil, and maybe another Mind Warp at the back of the hand there. Sigil of Lightning and Mind Warp.
Yeah, Sigil of Lightning, Mind Warp is a good call.
Here's the thing, Michael has not maximized the potential, not through any decision of his own, but through decisions of his deck in this game. Not maximize the potential of these 3 very aggressive turns or very explosive turns he's put together. But he's got Evan to a point where maybe arcane damage can clear the game. We've got cards like Comet Storm Shock that present a lot of arcane damage up front. And of course, if Evan keeps blocking with his whole hand, then just any amount of arcane on Evan's turn is true damage before he's drawn back up. Evan only has AB2, so on 12, Michael could try to find ways to just maximize arcane throughout the course of this game and still kill him with the last couple spells in deck.
Very possible to take the alternative avenue here to find a way. But a difficult hand to navigate here with a pair of those shocks and Mind Warp all bundled up at the same time. Multiple sources of arcane damage.
We definitely have loved to keep one of those Channel Lightning Valleys, but we can't have our cake and eat it too.
Tell that to my personal trainer.
Okay, I gotta count my own deck then.
Michael says, I got to count my own deck. I got to understand what actual overlap cards are left available, how many shocks are left available. It's quite a thin deck. I think we're at, I would estimate, about 15. We'll get a better sense of the size of the deck when the part in his hand goes down relative to the deck that's sitting there.
I want to guess maybe 15, 20 as well, looking at it sideways on. It's not a very high density of threats, and that makes these arcane effects that are left over even more valuable.
Of course, Michael will have a perfect count knowledge of how many he brought into this matchup, how much arcane damage his deck can deal. Evan's face is really expressive. Michael,
can't love it.
Just saying numbers, I heard the word 6.
Okay, I'll go to my turn.
Going to Michael's turn, not choosing to inefficiently deploy the Null Shock with a couple of cards just to get some points of true damage, instead maximizing the Volzar amp he can go for. Wants to go big arcane to try to take the game instead. Maybe he's going to play the Comet Storm and Shock sides, pitching 2 cards. That's exactly what he chooses to do. So maximizing arcane that way and holding on to Sigil of Lightning for the future.
Shock for 1, and will no doubt use the Volzar on the Comet Storm side, as it will be harder to soak up additional arcane. Does have that remaining Sigil of Lightning in the middle, smoke screens that information for as long as possible, and then will activate the Volzar to Comet Storm for 7. Will AB brings Evan down to 7.
We're in this really interesting position now. I don't have a perfect count of how many Comet Storm style effects are left for Michael, but there are still a couple shocks. And the thing is, Michael has 30 damage to work with, so there could be positions where Evan just deploys his whole hand offensively. Michael can use that 30 health as a resource to sort of tank it, and then once Evan's hand is empty, now he can play something like a Null Shock or a Consign to Cosmos to deal more true damage. So this is really an arcane chip game. I've really enjoyed the direction this game has taken. It's not the direction I would have expected at the start, but the way it played out with Michael going for that really early combo turn without any Gone in a Flash in hand, and then that second 7-card turn not turning into maximum damage at the end with Volzar Amp left on the board. Michael's been forced to sort of make the best out of a good but not great situation.
Evan here thoroughly evaluating both graveyards, looking for cards in his own deck, cards in Michael's, and then ultimately looking in his own hands. As you can tell, the stress, the sequencing, the difficulties of navigating this game are slowly rocking the world and rocking the boat of the Frenchman. At the same time, for now, it is his action. Has a hand of Scuba even. Call to the Grave in the arsenal, emerging first of all.
Chum not looking very threatening for Evan because of the fact that Michael has started to commit to this arcane plan, that Chum is really not turning anything off anymore. You can always send Arcane to the face even if Chum has been activated. The more important ally is the one that Evan reaches for here. That's Sawbones. There are 2 of them in the grave. If Evan can develop any of them, that's the greatest protection he can get against the Arcane game plan from Michael.
Oh, this should be in the deck. Yeah, because it's from last turn.
Yes, just confirming that that Golden Tipple was pitched and then Call to the Grave was played and therefore should be shuffled into the mass somewhere. So it is Blue Tipple, Scuba, and Tip the Barkeep.
Tough position. You have to kill this Sawbones. You can't leave it alive, but also that means you're committing some of your small amount of remaining Arcane to killing the Sawbones. So also killing it is dangerous.
The Chum comes out, followed by the Sawbones. Really like this from Evan. This isn't a damage race anymore. Establishing allies is very much the priority here. Does have that Scuba still in hand. Would be interested in using it for Arcane Barrier if the opportunity arises. And so Oscilio will spin into Electrostatic Discharge. Joins a hand of Current Funnel, Blink, and a Sigil of Aether for Michael.
Sigil of Aether can target an ally, I believe. And that would be guaranteed-ish damage. Unfortunately, Sawbones can prevent that Arcane as well.
I never lost the hook. I just put it in the... Sometimes I do that.
Players just confirming that Goldblade Hook should in fact have been there and was accidentally placed in the graveyard after it blocked. So pretty easy to remedy there. Good spot.
Chum and Sawbones being on the board here represents for Evan basically defending both ways. So at the start of the turn in response to the Sigil of Lightning leave trigger, if you want to play any attacks, they have to go into the Chum. The other role of Chum here is not just to protect the face, it's protecting the Sawbones. You can't throw your 1 or 2 remaining 0-for-4s or a current funnel like there's one on the board into the Sawbones because that Chum has to be the target.
Difficult spot for Michael. Evan confirming he hasn't compassed at any point. So it should be untapped and ready to go. Seafaring ahead. For now, Sigil of Aether, the card being thumbed. Discarded with Oscilio. Needs something else. Finds
That's a good find.
Null Shock.
Sigil of Aether, while it does represent Arcane, it's sort of an awkward Arcane because it's very time limited to the start of the turn, and therefore Sawbones can always clean it up. So that amp is never doubled up on, and in that way, it's a card for basically 1 point of value. It takes up that Sawbones prevention or an Arcane prevention. Michael instead reaches for that shock. Now he might be able to find a way to kill that Sawbones. Current Funnel here is quite an awkward card in that it's not going to kill Chum, and it's also not going to be able to attack anything else. So that might be on pitch duty for this Null Shock. This might be one of those turns off for Michael. Try to kill Sawbones, delay the game, and hope that whatever card you put into Arsenal alongside this Embodiment of Lightning can work with the couple cards remaining in his deck as one final swing to take down Evan's life total.
A second copy of Sawbones lurking in the depths to try and make the following turn even more difficult for Michael Feng, who is working through maybe 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. I look at. See if we can get a count there for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, I think. 13 cards plus the hand to work with.
About a quarter of his deck left, and we've seen most of those power cards are gone. Michael counting things. He's shuffled a sigil to the front, so maybe just being aware of what's left for him. Of course, Chum is clearable on this turn with a mix of the electrostatic discharge, that current funnel, and a shock. Not the greatest way to do it, but maybe he is feeling quite threatened by that Chum as opposed to the Sawbones. Of course, any physical attack has to go into Chum. So that holds Michael's hands a little bit, binds them a little bit.
The friendly first mate doing the heavy lifting you would expect from a first mate. Keeping Gravy company in the graveyard most of the game and stifling a current funnel when it matters the most. Michael reaching forward with that current funnel currently, perhaps interested in just using the lightning card for some extra juice on this shock.
Surely you would play the discharge first. I guess maybe you are choosing to pitch that discharge.
Both players now aware it is a current funnel, but chess rules do play here until you move that finger. It's not a valid play, and so back to the hand goes the current funnel as Michael Feng studies that graveyard again.
He's trying to get an exact knowledge of what are those 17 cards remaining. It can be a little overwhelming when you're shuffling through your 40 cards that are in your grave. You can get a sense of, I have a couple of these left, but it's hard to get a perfect picture of those 20 cards because it's just, there's pressures to not overwhelm the brain and do all of that math at once. Playing the discharge here as his reach makes me think that Chum is going to be the first to go.
No, current funnel pitched away. Discharge simply juicing up the Volzar to send this shock into Sawbones for 3. Michael deciding double Sawbones, not something I can beat. And so I have to clear at least one of those out of the way. Compass will peek at the top card before Evan makes any decisions about the future of his friend. Good night. Sawbones, dockhand.
With Chum on the board, not a lot of ways that the offensive attacks are going to be used very well for Michael, so maybe happy to send that discharge in as basically a Amp 1 card.
Portside exchange, a Vastyi, and a very late Amulet of Echoes here for Evan.
Not going to be doing much.
Funds the bill on Sawbones alongside that Vastyi. Will simply pass priority. Wants to leave the card in hand for the Arcane Barrier. Wants the Sawbones to be available. Had to play the blue to establish that Sawbones. Hence the Vastyi. See if we can take a look. Michael's hand. Consigned to Cosmos Shock.
Got a couple attacks still here, or one, I should say. Flittering Charge. There's a Discharge and a Somersault available alongside them, I believe.
Taking account of the deck again. And this is my favorite thing when you see the sideways on, because you know it's a pitch stack. It's counting specific cards on the way down. Body of the Lightning sitting in play. Does have to be slightly concerned about the Chum that lurks. Michael here still in the end of Evan's turn, deciding if a blast now is more promising than what his hand can achieve during his own turn.
Can he find a way to clear the Sawbones is really the question before his own turn so that Evan doesn't get multiple activations of that. But says no, go to my turn. Evan's still thinking while he thumbs through the graveyard. So Michael respectfully holding off on his first play here. I imagine that'll be the discharge. Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's...
Flittering Charge there being summed forward as the first potential play.
if you lead with an attack, I like this. If you lead with an attack, it can go face. So playing that discharge only allows Evan the opportunity to activate Chum. So flittering charge, 4 go again, going to face here.
Goes at Sawbones instead. Wants the prevention off the table. Evan, of course, could just block if given the luxury to put cards in front of that. Chum will be activated next, discarding another Sawbones as the second copy falls to the depths. Electromagnetic Somersault will grab this back. Will it immediately? Okay, there we go. Electrostatic Discharge joining that flittering charge to be aimed at Chum, who will also immediately sink. 4 lightning cards played for the Volzar. We know it's a consigned to Cosmos Shock in hand. Is 5 Arcane the line to be worth one of these final few shock effects?
Sure, you would have liked that discharge to threaten face, take some cards out of Evan, but the 30 damage, 30 health means that probably not, actually. He's happy no matter what Evan throws at his face. He just needs to get through these protective allies like those Sawbones and the Chum. 2 Sawbones dead, 1 in the grave. That Chum now gone, can't be activated every single turn. If Michael has a couple more 0-for-4s in his deck, which I think he probably does, then that Chum can no longer protect Evan on future turns.
Again, this is just a sign of an incredibly high-level game of Flesh and Blood. These players having to analyze the graveyards for played cards pretty much every turn as the assessment on what is required to win the game begins to change, and memorizing the exact order of remaining cards becomes ever more important.
Evan significantly more expressive than Michael. I think Evan keeps shaking his head, and he's done quite a few sighs. Admittedly, Michael has as well. He looks quite upset. Maybe he's wondering what Michael has to think about, but I imagine he feels uncomfortable in his situation despite the deck advantage. That 7 life is never a comfortable place to be, especially with 4 amp represented on a Volzar right now. If Michael doesn't fire off this sigil, this shock wants to hold on to the last one. I can understand why, however, shock does represent 3 true damage here, as Evan has only AB2. Other ways for Evan to gain life to call out, there might be extra copies of Fiddlers. I don't remember if he was just on 1 or if we saw 2. Just the 1. Okay, so no Call to the Grave Fiddlers available for Evan.
And finally, Michael Feng has the head hit the hands as this potentially game-winning or losing decision has to be enacted. Volzar to 5, activate alongside the shock. It's 6 Arcane. AB2 brings Evan down to 3.
Another shake of the head. I think this is the position Evan thinks he's in. Even though Michael is struggling to optimize these turns and really taking his time, Evan feels like he doesn't have the win locked up. Maybe he feels like there's just enough Arcane left in the deck to knock him down with a little bit of amp on one of those spells that got pitched early. Don't see them yet. This is 2 Gone in a Flash in the hand for Michael Feng, and no Embodiment of Lightning on the board to join them.
Gold token cashed in to look at a fresh card. Finds Rigor Mortis on top of the deck. No gold to gravy that one away immediately, but Portside Exchange will happily do the job. Make a fresh gold, bin a card, and most importantly, play a blue to enable Sawbones to jump out of the graveyard and stand firm in the face of electrifying damage.
At the very start of the game, we took a look at those deck lists, and I discussed the role of Wobble, Temporal Wobble, as a way to deny Amulet of Echoes. There have been none in the deck. Correct. We are pretty sure we've seen Michael's entire deck at this point, meaning they haven't been seen. Early in the game, we saw Evan play out a Portside Exchange and a pause from Michael, maybe to pause it as if he's running those Wobbles. Maybe he was hoping that Evan wouldn't bring in amulets because of the existence of the Wobble. Obviously, Evan's always going to go for the high roll of getting an early amulet, but Michael deciding actually wobbling an amulet is too niche and doesn't always align the good way, so I would rather make all of my damage cards be everywhere I want them to be in my deck and not, since I'm running those Seduce Secrets as well, he doesn't want to have like more automatic Oscilio cards like Temporal Wobble can often be.
Both players acknowledging the insanity of this game. This is too much, says Evan. Michael's like, what the hell's happening here? So
Even if it was a skull cap game.
When am I ever
Oh.
going to be lower?
When? Yeah.
A fun thing to point out there, Michael was saying there's other approaches to this matchup, for example, playing Skullcap and trying to hard fatigue Oscilio, and Michael says, even if it was a Skullcap game, when would I ever have been lower than you? I've been on 30 life this entire game. You were on 28 from very early and then just kept leaking from there.
It's double Murderous Rabble in the hand for Evan. Disincentivized to attack because of the sheer life total, but also that flash of brilliance capable of making things work with Sigil of Conductivity.
You can't attack here. Giving a free embodiment of lightning, especially if Evan has paid attention to every card in that graveyard so many times, he knows there's Gone in a Flashes. And that's just giving Michael such an efficient sort of play to be able to go Gone in a Flash into Gone in a Flash on a turn like this, especially if there's a couple shocks left. Simply attacking gives Michael at least 4 or 5 value.
Back to the Bone Zone we go as Sawbones Dockhand is played out. Evan went to Arsenal that final card. Michael did ask him to pause to contemplate how we're navigating this one. And Evan is so emotive. Now he looks like he spilled his drink. Was a Skullcap game? Definitely was, is the answer from Evan, apparently.
He reached for that Dead Threads too. Maybe he's thinking of developing an Anka. There's not a lot of draw left in Michael's deck.
The Sawbones here. And it was an attempt to pass. I guess it might change depending on how Michael navigates the end of turn step. We know it's Sigil of Aether, Blink, Gone in a Flash, and then unknown card that was briefly hovered over the arena there as we enter analysis phase number 8.
8?
We'll talk about it later.
At least.
18.
Sure. Yeah, I'll
Good
give
to
you
note
that.
these players are very well aware of each other. They have tested for events together before. They're good friends. Michael lets out a very loud sigh that we can hear. But, you know, these guys are very understanding of each other needing to take the time to think because they understand the game and they understand each other. And they've played these games before in prep as well. And it's always exciting when you then get to the final big moment and you're playing on the biggest stage. Of course, Evan would argue right now, his face would argue that Michael has some more excitement in front of him, and that's also been the way the match has shaken up. It's like, even if Evan manages to fatigue Michael in the end, that Michael's been the one playing the game and Evan's been trying to stay alive.
It's true. Just had from Michael the, I don't know about this hero, man. Trying to figure out if this Sigil of Lightning was supposed to be deployed. In the end, it was. An embodiment of lightning is made to join Gone in a Flash. The question is, where is it going? Face or Sawbones?
Question is, does Michael know every single card in order in his deck? Does he know if there's an Arcane Effect 1 away? Because he could still Oscilio on this turn. Go fishing, of course. He would do this after the Gone in a Flash to not reveal too much information. It seems like it's going face.
4 upstairs. Does Michael know
Could be that he hasn't chosen the target
what
yet.
is left? Possible. Does look vaguely directed towards Evan and Gravy Bones, more so than Sawbones, but that's speculation on all our parts. Compass will peak before decisions are made.
I mean, if he's able to attack with this Gone in a Flash multiple times, then leaving the Sawbones alive, you know, Sawbones represents prevent 1 on the Arcane, but Gone in a Flash is a 4. That's a break point that Evan doesn't have a very good ability to block. So if he's going multiple attacks with a Gone in a Flash into a spell, thanks to this Blink, for example, then it could just be better to throw cards at face, and Evan is forced to, you know, the first one he can give up Dead Threads. He's forced to block 3 or 4, take a 1, do it again, and then still have cards left over for Arcane. So Sawbones might not prevent more than he needs. You know, it might only prevent 1, and it might be that Michael could send more damage to face if he ignores the Sawbones entirely.
There is a Conqueror in the hand for Evan, which is going to be better served on physical defense than arcane defense. I'm not sure Evan's making it out of this game. Not just because he might lose, but look at the demeanor. Like, the stress might kill this man.
We won't show you the hand cam, but it was just his side of his head as he's in his hands really thinking about what to do. 55 minutes into this top 8 game between Gravy Bones and Oscilio. This has been the angle that this matchup has started to go lately, where Gravy Bones has often been taking Oscilio to the end of the game. That's the win condition for them. But Michael has been putting Evan through the ringer to get there. 4-block with the Dead Threads on the first one. No Dead Threads activation just yet, I believe, because we didn't get an ally into the grave.
The last card in the hand for Michael Feng that is so carefully face down on the table is Blink. Blocks with Conqueror of the High Seas. Says no reactions. Activates the Sawbones. Blink will jump the Gon in a flash back to the hand. It is Eye of Ophidia, Riches of Tropaldani in the hand for Evan Tanguy. There is no block value. The Gon in a flash comes screaming through for 4 more points of damage, and there is no block value remaining. The treasure has been found for our pirate, but it cannot save you in the face of the premier attack from Rosetta. Evan going through every single permutation. Is there any way to make this work? Gravy Bones still available. A singleton point of gold on the table.
You can pitch for the...
No! There's a chum on top of the deck. The compass revealed a no-block card. The gravy can't save him. The gold cannot save him. And the riches of Tropaldani spell doom for Evan Tanguy as Michael Feng finds a way to electrocute his way to the finals of the Calling in Rotterdam.
There were ways where he could have pitched into the boots with his Eye of Ophidia to have some opt and then maybe fish for a better blocking card. But even so, you do all of that working and all you get down to is a 3-block card after multiple golds expended. And then all you have left is 3 life against 8 more physical coming through from Michael. So even after all of that thinking, Evan knew ahead of time with knowledge of the top of his deck, there is no way he can find a win there. Too many non-blocks in the hand for him. Michael Feng, a huge turn that knocked Evan's initial defenses down to 28. Then a huge turn that stumbled right at the end with some really poor draws, only brought him down to 24. One more big turn got Evan down to 7, and then an inch across the line with Arcane after Arcane. Sorry, it was 12, and then 5 Arcane to 7, and then 4 Arcane to 3, and then finally across the line on this turn with physical damage after all. Michael having to work through a lot of defensive allies along the way.
Just a masterclass. I think I've said it about Marcos Oscilio plays so many times this weekend, but you can tell the hours have been put in. He bunked off the Hot Wheels show last night to study while watching back his stream games, and I think that tells you about someone who is clearly locked in and ready to go. There's only one person standing in the way of Michael Feng, and it's Filippo Barbani. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time. Our newfound Oscilio Slayer took out Alessio Bouko, took out Sammy Wex, needs to do it again. It's Seed 1 versus Seed 2 for all the marbles.
11 rounds in, both of these guys only had 1 loss. Filippo lost once in the final round, one more time in the final round to go to 2nd seed, but 1 versus 2 here in the top 8. Oscilio versus Victor. No Oscilio mirror despite half of the top 8 being Oscilio. At every round, half of the semifinals were Oscilio and half of this finals is Oscilio. We've seen this matchup thrice so far in this top 8. Victor won 2 out of 3. Both of those wins were from Filippo Barbani.
It will be the American Kingpin and the Italian Stallion who will take us over the line here in Rotterdam. Only one of these players can finish their story and take home that Quid Dodge Flexers. If you're buzzing for more Flesh and Blood content, that makes sense. There's been plenty of electricity in the feature match area over the last couple rounds. We have some more streams coming up for you. First of those, calling in Jakarta. Not going to be too far away now. Going to be taken care of by some incredible folks over there.
World Championship finalist in Mercy Bickle, U.S. National Champion winner in Charles Dunn. Jakarta calling in 2 weeks. Julien Pastry Time Car on play-by-play over there. That's a lot to watch as the calling reaches a new region, I believe, reaching Indonesia at the start of May in this exciting and dynamic meta. Despite those maybe expected top 3 decks, we always see some new things every time we watch a game.
Brazil mentioned will be our next calling as well. Going to see calling Sao Paulo coming up for you shortly afterwards. And who better to guide you through the Brazilian community than Felipe Lima Cardoso alongside the incredible Bryce Platts.
I said it yesterday, but if you didn't watch the previous calling Sao Paulo, look it up and go watch that finals. It's a great match, but it's an even better moment after that finals is over. What a moment on camera, and hopefully in a couple weeks from now, May 15th to 17th, we can see another like that on stream, brought to you by Bryce and Felipe in Sao Paulo.
If you're hanging out until the world premiere in Prague, it'll be some familiar faces taking care of you over there. The infamous Samo Byrne. Hey, that's Michael Feng, who's currently in the finals of this calling. He probably knows what he's talking about. Don't know about that third guy, though.
Never seen him before. Definitely not on camera, but Michael Feng may be the master of lightning heroes after this weekend, and will be able to navigate you and guide you through these 3 new lightning heroes, including a new version of Oscilio in the world premiere Prague.
If watching simply isn't good enough, get yourself out to an event sometime soon. There are plenty of things for you to join us at in the near future on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. The majority of that $2 million of prize money still very much up for grabs.
Only just over a third of the way through the World Tour year here in Flesh and Blood, and we have a lot of callings down the pipe. We have the May and callings in Jakarta and Sao Paulo, as we discussed. Of course, that World Premiere calling as well at the end of May. Omens World Premiere returning to the schedule. But if you are itching, there is even more. If you're over in the Asia Pacific region, you can also get some Omens sealed and draft available at the calling in Auckland, the home of Flesh and Blood and Legend Story Studios. And then June kicks off our national championship season with the return of pro play at the national level. The US, the tournament is happening in Minneapolis. There will be a calling that is Omen sealed and draft in parallel to the national championship season event, but the Nats Champ itself is both a mix of CC and Omen sealed and draft.
More impressive stuff. We'll have Shinjuku shortly after that for another taste of Classic Constructed. And then what happens in Vegas won't stay in Vegas. We'll broadcast that to you in July as well. For the Pro Tour, will be again a mixture of Classic Constructed and Omens Draft. Well worth specializing in that format. Edinburgh in July for the Scottish folks. Bangkok, Hamburg, and Kansas City all lining up shortly afterwards. Silver Age from Bangkok. Pretty fantastic stuff there. But great events all around, wherever you might find yourself.
If you're not able to play the calling at any of these events, of course, there is the Sunday Showdown. It says on here, Silver Age for all of them. All of these showdowns this year will be Silver Age, and it's always an exciting end to these weekends on the Sunday afternoon.
Set 20 World Premiere in Seoul. Going to be pretty exciting for you all around. Can't tell you too much about that one just yet, but an event you definitely don't want to miss. Speaking of World Championship Paris, going to be a pretty big heavy hitter.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this World Championship. Of course, we know nothing about what will even be the meta, what heroes will even exist over there that will be in the period of Set 20, but the World Championship returning to the EU is very exciting for me personally, as this event will be close by, and always my favorite event of the year is the World Championship.
Haven't missed one yet, don't intend on starting now. If you want to join us in the skin of somebody else, get those cosplay signups ready to go. Embody your inner Frankie. Get all the necromantic on this nonsense for Prague, the US National Championship, and the Pro Tour in Las Vegas. Sign-ups available now. Cosplay encouraged in general. Make sure to hop along. Have a great time with us here in the Flesh and Blood. Now, there is one question we haven't alluded to so far this weekend that has suddenly found itself at the epitome of our final. Victor Goldmane has never won a calling. Never, ever won a calling. And with the deck on the cusp of Living Legend, we're running out of opportunities. Will Filippo Barbani be the one to kill the curse and take home the gold? Let's find out after this break.
My bad.
Only Filippo Barbani and Michael Feng remain with us in competition here at the Calling in Rotterdam. Oscilio Constellar Intelligence, very much the story of the event. 4 copies in the top 8. Filippo slayed 2 of them already. 1 more to go. Let's break down that bracket one more time for you and show you how we got to the final game of the day.
4 Oscilios in the quarterfinals, only 2 won to make it to the semifinals. Half of the semifinals was Oscilio, only 1 won to make it to the finals. Michael Feng is the only Oscilio left trying to win it for the day. On the other side of the bracket, we have Filippo Barbani was one of 2 victors, also 50% conversion from top 8 to finals. Both of these players very comfortable at this top end. I've been casting with you for about a year now, and I think I've seen Filippo Barbani's name either in the top 8 or in the very end of the day standings pretty much every single time, and every single time on Victor. Somehow he's making this work incredibly and has now capitalized on Victor being on the map and being top of the meta, partially due to him making that top 8 a month ago in Toulouse.
100%. As I say, I think Filippo at this point is synonymous with Victor Goldmane, and that's part of why I'm leaning into that Italian stallion, because it just makes sense. It keeps seeing that name on coverage. You keep seeing Michael Feng's name on coverage because he's rather good at this thing as well, funnily enough, would you believe?
He's also on both sides of the table, which does help for seeing his name on coverage. One thing about Michael Feng, I walked into him earlier today. He just finished round 10, I think, which was his only loss. I was going to the bathroom between rounds, and I said, oh, congrats, because I didn't know that he had just lost. I said, congratulations on the win earlier and on the run. And he says, I'm not a very good Oscilio player. He says that to me sheepishly. So Michael Feng, not necessarily believing in himself, but I think the rest of us are believing in him after this weekend with some really incredible play from him.
Humble as always is our Pro Tour champion. Don't forget, folks, you have a chance to be a winner yourself this round. If you come and join us in the finals, we will be giving away a young Marvel hero of your choice. You can pick whichever one you want out of Compendium of Wraith. I've decided that this broadcast, you need to tell me which player you expect to win. I don't want heroes. I don't want matchups. I don't care if you want Oscilio to lose. That's incredibly boring. I want vehement support for either Michael Feng or Filippo Barbani. Any other entry, disqualified. You don't count. Simple as that.
And Scott confirmed that you get to choose which young hero you want. So, of course, the winner of this Marvel giveaway will be getting a Marvel Riptide at the end of today. Best choice, objectively, no doubt about it. No matter who you vote for, Michael or Filippo, you'll be getting Marvel Riptide.
Perhaps. I don't judge people's taste. Whatever you're into. If you want a Riptide, that's fine. You want a Kano or Jeremiah Prism, something similar, you can also find that with a little bit of luck. So get that support going. I want to see the chants. I want to see what makes Flesh and Blood so incredible in our chat as we get ready to dance one final time. Down to the feature match area we go for the Grand Slam of Calling Rotterdam. It's our final. Filippo Barbani versus Michael Feng. Let's get things started here. Players shuffling up. Seed number 1 versus seed number 2. Michael choosing to go first here. But let's walk through Filippo's journey to get to this feature match area.
Gotten a lot of wins throughout this event. Lost the final round. He was 10-1 or 11-1 going into the final round. Still made it in as a 2nd seed. But who was the reason he was 11-1? That was a loss to Michael Feng in round 6 of the Swiss. Michael was the best of this matchup. In fact, Filippo lost twice this matchup in Swiss, beating only Semi-Wex, who was also in the top 8. We did point out earlier that he did manage to win twice in the top 8, so it's hard to say on the day, I'd say, or on the weekend, he has a 3-2 advantage in the matchup, but only an 0-1 record into Michael Feng himself.
That's the big one for me. We've played this game before, and Feng came out on top. We'll see if it is going to be a repeat in the finals. On the other side of the bracket, unsurprisingly, round 6 looking more promising for Michael Feng, but all in all, a very impressive journey. Took exactly 1 loss on the way down to Semi-Wex, who is thankfully now out of the way.
13-1 for Michael Feng. Sammy just cleared by Filippo himself there in the semifinals. And Michael ready to try to close it out, taking only 1 loss in the mirror throughout the entire day and end up with a 2-0 record against Filippo here in the top 8.
let's take a look at the deck lists these players are playing this round. We kind of alluded to this when we saw Filippo on camera beforehand. It is that Arcanite Fortress, Arcanite Skullcap pairing that really stands out here. But 2 copies of the weakest link looking equally appealing all around. Walk me through it.
Yeah, the Arcanite's Fortress and Arcanite Skullcap seemed to be part of the arrangement in the quarterfinals that we watched, and part of what helped him win. There was that Spell Void to not have to commit a card to shut down an Etchings of Arcana, but really that didn't even feel like the biggest part. It was those deck cards that contributed the best part. All of those red, disruptive, and large attack cards that were played out. I think every single turn had something going on from Filippo. It was either a Weakest Link or a CNC or a Spinal Crush. Was there a pummel? Was that game as well? There was a Golden Sun pummel, I think.
Never-ending assault from those aggressive threats was very impressive, and we expect to see more of the same this time around. On the other side of things, Michael Feng's Oscilio deck. We reviewed this one just moments ago as well. Victor, the question this time, what should we be expecting to see?
This time I'm debating the wobble again. That's what I'm questioning. Whether the wobble will be making it in. Maybe Michael has decided that generally he's not liking this wobble in the top 8 where the opponent knows there's going to be 3 and is maybe planning around it, and he's going for that mental damage of, I'll let you play as if I'm bringing them in and then I won't bring them in and I'll max offense. I think the thing I'm being drawn to are the 3 Glyph Power Spell and 3 Burn Bear. Even if Filippo ends up lower and has access to 5 Arcane due to the Arcanite Skullcap and AB2, these 6 Arcane damage spells can still get over the top of those defenses and get through Filippo's staunch wall of pitch.
Is it finally time to ride the lightning? Or is Daddy coming home to the Goldmane estate? There is only one way to find out. Can Victor Goldmane win a calling? Can Filippo Barbani win a calling? One game decides it all. Equipment suites presented by both players. We've seen this now. No changes for Filippo. Arcanite. No rune. It's Arcane Barrier 5 when the situation lines up. On the other side, Michael finally playing that Tunic for what feels like the first time this weekend.
Good luck, have fun, man.
Good luck, have fun from Michael. Yeah, I did see that Tunic come out for the first time. We have seen him play... I don't think we've seen him play against a Victor yet this weekend. So he had some of these matchups, even the matchups you might think are slow-ish, where he brought the old knocker. But this time, for the first time, I think he expects to go to the bottom of the deck and is bringing the final Spring Tunic. Of course, that happened against Gravy too, but against Gravy, maybe he wants to go off as early as possible, and Filippo, maybe a little bit different approach.
Oscilio activation, cans, electrostatic discharge, draws a card. It's Sigil of Aether being deployed. Perhaps most importantly, gone in a flash, has been found.
I like the pitch of a Mind Warp to the end of the game here. We are probably going to get to the second cycle. That's what's hinted at by the final Spring Tunic and also by Filippo's Arcanite Skullcap and Arcanite Fortress. I think Michael wants to get it that late. Of course, we saw from Filippo in the quarterfinals that it can just end because of aggression from Victor before that. But in Michael's ideal situation, we don't get there. Mind Warp comes up later, and Arcane is usually how you gap close as Oscilio at the end of the game once you've gotten through most of your offensive overlap turns.
Command and Conquer is the retort. Will overpitch to get rid of a red Debilitate. Shelter from the Storm in the hand for Filippo, but 2 resources floating. Worth thinking about, at least.
Sometimes I think when my opponent does the underpitch thing, that's evidence that there's no pummel, because
I would agree.
You could be pitching that card anyways for the pummel, but in this case, showing he wants to get that disable out of hand and just hold on to 1.
Got to balance the ranges sometimes to throw the opponent off. Discarding Electrostatic Discharge, draws Burn Bear to go alongside. This makes sense. The Tall Arcane is part of this matchup. Seduce Secrets emerging from the arsenal in response to CNC. Michael again rewarded for not arsenaling that got in a flash. Seduce Secrets at its best from the arsenal, and more importantly, perhaps, you know it's not a pummel now.
You now know there's just a defense reaction reaching into that arsenal, and this CNC is basically 6 vanilla damage after the Seduce Secrets has been played out from arsenal. Pretty good hand looking for Michael. Filippo, though, starting his trend of disruption every turn. Maybe the Seduce Secrets, the reason Michael is maybe having more success against Filippo than other Oscilios are, is he has these ways to dodge out the effects of the disruption from Filippo. He has Seduce Secrets, which is worth playing out against the CNC. He has ways of maybe working around the weakest link as well. And Filippo's disruption is not always connecting in this game.
Seduce Secrets, Flittering Charge, Channel Lightning Valley, Gone in a Flash, and Burn Bear, the 5 cards Michael finds himself to work with here.
I think maybe the reason we see the Tunic here is that there aren't many 1 costs in this version of the list, but we have these 3 costs, and there's a lot of yellows, especially with the introduction of Seduce Secrets. So it's really Tunic plus yellow is a way to fire off a 6-power 3-cost spell, or just yellow for a 2-cost 6-power spell from Glyph Power Spell. And this just gives him a little bit of reach after the initial Greaves turn. I imagine that first Tunic counter might be sat on for a while for the first Greaves turn, and then after that we just get a little bit more incremental value from our Tunic.
Sigil of Aether breaks here. Michael Feng taking 6 damage in response to that Command and Conquer. Wants to keep the grip. Needs to decide if we're responding to Sigil of Aether with Channel Lightning Valley or any other piece of interaction here. Kind of alluded to it before, but from being on a lower life total than Filippo, very powerful in the early stages of this game, I should say. Skullcap switched off currently, which is pretty ideal for this Burn Bear. Going to see AB1 on the Sigil, so no additional amp for the trouble.
Filippo having access to 2 instances of AB1 and 1 instance of Spell Void 2 right now. As soon as he falls underneath, that'll become an AB5.
Michael pulls the Burn Bear forward. Will happily overpitch for this one, including that Gone in a Flash. Happy to draw a random card from the Channel Lightning Valley. Wants to, of course, keep that around, but happy to spin for another one. 7 Arcane.
Volzar costs 1 here with no
sure.
sigils on the board, so he does have to pitch all of this, but as you say, he's going to be getting that draw from Channel Lightning Valley that will even this out in terms of tempo, and there are other copies of Gone in a Flash in the deck as well. It's not bad necessarily to have one go to the bottom. Maybe he'll be able to get through all of the Command and Conquers and then reach a point where he feels more comfortable putting that into Arsenal, depending on the draw order from Filippo's deck.
Yeah, to elaborate on that, I think the Volzar activation arguably optional if you think early Gone in a Flash is the important part of that equation, but giving up the value of Channel Lightning Valley, and you just, again, we've seen this a few times, you don't need to hold these early Gone in a Flashes to find combo turns. I would argue we've seen more combo turns from Michael Feng that do not include Gone in a Flash this weekend.
Yeah, he's
than
been
the other way around.
He's been very good at finding those alternative combo lines. I think that's what's setting him apart from the rest of the field on Oscilio, and is why he's been able to make it this far. So it doesn't want to get got. We've seen him play around many times. You call it out every single time very well that he's not getting himself got by Command and Conquer. So in places where he has the flexibility and he's trying to Arsenal that Gone in a Flash and set up, he'll often quote-unquote IP1 and hold on to the Gone in a Flash and Arsenal whatever the other card is that's available. It's often been an instant, which is a good way to get around the Command and Conquer effect.
Speaking of Command and Conquer in the hand again for Filippo Barbani, it's a test of strength and a blue next to it. Looks like double electromagnetic somersault, blast to oblivion, and electrostatic discharge on the other side of things. Plenty of instants over there.
The other role of these tall arcane spells that I'm not quite sure were brought in the matchup earlier in the day when Filippo played that quarterfinal is that he gets around these effects like Test of Strength. You can't use that to efficiently create a gold and draw a card when you're being presented with arcane damage, so it's just a pitch 1 to prevent 1 type of card. CNC number 2 here, Michael will be paying attention to the count of those and probably pretty happy to see it go early where he's still able to maybe defend it or maybe just tank it and play some different kind of turn.
Oscilio catches in electrostatic discharge for a lightning press. Different flavor of 3 found. Somersault, somersault, blast to oblivion. Unknown Arsenal was drawn from CLV, not quite caught.
No blocks.
No blocks declared. 6 damage. Cracks on through, brings Michael Feng to 24. That Arsenal is a Gone in a Flash that will be destroyed. Having pitched 1 away, that is 2 theoretical flashes down. A hand that cannot save it efficiently means Michael chooses to let it go.
Was really hoping to find a 3-block, maybe even a 3-block attack off of that Oscilio activation on the last turn. Unfortunately, that discharge was traded for a similar card in Lightning Press, as you call out. So not enough block on board on hand that he's willing to, I don't think even enough to use his equipment. That would be throwing away the Tunic as well, and that's just, you're turning off the Gone in a Flash turn anyways. So not willing to throw all of the equipment in front of that CNC and says there is a 3rd Gone in a Flash, and worst case, I can just hard pitch stack number 3, the first one that I pitched.
Blast to Oblivion. Just 3. 3 cards in hand. Promise it's just 3.
Filippo having a good success at finding the right moments for his disruption. I guess he's been presenting disruption basically every turn in the games we've been watching, so maybe they're always the right moment, but has found the right ratios of cards in this matchup for sure. Unsure how to block this one.
I think we might be looking at Test of Strength and potentially Test of Iron Grip as well. Does go with the Test of Strength here once the clash spins the top. Boulder drop into current funnel is a win for the Gold Main family. Gold made, Boulder drop drawn.
He had no gold in that spot, so if he goes the other way around and has Test of Iron Grip instead of the Test of Strength, he risks losing by hitting something like another test or a Visit the Gold Main Estate, and he can't re-roll, so then he would lose a card as well. I think doing it this way sort of guarantees to him what's on top of Michael's deck. He'll know whether it's a non-attack or an attack, and then he'll also have the gold for the re-roll on his own Test of Iron Grip should he want it.
Lightning Press will bring Blast to Oblivion up to 6 on the yellow copy, so 2 points currently leaking through. Channel Lightning Valley rebought, courtesy of that Blast to Oblivion trigger.
I imagine that channel will be hitting the board again. Still no sigil on board, so probably pretty easy to find a way to extend that for one more turn here. Michael debating whether he wants to do that or whether that channel is better spent as an Oscilio fodder or maybe put into Arsenal even.
Filippo here pausing, it would seem. Debating these 2 points of damage.
No action point for Michael here.
I can't really give it go again, so it'll only be blink.
Yeah.
As he says, can't really give it go again because I don't have a blink, so not necessarily value to play out the CLV, but he chooses to do it anyways.
That's
Maybe
a priority here in the combat step to let Filippo do anything else.
He could draw something like a shock here, and then this would be rewarded for being able to cash in that Volzar amp if he's able to do so. Could draw a blink, of course.
We know it's current funnel.
We know it's the current
This
funnel.
is the clash, so both players very aware. So we're going to have to rely on Oscilio here to cash out a card, to try and find something more proactive to do.
It's somersault and what?
I think somersault and somersault, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, so
One of those will disappear. Going to go peeking at a fresh card.
there you go.
Null Shock. Pretty premium find right there.
Possibly the best find. He's closing the chain. He can keep this Channel Lightning Valley around and still arsenal one of those somersaults to set up a blast combo later on.
Will pay for Volzar due to the lack of sigil currently in play. 5 Arcane coming across, and we'll see AB2. 3 even, I should say.
Small upside is that Null Shock is the worst of the shocks to find in other spots. So in this spot where he was already pitching a blue because he doesn't have access to that sigil and he did have the blue in hand, might as well use the Null Shock in this spot where he's wanting to optimize his arcane damage.
It will be Boulder Drop to return fire from Filippo Barbani. Michael drawing up a fresh hand will need to evaluate again another piece of interaction, just more than happy to keep the pressure up on Oscilio.
2 cards floating from Filippo could look like a pummel, but Michael knows that he didn't give Filippo many opportunities to defend, so it could just be that there are cards left over, which we happen to know. I believe it's a test of Iron Strength, so Iron Grip.
Michael with a difficult decision here, staring at another grip that doesn't quite come together. Multiple shocks alongside Channel Lightning Valley and Blast to Oblivion.
Red Blast. Unfortunately, yellow would make it work with the Null Shock and a couple CLVs. But with no sigil on board, that Volzar still costs 1. He could, in theory, cash in a Tunic. Try to get a free draw with the Null Shock. There's a lot of resources available, so we would have to reach 3 Arcane to guarantee the draw.
Seems to be debating a block with this Blast to Oblivion right now. Would like to deny some of this damage. It's healthy to be on a lower life total than Filippo to keep that Arcanite Skullcap turned off, but don't want to be on too low a life total, or you might find yourself perishing.
There are ways to possibly keep this channel around for an additional turn, of course. Pitching 2 cards into that Comet Storm Shock. That would mean not blocking, though, because of the disruption presented by the boulder drops. We'd have to simply take the 7, ship 1 to the top of the deck, and then come in with the Comet Storm. Not very card efficient. You're taking 7 to deal not a lot, and then you're probably IPing a bunch because you also are going to draw off the Channel Lightning Valley.
Reaches for Aether Bindings and Lightning Greaves here, looking to hopefully block 4 and stop that crush trigger. Tickling Filippo's fancy.
Could be that this is a blast getting bounced back to hand with a somersault from Arsenal.
Not impossible, would make some amount of sense.
Block like this. Do you have
Blocking like this, taking 3 as things stand. No crush on the boulder drop currently.
Okay.
Seems happy from both players. So left totals will be adjusted. Michael Feng to 21. Chain will close. No somersault. So happy to hold on to that one. Till a better opportunity arises. A test of Iron Grip. Still lurking in the background here. It's going to be Disable Golden Sun and Enlightened Strike joining it. Will be that Comet Storm you correctly called out moments ago. Pitching 2 lightning cards. Keep that CLV around.
shock for 1.
And Shock for 1, first of all. So playing both of these. Of course, no Sigil available, so Volts are not going to be getting in the mix.
But 2 yellows to pay for Comet Storm and Shock here. Channel Lightning Valley going to the end of the game is not the end of the world, especially paired up with that Shock there. I think that can set up one of those late blasts of 3 or 4 Arcane on your opponent's turn.
Golden Sun will AB 1. Tunic does not pay for Volzar, so it's just going to be 5 on this Comet Storm. 1 resource floating for Filippo. We'll consider if another card is worth pitching away. Is that a test of Iron Grip worth floating again? Or would you rather take just a squeak, less damage?
Michael really taking this Arcane stance to make sure Filippo gets stuck with these 4-block cards. I like Michael not spending the Tunic on 1 point of value here. I think this Tunic has to be protected, especially because we're 2 cards, 2 Gone in a Flash is gone. So he needs to be ready to fire as soon as he finds that 3rd Gone in a Flash. He doesn't want to find it next turn after spending Tunic, for example, and then just be waiting because he has to wait another 3 turns to get his resource back. So effectively floating this Tunic forward for as soon as he finds a Gone in a Flash. Draw from channel here could still be played if it's something like a Sigil now. Could still be Oscilio away fishing for a Sigil.
Head hits the hands for Michael. Well, the card being drawn from Channel Lightning Valley didn't quite get a glimpse. Seems to be a rather difficult choice. However, we'll activate Oscilio. Bins Comet Storm Shock. Tries to find the new one.
Clean this up.
Really trying to find combo pieces or a Sigil, and a little bit rewarded there. Maybe Brilliance would have been the only thing he wanted more than that, but Sigil of Lightning, very nice to find here to give go again on the next turn and be able to continue to tempo his opponent down until he finds that big final piece.
Over to Filippo, who is going to be staring down that Enlightened Strike. Bottoms the blue Disable. 7 and floats the Iron Grip again.
He continues to hold Disruption towards stopping that physical damage. I mean, Michael hasn't given him a lot of opportunities to block. There have been a lot of 5 Arcane turns while he's had this Iron Grip, but he's worried about this combo turn as he gets lower and lower. 26 is very much within range of an Oscilio turn with a Channel Lightning Valley on board, and so holding on to that Iron Grip can effectively block you, in some ways, 9 life into a Gone in a Flash turn.
I feel like this is just very face-up once you pick 7 on this Enlightened Strike. Just there's like 2 cards this card in hand can be.
Yeah, it either says, I got really unlucky and they were all reds, or
because
I
we've done this for so many turns now. The Command and Conquer floated a card. Command and Conquer floated a card. Boulder Drop floated a card. Like we're just constantly here. And with the flexibility of Enlightened Strike, we'd have blocked with a red or something instead. Like, it just has to be Test of Strength or Test of Iron Grip, in my opinion.
There really weren't a lot of physical blocking opportunities. Filippo did block that one turn with 4 as a test of strength against a blast, and then there was a lightning press played on top. So not a lot of upfront blocking opportunities Filippo has had, and maybe it could look like he's just getting stuck with it, but I think Michael would read, why is he not underpitching that card to get rid of it, is really one of those signals, and the reason would be that it could be a test of Iron Strength grip, trying to disrupt. As it looks like Filippo might be firing it off finally with not much thinking. Maybe the least thought put into a play in the entire game so far. Pummel revealed against a Burn Bear. There is a gold on board, though.
Respin that gold away. Top card is Disable. Safe and sound for now. And Michael will think in response to this discard trigger.
Play out 3 sigils, pass. Nah, just kidding. There's a couple spells in Michael's hand, so he will have to discard a real action card to this, most likely. There's also a blink. This blast already has go again, but he could be using that as a way to refresh the Channel Lightning Valley. Just to play an extra card.
Etchings of Arcana and Glyph Power Spell. The other 2 cards alongside it. So some Tall Arcane. Difficult decision here once more.
Okay, so
You talked about this before. Just the sheer analytical nature of Michael Feng. We don't make decisions in the heat of the moment. It's okay. This is where I am. What happens if I do this?
Yeah.
What happens if I do that?
Yep. There's some fun lines available for Michael. Of course, that his ways to reset that Channel Lightning Valley and keep it around. He'll have access to pitch with the blink, and I believe there's an electromagnetic somersault in Arsenal that will bounce back that blast and, more importantly, bounce back the Channel Lightning Valley itself.
Does give up the Glyph Power Spell to do it. Wants the blink to blast again. So Channel Lightning Valley flips on back into the hand.
Important to note, Glyph Power Spell looks bigger than Etchings of Arcana, but not actually that much on this turn. It's only 4 because there's no sigil on the board, so even though it costs 2 and feels like a bigger spell, Etchings of Arcana, 1 less damage, but with the Surge might just be better because it will get a sigil back. So Michael prioritizing that one over the Glyph, playing out another channel, playing out this blast again, rethinking.
Let me just think. This is
Let me just think.
So we know it's Blast to Oblivion, Blink, and that Etchings of Arcana. Burn Bear on top of the deck would be drawn by that Channel Lightning Valley if damage is able to connect.
I wonder if the rethink there was, do I get got by a second test of Iron Grip here? If he plays Blast to Oblivion, he can't then use this amp on the Etchings of Arcana because he'll either lose the Etchings or he'll lose the Blink and the action point.
Decides it's worthwhile. The blasting will continue until morale improves. 4 physical damage. Lightning Valley being threatened. No go again on this, but you know Glyph Power Spell was discarded, and there's 2 cards in hand. So this is unlikely to have been more appealing if there wasn't more juice in the chamber.
Funny thing to point out with this line is knowing that Burn Bear is on top. If this 4 physical turns into a draw, that's not a pitch card. It is obviously a spell, and Filippo could be afraid of that. But with still no sigil on board, permanently at least, it's going to be hard to amp that Etchings of Arcana.
That shot from the Storm that's been carefully parked in the arsenal for a while now meets the Blast to Oblivion, and Blink will trigger. Blast, pick up the CLV, charge up the Volzar again. Action point returned, courtesy of the Tales of Aria Majestic. Lightning Valley for the 3rd time this turn. Tunic resource taken, pays for the Volzar. And Etchings of Arcana will rip apart the health total of Filippo.
We talked
9
about
arcane.
We talked about sitting on that Tunic to be prepared for that moment where you find a Gone in a Flash, but Michael thinking, or any Lightning Greaves combo turn, I should say, Michael really not wanting to give up on 6 arcane at this point. It's simply too much on this Etchings of Arcana, especially while he's still quote-unquote behind in life, meaning Filippo can only AB2. So this is 7 true damage represents drawing a card off this Channel Lightning Valley. Of course, he could have pitched that Channel Lightning Valley for the Volzar instead, but then he's not keeping the channel around. He's dealing 1 less damage. He's not getting an arsenal either, so this is the tempo play for sure, to play it out and just say, I will lose the Tunic. I might have to have an inefficient Greaves turn by pitching, or if I can delay 3 more turns and it works out well.
Burn Bear making its way into the hand here for Michael, courtesy of that Channel Lightning Valley draw. We saw it from the clash. Will be a pretty sizable chunk of arcane damage in the arsenal, as it's 19 now, playing 14 damage.
I think it's Aether or Lightning are the decisions for Michael Feng.
It is Lightning that is reached for here and deployed. Lightning Valley will perish, despite hopping around 3 times, and a Burn Bear makes its way into the arsenal. It's Boulder Drop again for Filippo, another turn where interaction is mandatory. Another Burn Bear in the hand of Michael. Unfortunately, it's joined by no blues and 3 instants. So Oscilio will go spinning the wheel, looking for a fresh one off the top to make it a little bit better. It's Etchings of Arcana.
Sigil of Brilliance and Seduce Secrets, the other cards available there. Seduce, of course, could be a pitch card in a pinch. So good Sigil of Brilliance. One of these cards likely to make it to the top of the deck unless both of these spells are expended.
Worlds where Flash of Brilliance gets involved here. Maybe alongside that Sigil. Spare Burn Bear. It's tempting to block with as well. Just soak up the Boulder Drop, send the Tall Arcane while you remain behind on life. The Skullcap remaining off right now. Might look slightly unimpressive, but of course has enabled that Arcanite Fortress and is ultimately dictating the pace of some of the play of this game. Both players consciously aware of how important those life totals are.
Yeah, the beauty of the Skullcap is that it gives Spell Void 2 to the Arcanite Fortress. Michael having a bit of a tough one here. He's only got that Sigil of Brilliance in terms of lightning cards in his hand, so he doesn't really have a flash play available because he would need to discard a lightning card. He's got 2 yellows alongside Burn Bear in hand and a Burn Bear in arsenal and no more Tunic counter, so that's also a little bit awkward, and you don't really want to be pitching away that first Brilliance. You'd like to get it on the board, set up the flash on the next turn, possibly set up an Aether Bindings or the Third Age play if he's able to draw into some sort of combo or even a mini combo turn.
I do think there are some worlds here where Flash of Brilliance is just Iron Rot, just covers the Crush Breakpoint alongside a single card in hand.
Very reasonable. Of course, we have an Oscilio activation that's available on Michael's turn as well. There's a
Sculpt the hand a little further, potentially. So at least a few avenues worth exploring. Again, you see this kind of patented style at this point. Cut off to the side. Okay, what does this do? Cut off to the side. Okay, what does this do? And I think this is the best way, at least for Michael, to problem solve in these scenarios. Information on the victor side, all very face up now. So the questions remain in the deck of the Lightning Wizard. What's going to happen?
So many of these matchups for Victor come down to that card that's in the pitch zone, the Visit the Goldmane Estate, but Filippo really has shown an understanding of the Oscilio matchup. It's all about tempoing with these on-hit effects and on-crush effects that cause disruption for Oscilio and cause a bit of a headache for the Oscilio player, as Michael Feng is displaying here, so that's just on pitch duty. 6 block means only take 1. Didn't decide to deploy that Flash of Brilliance to pick up that Sigil of Lightning, discarding the Sigil of Brilliance, wanting to hold on to the Sigil of Brilliance instead.
Got him in a Lightning Maid. It will be an Oscilio activation. Thumbs away the Seduce Secrets.
Ooh, that's a blue.
That is a blink. So Burn Bear fires from the arsenal for 6 arcane damage.
Priority still with Michael.
Brilliant sticks around.
He can choose to either play the Brilliance and get the Amp 1. That's what he'll do in the end. But of course, he could have held that in Arsenal. That is always a debate you've got to go through when you're playing this, but chooses to play it out, wants to turn on that Flash of Brilliance play, and obviously if he's going to do that anyways, might as well get this Amp 1 opportunity.
It's 7 arcane. Only Arcane Barrier 2, Spell Void 2, currently available for Victor Goldmane, High and Mighty. The hand on that side of the table, currently a mystery to us, but clearly some consideration for Filippo. Has hand to mouth. Disable, Golden Sun. Right behind you, I think, as well, in the grip there.
This is the first time it's felt kind of good for Michael, I'd say. He's got that Brilliant set up alongside an Embodiment of Lightning. He's dealing quite a good amount of damage to Filippo, bringing him down to 12, so he's setting up a 5-card hand with Go again. What he doesn't have is the Tunic counter online. So if he wants a Greaves on this next turn instead of do one more turn of Big Arcane, then he's going to have to pay a whole card into it.
The last card in the hand for Filippo Barbani is the Pummel. It's time to eat the Aurum Aegis. You're not going to hit me. I can't get the value.
Wow.
I need the overpower, and I need to pummel you.
And I need the maximum damage, too. Of course, there's also +3 from destroying the gold. Aurum Aegis counts as a gold. Often it's just used for to buff up the count of Visit the Goldmane Estate, but in this case, it's used to destroy as an additional cost for the Golden Sun. Filippo hasn't been attacked very much, and so doesn't really care about that. He just wants to disrupt Michael Feng.
Flash of Brilliance, the only block declared currently as things stand. Sigil of Brilliance draws a card back for Michael. It's 1 block on 10 overpower. 13 life is where Michael Feng stands. The pummel is in the hand. Did Michael Feng make the mistake? Did he not put the equipment in the way? The pummel fires through. It's 14 on 1. 13 life remaining. There's 5 cards in the hand for Oscilio Stellar Intelligence, and none of them are a savior. There is no way out. Is Sigil in my deck? Is Sigil of Solace in my deck? Can I draw to it? Is there a way through?
Not willing to give up the Tunic. Didn't want this pummel, or didn't believe this pummel would be here. Saw one played earlier, I believe, or flashed earlier, and one got bottomed off of a clash.
Oscilio
Reaching for
draws,
Oscilio, maybe a cloud cover or a Sigil of Solace.
It's not on the table. 5 cards that do nothing. The Golden Sun is found, and Victor Goldmane wins a calling. Everyone meet the Italian stallion, your champion this weekend. It's Filippo Barbani.
Finally makes it work on Victor Goldmane. Finally gets that win, that very big play. Michael reached for his Tunic after that. He said, I should have just thrown this. I wasn't playing around the pummel. He knew that his hand was good enough. All he needed to do, he could lose the single card. He just needed to live through that turn. He probably would have presented enough damage against Filippo Barbani, but he greeted the life of that Tunic, and it punishes him in that spot. An unfortunate play for Michael Feng.
Oh. I mean, all the credit to Filippo Barbani.
Huge.
Gets through 3 Oscilio back to back in that top 8 cut. Gets through a Pro Tour champion that he lost to in Swiss. Yeah.
I think also in Swiss, we took a look. He played against 3 Oscilio. He only beat 1 in Swiss. But then in the top 8, 3 more Oscilio. 1 a win. 2 a win. 3rd one a win. Taking down Michael Feng to win a calling. It's being announced right now around us.
All in the air. I hope so. I hope the room erupts, but fingers crossed. Let's check it out. Plenty of cheering.
Filippo Barbani winning the calling here in Rotterdam. Congratulations to Filippo. Congratulations to Victor lovers. You've all earned 75 more Living Legend points this weekend.
What a story. Our top 8 bracket was 4 copies of Oscilio. 2 Victor, Gravy Bones, and that Arakni Huntsman. 2 of the Oscilios made their way through. Michael Feng, Sammy Wex, both of whom would eventually fall to our newfound Oscilio Slayer, your recent, brand new calling champion, Filippo Barbani.
The pummel took it down for Filippo. What a play. What an ability to close this game. And he found the line, and Michael wasn't able to defend against it in that last spot. 2 very different games from Filippo's side, I'd say. The quarterfinals that we watched and the finals that we've just seen.
It's the year of the horse, Gabe.
It is the year of the horse.
Promo, did you not? It makes sense. The Italian stallion pulls the pummel herd around the world in our finals this weekend. But we got one more thing to pull, and that's a giveaway for the folks at home who want to win themselves a young marvel of choice from Compendium of Wraith. So we're going to pluck one of you. Got your last chance to get a chat in there now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Josh Lau 7.
Certainly that's the real Josh Lau.
If it's not, you just want a marvel. If it is, enjoy your Dorinthia. Congratulations,
he
Josh
already has
Lau.
one.
He probably already has the Direct VM Marvel. You're not wrong. But a great giveaway. Congratulations all around. Congratulations to Josh and Filippo. Details you need to claim that one available for you in chat. What a finale.
What a tournament.
Just, awestruck. Cannot wait. I'm going to take the time to interview Filippo and get the break on the table. But anything you wanted to send yourself off with this weekend?
No, thank you all for watching. Thank you for joining me to all those here in the city of Rotterdam where I live. But this has been a real treat. It's been some great games throughout the weekend, especially today, and some great top 8 games. What a finish for Victor and for Filippo. I'm glad to see Filippo having this final big run after we've seen him at these top tables so much in this last year.
About time. Interview with myself and the Italian Stallion coming at you next. Another name has been etched in the history books of Flesh and Blood, the Italian stallion Filippo Barbani. How are you, my friend? Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. It's an amazing feeling, finally.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. It's been a lot of European callings for you at this point, a lot of top finishes, but never quite getting over the line. Have to imagine it's quite fulfilling to finally take the trophy off the list.
Yeah, it is. Like last time in Toulouse, I was pretty sad after losing, but so this time it went good.
Finally get there. You take it. Exactly.
Yeah.
So Victor Goldmain, definitely the hero that's always been associated with you at this point.
My favorite hero, yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. I don't suppose you ever... How do you feel about Victor in the current meta game in general?
Well, now it's good. I mean, for the last 2 years, it was not so much good, but now since Verdance LL'd, now it's way better. Of course, there are still tough matchups, but...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I think a big one for a lot of folks at home was the Arcanite Skullcap, Arcanite Fortress kind of loadout into Oscilio.
Yes.
What got you there?
So it was not my idea, so I have to thank for sure Dennis Zhang. That so he was a finalist in calling in Australia.
Yes, over the APAC way.
Yeah.
One of them. Okay, yeah, they all blurred together after a while.
So he was very nice. He gave me his list, and I liked it very much, so I decided to play it. So the list...
Perfect. Card for card. There you go. Congratulations, Dennis, for winning a calling by osmosis, I guess, one way or the other. Other popular matchup, I guess, Arakni Marionette for a lot of people at the moment. How do you feel about that one with Victor?
I think it's a 50-50. So it's really... So it's annoying when, of course, they start with just Kelissera. So we really want to block with Victor, with the clash cards, of course. So when he attacks for 1, we never... For 2, go again. No, we never know if we want to overblock. But then maybe he has another attack later if you don't want to overblock. And of course, Anthrotoxin is annoying.
Painful, yeah.
But the clash cards are giving a lot of value. So if like the Iron Grips and Test of Strength, the important thing, of course, we cannot control it, but the important thing is that we draw them like separated and not all at the end of the game. But if that happens, yeah.
There's only so much you can do, of course, in those spots. Well, it is my pleasure to finally, for the first time, award you with this Calling Champion Trophy with Rotterdam on there as well. I'd love to add your name to it, but I'm sure you'll make do one way or the other.
Yeah.
And I guess perhaps the more exciting one for a lot of the folks at home, the much-beloved Quick Dodge Flexors. Got to be pretty happy to have your hands on one of these, huh?
Yeah, I think I will play them at Armories.
It's the best place to be playing a copy of Quick Dodge Flexors, as far as I'm concerned. Is there any of your teammates, friends, family you particularly want to thank for the journey?
Yeah. So I want to thank first my girlfriend Sara. Ti amo, Sara. Ciao. That is always supporting me. So big thanks to her. And of course I want to thank my my friends that came here and the one that are at home. So Team Stirati, Team Ironhead. It's the name, and all the also the guys of the Armory in Bologna. So also, yeah,
incredible stuff.
And my parents.
Worth thanking those. Definitely important to thank the parents there as well. Incredible pummel finish there of that game. It was a wonderful joy to watch. Anything else you want to share with the folks at home before we send them home?
So like the last game in Swiss, I was against Oscilio, one of the Itopated.
Yeah.
And like on turn 3, he comboed, and we counted, and it was 60 damage. So it was like with no gone. He played it at the end, but it was with no gone. It was with blast. 2 Sigil Brilliance.
Okay.
So.
Well, thank God that wasn't the final then. I guess it's probably the way that we're going to have to put that one. Filippo, a huge congratulations again to you. About time as far as I think we're all concerned. Thank you for joining me in the booth for the interview.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us for the interview. I've been Howling Minds. You've been amazing. We'll see you again very soon. Take care.
Bye.